pixels. They're used to produce, pretty pictures. What is needed in the world are more intelligent models that combine audio, video, language, image all together. So at Luma, we are training these systems that simulate physics.
Let's go to the things you gotta do, chat.
Are able to go out, do research, call tools, and then finally render out the results in audio, video, image, text, whatever is appropriate.
Wait, there's no Legion boss
to work with. In
anywhere?
Short, we are modeling and generating worlds.
What?
So, as an example, let me show you some, some results from our latest model, Ray 3. By the way, Ray 3 is the world's first reasoning video model. So what it means is it actually is able to think first in pixels and latents and decide whether what is about to generate.
Wait, they have quests to get here?
And it's also the world's first model that can generate in 4K and HDR. So please take
I already got them all. Okay.
When you close your eyes.
Oh, that actually looks good. Not that one, but the spatial one.
When we talk about reality.
Reality.
How do you know what is real?
I don't.
Or what is simply your imagination? Now open your eyes.
AI cinema. Luma. Oh. Let me see. It's going to be all about AI, the whole CX.
Pretty incredible.
Holy moly.
How are customers using Ray 3 today?
So we are working with very large enterprises as well as individual creators across the spectrum. And we work with them in advertising, media, entertainment, and industries where, you want to tell your story. 2025 was the year when they started to deploy our models and experiment with them. And towards the end of it, we are seeing large-scale deployments where people are using our models for as much as actually making a 90-minute feature-length movie.
That's crazy.
What customers are also asking us
how much are they spending in credits alone to generate something like that?
Control and precision. How can they
90 minutes worth of video, movie quality,
out onto the screen
with logical things?
Realized and to our research is that control
like continuity and shit.
Not just better prompts. You can't keep typing in again and again and actually do those things. So we have built a whole new model on top of Ray 3 called Ray 3 Modify that allows you to edit the world. So let me show you actually
I see. They have a second model just for correction.
A little bit about what you're seeing.
Interesting.
So what's playing on the screen
is right.
Ray 3's
Makes sense.
world editing capabilities.
Actually does make sense.
Take any real or AI footage, so footage from cameras or footage that you generated, and change it as little.
Yeah, it's an editing model. I get it.
It's a powerful system that we have developed for our most ambitious customers who are most demanding. And they spread the gamut across entertainment, advertising, and this has allowed us to enable a new era of hybrid human AI productions.
Wow.
The human becomes the prompt through motion, timing, and direction. You act it out, and then the
it's like the concept of mocap.
What that means in practice
is mocap 2.0, technically.
Create entire cinematic universes.
Right.
Now without elaborate sets, and then edit and modify anything to get to the result they want. This has never been possible before.
So do these ones also count or no?
We are focused on actually going much
didn't
further.
count it. What?
2026 will be the year of agents, where AI will be able to help you to accomplish more of the task, or hopefully the full end-to-end of the task, rather than doing some patchwork. So our teams have been working diligently building the world's most powerful multimodal agent models. Using Luma will suddenly feel like you have a large team of capable creatives who are working with you in your creative pursuit. I want to show you a brief demo of what that would feel like.
Sure.
So what you're seeing here is a new multimodal agent that can take a whole script of ideas with characters and everything and start imagining that in front of you. Now, this is not script to movie. This is human AI interaction. And our next generation of models provide the ability to analyze multiple frames, long-form video, and make selection and maintaining the fidelity of the characters, scenes, and story, and only editing when it's needed.
I see.
You're seeing
That's a good
human and
idea,
AI
actually.
collaborate in designing
I wonder how
characters,
it works in
environments, shots, and the
practicality.
world. And with our agents, we believe that creatives will be able to make entire stories, what used to take a large production before. Again, this has never been possible before.
Okay, now I
we've
need
been
to
using
stop
it heavily
rituals.
internally, and we couldn't be more excited. Individual creatives or small teams will suddenly have the power of doing what entire Hollywood studios do.
That's pretty amazing. It's really nice
is
to
cool
see
in
how
theory.
these Luna
It will
agents
depend
come
on how it
together
executes
and
stuff.
make this happen. Now, I know you have a lot of choices
like the idea.
in compute, and
I'll
when
say
we
that.
first started talking, actually, you called me and said you needed compute, and I said I thought I could help.
Oh, that did count
Can you
though.
tell us a bit about why you chose AMD and what has your experience been?
Yeah, we bet on AMD very early on. That call was in 2024, early 2024. And since then, our
Very
partnership has
early
grown
on,
to a large
2 years ago.
collaboration between our teams. So much so that today, 60% of Luma's rapidly growing
Gamers were the one that
inference
battled an
workloads actually
AMD
run on
early
AMD
in 2019,
today,
2018.
so, initially when we started
2017.
out, we used to do a bunch of engineering, but today
Shit.
we're at a point where most any
be what
operators,
it do
most
be,
any
though.
workloads that we can imagine run out of the box on AMD. And this is huge props to your software teams and the diligent work that is going into the ROCm ecosystem. We are building multimodal models, and actually these workloads are very complex compared to text models. One example of that is these consume
Lost Legion. Let me go
hundreds
do
of
that before
times,
it dies.
thousands of times more tokens. A video that you saw, a 10-second video, is about 100,000 tokens easily. Compare that to a response from an LLM. It's about 200 to 300 tokens. So
Yeah.
when we are working with this much information, TCO and inference economy is absolutely critical to our business. Otherwise, there's
True.
no way to serve all the demand.
Gotta be
that's
as cheap as possible.
Through our collaboration with the AMD team, we have been able to achieve some of the best TCOs, total cost of ownership, that we have ever seen in our stack. And we believe as we build these more complex models that are able to do autoregressive diffusion and that are able to do text and image and audio and video all at the same time, this collaboration will allow us to significantly differentiate on cost and efficiency, which, as you know, in AI is a big deal.
Yeah,
So,
totally.
through this collaboration, we have developed such degree of confidence that in 2026, we are expanding our partnership to a tune of about 10 times what we have done before. And
Holy
these
moly.
455 cards, and I cannot be more excited for MI455X because this, the rack scale solution and the memory and the infrastructure that you're building is essential for us to be able to build these world simulation models.
Well,
Yeah,
we
for
love
sure.
hearing that, Amit. And look, our goal is to deliver you more powerful hardware.
Let me
Your
know.
goal is to make it do amazing things. So just give us a little brief view of what do you see customers doing over the next few years that just isn't even possible today?
Right.
What the hell is even attacking me?
As Greg was mentioning, early on in LLM land, right? Like, in 2022, 2023, they were great for writing copies, small emails, things like that. We could have never imagined
move now?
that we would actually put these models, into real-time systems, into healthcare and these kind of things. Through accuracy and architecture and scaling,
Healthcare? Real time?
LLMs have
What
not
are you
gotten
talking
to that
about?
point. Video models are currently in that early stage. Today, they're great for generating video and pretty pictures. But
Yeah.
soon, by scaling these models up, by improving the accuracy and data, we would end up at a place where these models will help us
This is a big if, my man.
simulate real physical processes in the world.
Yeah, that would be
CAD,
awesome.
Architecture, fluid flows, help us design entire rocket engines, plan cities. And this is not outrageous. This
Fluid
is what we
flows
do
actually
today
make sense,
manually
though.
with big giant
It is a
teams with
really
simulation
complex
environments.
simulation, but
These
it
models
would actually
will
be a
allow
good
us
use case.
to do that and automate that to a great degree. And as they become more and more accurate, multimodal models is what we need for the backbone of general purpose robotics. Your home robot,
Sure, I agree.
Will run hundreds of simulations in its head, in image and video, and then try out, like, okay, how do I do this? How do I solve this? So that it's able to do a lot more than current generation of LLM and VLM robots are able to do. This is how the
Yeah.
human brain works. Humans
Exactly.
are natively multimodal. Our AI
Yeah.
systems will be as well.
That sounds wonderful.
I hope
Amit.
so.
Look, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for the partnership. And we really look forward to all
Kill
that you're gonna
demons
do
and
next.
shit. Okay,
Thank you
that's
so
easy.
much.
Thank you.
For the sake of our economy, I would hope so. This shit better
So
fucking.
you've heard from Greg and Amit.
Yeah.
What they said is they need more compute to build and run their next-gen models.
Not only
And it
more
is the same
compute,
across
cheaper
every
compute,
single
more
customer
efficient
that we
compute.
have,
That's the
Which is
problem.
why the demand for compute is growing faster than ever.
Yeah.
Now, meeting that demand means continuing to push the envelope on performance far beyond where we are today. MI400 series was a major inflection point in terms of delivering leadership training across all workloads, inference, scientific computing.
What? This
But we are
didn't
not
count?
stopping there.
Oh, I'm doing two different
Development
ones.
of our next-gen MI500
I
series
see.
is already well underway. With MI500, we take another major leap in performance. It's built on our next-gen CDNA 6 architecture, manufactured on 2-nanometer process technology, and uses
2nm?
higher speed
Holy moly.
HBM4E memory.
Yeah,
And with
HBM,
the
I'm
launch of
familiar with it.
MI500 in 2027, we're on track to deliver 1,000
HBM is awesome.
times,
Amazing that it ended up paying
1,000x
off.
increase
I
in
don't
AI
remember how tough it
performance
was for them
over the
HBM
last
on
4
the
years,
first two
making
iterations
more
of it.
powerful AI accessible to all. So with that, let's thank you. So with that, now let's shift from the cloud to the devices that make AI more personal, PCs.
Yeah, there we go. Time for what I'm here for.
So for decades, the PC has been about a powerful device helping us be more productive, whether at work or at school. But with AI, the PC has become not just a tool, but it's a powerful, essential part of our lives as an active partner. It learns how you work, and it adapts to your habits, and it can help you do things.
I can already
faster than
smell
you've ever
the
expected,
co-pilot talk.
even when you're
You know,
offline.
guys?
AI PCs are starting to deliver real value across a wide range of everyday tasks, from content creation and productivity to intelligent personal assistants. Let's just take a look at a few of the AI PC applications today.
Sure.
Starting with content creation.
Oh,
These videos were created from simple text prompts on a Ryzen AI Max PC, so not in the cloud, but in a local
oh, I see
environment.
what she means.
Anyone can generate
Locally.
professional quality photos and videos in minutes with no design expertise.
Wow.
Microsoft has been
Locally
a key
is
enabler
crazy.
of AI PCs, helping bring next generation capabilities directly into our productivity tools. For example, managing your meetings, summarizing emails, quickly finding files that you need, using real-time translation on video conferences. And with Microsoft Copilot, advanced AI capabilities
I
are being
knew
built
this chat was
directly
going
into
Copilot.
the Windows experience to complete tasks
Fuck that.
faster. You just describe what you need, and the
Yo,
PC
Liquid,
takes
how
it
you
from
doing,
there.
bro? Stop hitting me. I already
Now,
told you, dude. It's gonna
at
leave me a
AMD,
dent on my
we
head.
saw the AI PC wave
How you doing,
early,
man?
and we invested. That's why we've led every inflection point. We were
How was
the
the day
first
today?
to integrate a dedicated on-chip AI engine in 2023, and the first to deliver Copilot Plus x86 PCs.
Did you farm
in
more pools? Did you play
2024.
FIFA?
And with
Did you do
Ryzen
something
AI
else?
Max, we created the first single-chip x86 platform that could run a 200 billion parameter model locally. And now we're extending that leadership again with our next-gen Ryzen AI notebook and desktop processors.
Okay.
So
What
today,
are they?
I'm proud to announce the new Ryzen AI 400 series, the
Eh,
industry's
I don't care
broadest
about
and
them.
most advanced family of AI PC processors.
Not for my
Ryzen AI
type of
400
thing.
combines up to 12 high-performance Zen 5 CPU cores, 16 RDNA 3.5 GPU cores, our latest XDNA 2 NPU delivering up to 60 TOPS of AI compute, and support for faster
Boring
memory
just FIFA games.
These flagship
Just FIFA
Ryzen
against
AI
AI,
mobile
the
processors
weekly stuff.
deliver
Oh,
significantly
I see,
faster
I see.
content
Well, at least it
creation
didn't
and
have a
multitasking
lot of stress,
performance
though.
compared to
right?
the competition. Now, there's a
That's
lot
a
of
plus,
excitement
at
for the
least.
Ryzen AI 400 series, and if you're walking around CES this week, you're going to see many notebooks launching this week. The first Ryzen AI 400 series PCs begin shipping later this month.
AI is
with
more
than
stressful?
120
Really?
ultra-thin gaming and commercial PCs
Funny.
launching throughout the year from every major OEM across every AI PC form factor.
It's so boring it gets stressful. Oh, come on, man. You gotta relax a little bit. Smoke a joint or something.
Now, powering the next generation of AI PC experiences takes more than just hardware.
Come on, man.
It takes smarter software with models that are lighter, faster, and can run directly on device.
Does this
These
one
are
count?
different
No.
than what you're seeing in the cloud.
Human
To
Forces
talk
Lane.
more about
Where?
this next wave of model
Oh,
innovation,
these guys?
please welcome Ramin Hassani,
How am I even
co-founder
supposed
and
to kill them?
CEO of Liquid AI.
Oh, Liquid AI? Liquid the esport org? I know it ain't, but it's funny.
Ramin, it's great to have you here. I'm very excited about the work that you guys are doing at Liquid. You were really taking a different approach to models. Can you talk a little bit to the audience about what Liquid is doing and why it's different from others?
Absolutely, Lisa. It is great.
Never
to
heard
be
of
here.
that company actually.
We're a foundation model company spun out of MIT 2.5 years ago. We're building efficient generative AI models that
They
can
will
run
AI so
fast
much is
on
ridiculous. They
any
turn AI into a
processor
possession
inside
even.
and
You can
outside
get
of
them
the
all
data
from
center.
them. Oh,
We
that
designed
sucks.
from
Yeah, that
scratch
fucking sucks
multimodal
for sure.
models with a hardware-in-the-loop approach that allows us to optimize neural architectures for a given hardware. We're not building transformer models. We're building liquid foundation models. Powerful,
What?
fast, and processor-optimized generative models. The goal is to
Processor
substantially
optimized, though?
reduce the computational cost of intelligence from first
Why?
principles without sacrificing quality. That means liquid models deliver
What is the
frontier
gain
model
there?
quality right on a device. Device could be a phone, could be a laptop, could be a robot, could be a coffee machine, and could be an
Coffee
airplane.
machine.
Basically, anywhere compute exists with three value propositions: privacy, speed, and continuity. It can work seamlessly across online and offline workloads.
Sure.
Ramin, our teams have been working really closely
Where's the
on
person I
bringing
gotta
more
kill here?
capable models to AI PCs. Can you share a bit about that work?
Absolutely. Today, I've got two new product announcements. One, we are excited to announce Liquid Foundation Models 2.5, the most
5.
advanced tiny class
For
of
good
models
rewards, you better
on
run
the-
them ranked.
on the
It's just
market.
ridiculous.
At only 1.2 billion parameters, the model
I would argue
performs
it
best
kind of,
on
in a way, it
instruction
makes
following
sense, right? They want the
capabilities
most amount of rewards to be
between its
claimable
class
by
and
everyone
models that are larger in
with
its class.
no
LFM 2.5 instances
with
are
no
the building
performance
blocks of
dependency. This way, the
reliable
casuals
AI
are
agents
happy,
on any
right?
device.
If the player base was the
To put
majority
this in
casual, it would
perspective
probably
for
be the
you,
opposite.
This model delivers instruction following capabilities better than the DeepSeek models and Gemini Pro kind of models, Gemini 2.5
Wait,
Pro,
what? Where's the mod? Where's the
right on the
mod?
device. We are releasing 5 model instances: a chat model, an instruct model, a Japanese enhanced language model, a vision language model, and a lightweight audio model.
Japanese
audio language
enhanced model?
These are highly
Did I hear
optimized
that
for
right?
AMD Ryzen AI CPUs, GPUs, and NPUs. And today, they're available for download on Hugging Face and on our own platform, Leap. There you can enjoy them.
That's pretty cool.
What is a Japanese enhanced model?
So we can stack these LFM 2.5 instances together to build agentic workflows. But then it would be really amazing if we can bring in all these modalities.
Yeah, we need to perform
into
here too.
one place.
Yeah, but against players is
So that brings me to
pressure,
my second
anxiety.
announcement.
You know how
LFM
casuals are,
3.
right?
LFM3, it is designed natively.
Yeah, no.
multimodal
I feel you,
to
Liquid,
process
of course,
text,
right? The game is
vision,
all
and
about playing
audio
against
as
someone
input
else. Of course, you gotta
and
perform,
deliver
but like,
audio and text as an
you gotta
output
understand
in
that
10
the amount of
different
casual
languages
players that have
with
performance
sub-100
anxiety is
millisecond latency
crazy,
for
especially
audio
against
visual
another
data.
player, right?
You will get LFM3 later in the year.
I don't know if you're aware
Alright,
about
that's
that, but like, for
fantastic.
example, when I was playing Final Fantasy a lot, because I used to play MMOs when I was
Now,
much
Ramin,
younger,
help
right?
our audience
But like, when I
understand,
started playing Final
why
Fantasy
should they
again,
be
and
so
now WoW,
excited about LFM3?
and I started looking
What
at
can
how
we
the
do with
casuals
these
talk,
models on an
and the
AI
casuals are
PC?
like, "No, I can't play. I
Absolutely.
can't
So
play with
most
other people."
assistants, AI
Imagine how
assistants,
bad I feel when I
co-pilots
when I
today
screw
are
up,
reactive
or
agents.
like
You open an
I feel
app,
bad that I don't
then,
perform well,
you ask a
and
question,
I'm gonna
it
waste people's
responds.
time, or that
But when the AI is running fast
or that I'm
on the
gonna feel
device,
worse
it's
than other
always
people
on.
because I'm playing against them
It
and
can
I'm
be
playing
working,
worse. Like,
on the
bro.
tasks proactively for you.
it's crazy,
The task can be done in the background.
and it's something that doesn't
So let
even
me
cross
show
our
you a quick
minds.
demo, a reference
But they
design to
really
inspire
feel it.
what is possible to build on PCs.
Not
with
even
LFM
joking.
instances. Let's jump in. Imagine you're a sales
Rendezvous,
leader
Mila?
working on
Where?
your AMD Ryzen laptop with LFM3 backbone proactive agents activated. You're in full focus mode,
Oh, I see.
working on a spreadsheet. Notifications start piling up. You get a calendar notification for a sales meeting, but want to continue your work in deep focus. A liquid proactive agent notices the meeting and
Oh, I see.
offers to join on your behalf.
Hope
You
you
allow
won't
the
die.
agent to join, and while you focus on your data
Yeah,
analysis
of course, it's just
task,
if you do
in the
hard AI is a bloodbath too.
the meeting is in
Yeah, for
progress
sure,
with your
for
agent
sure.
representing you.
Are you sure we can trust this agent?
I think
I'm a little worried there, Ramin.
What?
this system
Are
can
you sure you
actually
should say that in a
transcribe
presentation
more
about
than
AI,
transcribing
girl?
your systems, and really understanding what is going on. And the system can also be hooked up to your email platform. It can analyze your emails, like as your emails are actually coming out. It can perform a deep research functionality.
Oh
So
man,
deep
the amount
research
of
functionality,
leakage that is gonna
you can
happen if this
analyze
company
every
gets.
email and draft a response for you. Again, everything under your own control.
Man.
You're not gonna go.
Is this running locally?
This is not gonna go rogue. Everything is offline, locally on the device.
Oh, okay, locally.
So-
No.
This system can deliver
Okay,
a
then, I
summary.
guess.
It can do the jobs better than what you have expected, what you have seen from reactive agents. I think this year is going to be the year of proactive agents. And I'm very excited to announce
That would be interesting.
that we're collaborating with Zoom to bring these features to the Zoom platform, actually.
That's
Which ones?
fantastic.
About scheduling and then video call?
Ramin, we're really excited about what you're doing. I think you've just given people just a glimpse of what we can do when we bring, true AI capability to our PCs. So thank you. We're excited, and we look forward to all we're going to do together.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay. What else are we gonna get?
So now
This
you've
was
seen
the
a little bit
most
about what's possible with
AI-centric
local AI.
CS I've
But the
ever
latest
watched, dude.
PCs aren't
There's
just running
nothing
AI
for
apps.
gamers.
They're actually
Nothing from
running
Nvidia, nothing
That's
from
why we
Intel.
created Ryzen
there was,
AI
but there was
Max,
basically
the
nothing.
ultimate PC processor for creators, gamers, and AI developers. It's the most powerful AI PC platform in the world, with 16 high-performance Zen 5 CPU cores and 40 RDNA 3.5 GPU compute units, and an XDNA 2 NPU
Oh, it's an
delivering up to
APU.
50 TOPS
That makes
of
more
AI
sense.
performance. All connected by a unified memory architecture that supports up to 128
I always get the best
gigabytes
rank, so
of
it's
shared memory
doable.
between the CPU
Oh
and
yeah,
GPU.
for sure, for sure.
In premium laptops,
But boring?
Ryzen AI
Yeah,
Max
for
is
sure.
significantly
For sure.
faster in
Especially
both
for someone
AI
that
and
likes playing
content
against
creation
players, right?
applications compared
You
to the
like
latest
PvP, you
MacBook
clearly
Pro.
do, because you also play the hunt.
In small form factor workstations,
So yeah, for
Ryzen AI Max
PvP-centric
delivers comparable
people,
performance to
playing against AI
at
is
much
always gonna
lower
be shitty,
price
right?
than NVIDIA's DGX Spark,
It is what it is.
generating up to 1.7 times more tokens per second per dollar when
Because
running the latest
the
GPT
randomness
OSS
and
models.
the stupidness of
Ryzen AI
playing
Max
against a human is what
supports
makes it
both Windows
fun.
and Linux natively. Developers
Nah, I don't like this
maintain
game.
full
Yeah,
access
yeah,
to their
yeah.
preferred software
Sure, man,
environment,
sure.
Tools and workflows.
Just like it, I like the.
Now, there are more than 30 Ryzen AI Max systems in market today, with new laptops, all-in-ones, and compact workstations launching at CES and rolling out throughout the year.
Launching the CX?
But our mission is to advance AI everywhere for everyone.
What am I even doing here,
The
dude?
truth is, there are AI developers, many of you in this room, who
Rescues,
want access to platforms that
remain
enable
torrents.
you to develop on the fly. So we took this one step further.
Oh.
Today, I'm excited to announce the AMD Ryzen AI Halo, a new reference platform
Halo?
for local AI deployment.
Oh, I
Now, I would say
see.
this is
That's
pretty
cool,
Do
actually.
you guys agree?
Wow. That's actually cool. I like
So
it.
let me tell you what it is. This is the smallest AI development system in the world.
Yeah, it's a
Capable
Mac
of
Mini
running
for AI.
models with up to 200 billion parameters locally.
That's awesome.
Not connected to anything.
I
It's
didn't do
powered
anything
by
for
our
2 days now.
highly dense
The
Ryzen
loss
AI
kind of
Max
put me off a little.
processor with
Yeah, I
128
get
gigabytes
you.
of high-speed unified memory.
I still
that is
gotta log
shared
in and do
by
the story and
CPU,
everything on that
GPU,
game.
and
I
NPU.
just pulled the character and logged
This
off.
architecture accelerates system performance and makes it possible to efficiently run large AI models on a compact desktop PC that fits in your hand. Thank you. Halo supports multiple operating systems natively, ships
he's
with our latest
downstairs.
ROCm software stack, comes preloaded with the leading open source developer tools.
We have
and
months,
runs
content not
hundreds
coming
of
for
models
another
out of
month.
the box.
Yeah,
This really
that's
gives
true.
developers everything you need to build, test,
Probably in
and
2
deploy
weeks when I
local
finish all
agents and
the
AI
things here, right?
applications directly
Probably.
on the PC.
But I kind of didn't want
Now,
to
for
miss
all
the
of you
co-op
who are
event, though.
wondering, Halo is launching in the second quarter of this year, and we
It's
can't
probably
wait.
the
for
co-op
folks
event
to
ends
get their
before
hands on
Legion,
it.
doesn't it? When does the co-op event end? Do you remember?
So now let's turn to the world of gaming and content creation.
Use the eagles to get off the ship.
A few gamers out there. I think there are a lot of gamers out there. Look, every day, gamers and creators rely on AMD across Ryzen and Radeon
Oh, there they are.
PCs, Threadripper workstations, and
I didn't
consoles
touch it
from
2
Sony
days.
and Microsoft to deliver tens
No,
of
no, no,
billions
no.
of
I feel
frames.
you. I feel you.
And while the
But I'm
visual
asking, like, do you
quality
know
of
when
those
the
frames has
co-op
advanced
thingy
dramatically
ends?
over the years, the way we build those worlds really hasn't. It still takes teams
What?
months or even years to bring a 3D experience
Where did
to
the
life.
eagles go?
Now, AI is really starting to change that.
What?
To show what's next in 3D world creation, I'm honored to introduce one of the most influential figures in AI.
There we go.
Known as the godmother of
I can check
AI,
later. Okay. I
her
can check it
work
later
has
too. Don't
transformed
worry.
how machines see and understand the
I'm
world.
just asking in case you knew.
Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of World Labs, Dr.
World
Fei
Labs.
Li.
World Labs are in the world, guys, that were scanning people's eyes? No, right?
Fei, we are so excited to have you here. You know, you've been one of the leaders shaping AI for decades. Can you just give us a little bit of your perspective? Where are
Let
we
me go
today?
through the things on the
and
other
why
characters
did you
real
start
quick.
World Labs?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Lisa, for inviting me to be here. Congratulations to all the announcements. I can't wait to use some of them. So it's true that there has
Classic
truly been
corpo
great breakthroughs
bullshit.
in AI progress in the past few years. And as you said, I've been around the block for a while, for more than 2 decades. And I really cannot be more excited
Wow,
than now
2 decades?
by where things are going. So in the past few years, language-based intelligence in AI technology really has taken the world by storm. We're seeing the proliferation of all kinds of capabilities and
40K.
applications. But the truth is, there's a lot more than just language intelligence. Even for
Facts.
us humans, there's more than passively looking at life in the world.
I'm kind of in
We
the
are
bathroom right now.
incredible
That's okay, man. Do your thing.
spatial-intelligent animals.
Don't worry.
And we have profound capabilities that use our own spatial intelligence that connects perception with action. Think about all of you being here, how you
Did we
braved
finish
through
the whole
airports
campaign?
this morning. I'm one of
No,
them.
I didn't.
Or woke up in your hotel room and get to the nice coffee shop, or find your way in this maze in Vegas to be here. All this
Maze in
requires
Vegas.
spatial intelligence. So what excites me is that there's now a new wave of Gen AI technology for
I'm listening.
both embodied AI and generative AI that we can finally give machines something closer to the human level spatial intelligence. It's the ability to not only perceive but create 3D or even 4D worlds, reason about
4D?
objects and
Time
people,
notion of
and
this?
imagine entirely new environments that still obey the laws of physics and dynamics in worlds, virtual or real.
Okay.
That's why I started World Labs. I really want to bring spatial intelligence to life and deliver value to people.
I remember
listening
the
to
first
you.
time I talked to you about your concept for World Labs and
Hear
your
you.
passion about what this could bring. Tell us a little bit about what your models do so the audience gets a feel for what does this really mean?
Yeah, well, I heard that there
It
are
really is
gamers
funny that
out
I've never
there,
seen
so
a
this is very
CX where there's
exciting.
so many people on stage that no one
traditionally,
knows.
Building 3D scenes requires laser scanners or calibrated cameras or
Yeah.
hand-built models using pretty sophisticated and complicated software.
True.
But at World Labs, we're creating a new generation of models that can use the recent Gen AI technology to learn the structure, not only just flat pixel structure, I'm talking about 3D, 4D structure of the world directly from data, a
that's
lot of
good.
data. So give the model a few images and even one image, the model itself can fill in the missing details, predicts what's behind objects, and generate rich consistent, permanent, navigable 3D worlds. So what you're seeing
It really
here
is
on
crazy.
screen is a Hobbit world that's created
Yo!
by our World Labs model called Marble. We just give it a handful of images, and it created these 3D scenes that are persistent, and you can navigate. You can even see a top view. And our system
Is it that
transformed a
persistence?
few visual inputs into
Go
a
back.
fully navigable, expansive 3D world. And it shows how these models not just reconstruct the environment, they really
A lot of,
imagine cohesive worlds,
artifacts,
wondrous
though.
worlds. And once these worlds exist,
camera
they flow
perspective.
together and allowing effortless transition from one environment to the next and scaling into something much larger.
Oh, I see the
And this
persistency.
is much closer to how humans piece together a place from a few glances.
Well, it looks pretty amazing that you can do that with such little input. Now, can you just show us a little
Yeah, you
bit
should have
about
shown
how
the amount of input
technology
you
works?
gave, actually,
Yes,
to see
definitely.
how
Let's just
awesome
ground
it
it
is.
in real world a bit more from the Hobbit world. Let's do something that you're very familiar with. So, over the break,
Factory?
our team went to AMD's Silicon Valley office. I
Oh.
hope they got your permission. And
They did not, but that's okay.
okay, well, now
Well,
here we
that's
are.
funny.
We just use some regular phone cameras. There's no special equipment. Just
That looks
phones to
good.
capture
For
a
the
few
3D scan, that
images.
looks
And then
good,
we put
chat.
them into World Labs generative
Good.
3D generative model called Marble. And then our model that can use AMD's MI325X chip and the ROCm software stack can create a 3D version of that environment, and including windows, doors, furniture, size, and a sense of depth and scale. And keep in mind, you're not looking at photos, you're not looking at videos, you're looking
Yeah, I
at
get
truly 3D consistent worlds.
Do the
And
bosses
then our team
first.
started to have a little more fun and decided to
You decided to remodel? Yes,
Exactly,
yeah.
for free for you. For different design
what?
styles, right? I don't know which one you guys like the most. I personally really like the Egyptian one, but maybe that's because I'm going there in a few months. And while this transformation is keeping the geometric consistency and the 3D inputs, so
I wouldn't say
you can
whatever.
imagine this can be
I wouldn't say it's
such
really keeping a consistency on that
powerful
point.
tools for many use cases, whether you're doing robotic simulation or game development or design. This can, what would traditionally take months to do in a typical workload, we really could do it in minutes now. And we can even navigate into an entirely different world, like actually the Venetian Hotel. And we just did
The
that
what?
yesterday by taking a picture and then putting it
Oh,
in the
that's the hotel
model,
they're in.
and then had a little fun. And
Probably.
then it turned this whole place into a 3D imaginative space.
Oh,
And now
I
I'm
wasn't
sure you
expecting
guys
that.
can take pictures and send it to Marble and experience this yourself.
sure.
But what you don't see here behind the scene is how much computation is happening and why inference
Bro, stop
really matters.
studying me.
The faster we can run these models, the more responsive the world becomes.
Yeah, of
Instant
course.
camera moves, instant edits, and a scene that stays coherent as you actually navigate and explore. And that's what's really important.
You know, Feifei, I think you're going to have a few people going out to your website to try Marble this
We'll
evening.
keep the server up.
For sure.
But look, that looked really amazing. Can you
Tech
just
people
share
really
a
gotta
little
work
bit
on their
about
jokes.
your experience working with AMD and our work on
They
instant
really need a
graphics?
Brazilian script writing
Yeah,
there.
of course. And even though we are old friends, our partnership is relatively new. And I got to be honest, I'm very impressed by how quickly this came together. Part of our model is a real-time generative frame model. It was running on MI325X in under just a week. And then with AMD Instinct, the ROCm, our teams were able to iterate really rapidly over a course of a few weeks to improve performance by more than 4-fold. And that was really impressive. That matters because spatial
4x?
intelligence is fundamentally different from what came before.
True.
Teaching AI to understand and navigate 3D structure, have motion, understand physics requires enormous memory, massive parallelism, and very fast inference. And
they just got to recode how they do persistency and
like
physics simulation on AI. They just got to get recoded somehow.
And they will give us the ability to train larger world models and just as importantly, to run them fast enough that these environments can feel alive, react instantly as the user or agents move, explore, interact, and create.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you for those comments. Your team has been fantastic working together.
Thank you.
So, Fei, with all the compute performance that we're going to give you, and all of
Such a
the
cute
innovation
name,
in your
Fei.
models, give the audience a view of what to expect over the next few years.
Yeah, I know, and as you know me, I don't like to hype. I think the world.
This is like called underhype, Fei. So.
No, I think we should just share what it is. It is going to be a changing world. A lot of workflows, a lot of things that were difficult to do will actually go through a revolution because of the incredible technology. So, for example, creators can now experience and create real-world scenes, scenes in real time, shaping what's in their mind's eye, experimenting with the space, the light,
Mind's
the
Eye,
movement,
that amazing
as
game.
if they are sketching inside a living world. And then intelligent agents, whether it's robots or vehicles or even tools, can learn inside very rich, physics-aware digital worlds before they even need to
I see her pointing her tag. Wants to be an assisting tag for AI training. I see.
Development much faster, more capable.
I see. Yeah, I mean, she's right. Overall, she's right.
Designers, for example, or architects.
And technically, what she's doing doesn't really
before anything
fuck with the creative work.
Exploring form,
If that's her goal,
materials, and
not just creating 3D rendering spaces, killing 3D
at static
graphic artists, I guess.
So what excites me most is that this represents a shift
Environmental artists and shit.
in how AI shows
You know
up
what I mean?
in our lives. We're moving from systems that understand words and images passively to systems that not only understand, but can help us to interact with the world. So Lisa, what we are sharing today, which is turning a handful of images or photos into coherent, explorable world in real time, is not a glimpse of the distant future anymore. It is really the beginning of the next chapter. So you and I talk about this even offline. We know as powerful as AI technology is, it's also our responsibility.
Only 16 days left.
And develop.
There's gonna be 2 days after the WoW one.
True human values.
That's gonna be tough. Man, that mom better not disappear in my front of me.
Human creativity, productivity, and
Thank you,
our
Liquid.
care for each
I'm gonna have
other,
to think how I'm gonna deal with that.
keeping people firmly at the center.
I mean, you can also
of the
just log
story,
in and farm the
however
discs and shit at least, right?
technologies are. And I'm very excited to partner
That doesn't take a lot of time, to be
with
fair.
you on this journey.
Fei, I think I speak it for everyone. You are, really an inspiration to the AI world.
Right.
Congratulations on all the great progress, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lisa.
Cool. Cute. I like it.
Okay, next shift. Now let's turn to the world of healthcare.
Healthcare? How did that not count as stopping a ritual? What? How can fully complete in the full hours, probably? Yeah, probably. If there is no daily limitations, then yeah.
Of all the ways AI is advancing the world, healthcare impacts us all. And AMD technology is enabling the incredible to become possible. Cancer detection is happening earlier. with
That's cool.
supercomputers, analyzing data at massive scale. Patients are receiving therapy sooner with compute modeling complex biological systems. Promising treatments are moving forward faster through molecular simulation.
Yeah.
Medicine is becoming more personalized through genome research.
True.
And patient outcomes are improving through
How is it
robot-assisted
supposed to do
surgeries. Our partners are using AI to accelerate science and better human health,
We're just attacking,
advanced
standing
by
still.
AMD.
So look, as you saw in that video, AMD technology is already at work across healthcare.
I mean,
This is one
valid
of
target,
the most
dude.
meaningful applications. You've already heard about some of the stories tonight of how high-performance computing and AI is one of the areas that I am most personally passionate about, is how you can bring healthcare there. There's nothing more important in our lives than our health and the health of our loved ones. And using technology to improve healthcare outcomes means we measure progress in terms of lives saved. I'm very happy to be joined tonight by 3 experts who are leading the way in applying AI to real-world healthcare challenges. Please join me in welcoming Sean McLean, CEO of Absci, Jacob Thayson, CEO of Illumina, and Ulla Engquist, Head of Molecular AI at AstraZeneca.
Holy, AstraZeneca's there? Oh my god.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. You can see there's a lot of excitement about healthcare. Thank you for the tremendous partnership. You know, Sean, at Absci, you're using generative models and synthetic biology to design new drugs from scratch. Can you walk through a little bit of how that works?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here today. Biology
Skip now,
is
even the small
hard.
conversations are not voiced.
It's complex. It's
Game.
messy.
Really?
Drug discovery and development is this archaic way of
When did
going
they
about
implement that?
discovering drugs. Ultimately, it's this trial and error process where you ultimately are searching for a needle in the haystack.
Dispatch?
But with
Wow.
generative AI and what we're doing at Absci, you're actually able to start creating that
Hopefully
needle
it works
and
on
being
previous
able to
content too,
actually
and not only the
engineer
current one.
in the biology that you want, being able to go after the diseases that have large unmet medical need, and being able to have the manufacturability, the developability that you want in the drug.
Developability?
We're actually able to start having precision engineering now because of AI with biology. Just like Apple is engineering an iPhone, or you all are engineering the 455s, we're able to start engineering biology. And what is that actually doing? It's allowing us to start tackling some of the hardest, most challenging diseases that still exist, that have high unmet medical need, where standard of care is poor. And at Absci, this is exactly what we want to tackle. We want to tackle these hard, challenging diseases. 2 of them that we're focused on at Absci is androgenic alopecia, so think common baldness.
Yeah.
We actually have the opportunity in
my
the
god, the meds are gonna go
future to
crazy.
have AI cure baldness.
Oh
Wouldn't that be
my
incredible?
god, people are gonna go insane with that, dude. Yeah, you laughing because you ain't bald, Zoo. That's why you're laughing.
And not only that, be able to
Shit.
focus in areas that have been neglected. Women's health. For far too long, women's health
breast cancer?
has been pushed aside.
And
And
period?
we have a drug that we are developing for endometriosis that affects 1 in 10 women, with the opportunity to potentially deliver a disease-modifying therapy for these women. This is what AI and drug
That's pretty cool.
discovery is all about.
I mean, medicine's gonna take so much advantage of that, that's for sure, right? They're not fucking up any one of that.
And this wouldn't be possible without the compute partnership that we've had with AMD. Lisa, you and Mark Papermaster invested in Absci roughly a year ago. And within that year, we've been able to scale the inference and be able to, in a single day, screen over 1 million drugs in 1 single day. That's incredible. And additionally, we're getting onto the 355s. And the memory there is going to allow us to contextualize the biology in a way that we haven't been able to before, and ultimately create better models for drug discovery. The future is really bright in AI and drug discovery.
That's
Makes sense.
fantastic, Sean. Well, look, thank you for the partnership. We're really
cool.
excited about all the work we're doing together. Now, Jacob, Illumina is really a leader in reading and understanding the human genome to improve health. How is AI helping in your work? And talk a little bit about what the impact is for the future of precision medicine.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. And I'm super excited to be here, and we definitely share a deep passion for impacting health. So looking forward to everything we can do, the two companies together, both what we have done and what we're going to do.
French.
And of course, Sean, I'm rooting for that drug against baldness, for sure. So let me talk a little bit about Illumina. We are
Fucking baldness, man. That's Mongol is screaming right now.
DNA, as you know, is the blueprint of life, which makes all of us unique. And therefore, it's essential to be able to measure that for prevent, diagnose, and treat diseases. In a simplified way, you can think about the human genome as 3 billion letters. So that actually is like a book with 200,000
It's a
pages.
horrible way to explain it, but I
And
get
that is
you.
in each of our cells. Now, if there's just one mistake, spelling mistake in that book, that can actually mean the difference between a long and healthy life.
Now, the spelling
and a
mistake is
short
actually a
and
good
terrible life.
comparison.
So accurate DNA sequencing is extremely important, but it's super data and compute intensive. In fact, we are generating on our sequences more data than is generated on YouTube every day. And therefore, the relationship with AMD is super important. We are using your FPGA and EPIC processes in our sequences every day, and that's the only way we can compute all that and translate that into insights. Over the past decade, our technology has already now been used, as we talked about, in drug discovery, but also impacting healthcare. Today, it's used for profiling terrible diseases like cancer and inherited diseases. And it's really very important to make sure, and we are impacting a lot of people's health out there and have saved a lot of millions of people's lives.
There was a huge debate of that about AI diagnosing cancer on Twitter, and people are arguing, yeah, it's great for that, but not for selling artist's job. And I'm like, bro, if I understand it's going to be used for everything. It is what it is. Whether you like it or not.
Together is poised to completely change our understanding of biology over the next period of time. It will impact drug discovery, but it will also impact on how we prevent and treat early diseases. So really, it will change our way we think about longevity. And
Liquid, I'm gonna tell you, I was doing some math for the upgrades that I want to do in my PC.
So I'm really excited about that.
And man,
Jacob.
shit is so expensive right now, dude.
You're scaling AI across one of the
You're
largest
talking like $3,800 worth of upgrades on the PC just to buy motherboard, processor, graphics card, and more RAM. I'm not counting monitor, case, PSU, and fans, because I already have all of those. Bro, I'm fucked. Where the hell am I gonna get $4,000, dude?
Productivity. It's a lot about innovation. How can we?
And I need to do an upgrade on this computer ASAP.
New things with AI. And one area that I'm personally very passionate about is how can we deliver candidate drugs quicker with the help of generative AI. So how we're working there.
Where's Udi to give me that $4,000?
Generative AI model
That's the question.
on all our experimental data that we have generated over several decades. And then we use those models to virtually assess in the computer which hypotheses, which ideas of candidate drugs might work or not. And then we can assess millions of different potential candidate drugs. And then we take the best, only the one that we think is really good, into the experimental lab and really validate the hypothesis there. So we use our generative AI model to generate candidate drugs, to modify them, to optimize, to really reduce the number of experiments we need to do in the laboratory.
But it gives so little bronze,
we are applying a new way of working through the whole AstraZeneca small molecule pipeline. And we see that we can
save it up to my PC too. Isn't Chris gonna kill this dream? The problem is I live in Brazil, so it is twice the price to buy here, dude. Literally twice the price.
To do that in a collaboration.
Fucking hell, man. It is the same to buy a PlayStation here too, though. To be fair, it is also twice the price.
And with companies like AMD. And
twice of the conversion, which I mean, right? Because we basically have 100% taxing on top of that.
We really want to create
Which
the
is
most optimal, best models we can. And there we work in a collaboration
Go there
with
real quick and deliver that
AMD
class, actually.
to basically scale our drug discovery engine similar flow so it can handle
Man, AI is
these
making things
large
so
new
expensive,
data sets.
dude.
So basically
The
really
RAM
optimize
price,
the whole workflow with
GPU
the help of
pricing, like,
AMD.
oh my god, dude, I'm gonna
That's
get
fantastic,
fucked.
Ola.
I'm
Look,
gonna need
all
to
of
find a
those
way to get that
stories
money
are
before
really
like
amazing,
March or
and we're
something,
thrilled to
if
be
I
working
really want to
with
get
you
that
to
PC
bring
going.
these things to life.
If not,
Now,
things are just
let's
gonna
wrap up and
scale
think about,
outside
what's the
of my
one
price
thing each of
range.
you are most excited about when it comes to how AI will improve healthcare? And maybe Jacob, we'll start with you.
Yeah,
At least I can sell my old pieces, my old things to get some of that money back. But it's not gonna be a lot though. I can probably get like 1K back out of those 4K that I'm gonna spend. Sure, 25% cashback's pretty nice, but still.
That will be translated into
Tough.
huge impact on healthcare.
Ola?
So I think with AI, we can
gonna go to the bathroom real quick, hold on.
transform the understanding of biology. So we can go to not only to treat diseases, but we should have the ambition as a community that in the future we can prevent chronic diseases.
That's fantastic. Sean, bring us home.
Absolutely. So to riff a little bit on what Ola said, I want to live in a world where we can interact with people before they get sick, where we can provide drugs and treatments to allow them to continue to live their healthy life, where they're metabolically healthy, they have a full head of hair, and they have that vitality that we all look for. Being able to go from sick care to preventative care to ultimately regenerative biology and medicine, where aging no longer is linear. That's the world that I want to live in, that AI is going to help us create. It's an exciting time.
I think we can all say, Sean, we are super inspired. I mean, look, this is what I heard. We should expect AI should help us predict sickness, prevent sickness, and personalize treatments such that we can get really extend lives. And you guys are really at the forefront of it. So it is our honor to be your partner. Thank you each for joining us today. And we look forward to really, moving this frontier forward over the next few years together.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're entering the world of physical AI. This is where AI enters the real world, powered by high-performance CPUs and leadership adaptive computing that enables machines to understand their surroundings and take action to achieve complex goals. At AMD, we've spent more than 2 decades building the foundation of physical AI. Today, AMD processors power factory robots with micron-level precision, guide systems that inspect infrastructure as it's being built, and enables less invasive surgical procedures that speed recovery times. And we're doing it together with a broad ecosystem of partners. Physical AI is one of the toughest challenges in technology. It requires building machines that seamlessly integrate multiple types of processing to understand their environment, make real-time decisions, and take precise action without any human input. And all of this is happening with no margin for error. Delivering that kind of intelligence takes a full-stack approach. High-performance CPUs for motion control and coordination, dedicated accelerators to process real-time vision and environmental data, and with an open software ecosystem, developers can move fast and seamlessly across platforms and applications. Now, seeing is believing, so to show how some of this work is unlocking the next generation of robotics, please welcome CEO and co-founder of Generative Bionics, Daniela Pucci, to the stage. Hello, Danny. It's great to have you. Your team is doing some amazing work. Can you just give us some background about what you're doing?
Lisa, Generative Bionics is the industrial spin-out of more than 20 years of research in physical AI and biomechanics at the Italian Institute of Technology. But when we look back, actually, everything started from a simple but profound question. If an artificial agent needs to understand the human world, doesn't it need a human-like body to experience it? To answer this, we built some of the most advanced humanoid platforms in the world. iCab for cognitive research, then ErgoCab for safe industrial collaboration, and then we built IronCab, the only jet-powered flying humanoid robot in the world. Throughout the process of building these robots, however, Lisa, there has been one belief that has never changed. The real working technology is that one that amplifies human potential and that is built around people, not the other way around. Now, this belief has become the mission of generative bionics, but to make it real, we need compute that is fast, deterministic, and local. A humanoid, for instance, touch, balance, and safety loops cannot wait for the cloud. That's why our collaboration with AMD is so fundamental. AMD, in fact, gives us a unified continuum from embedded and edge platforms such as Reason AI Embedded and Versal AI Edge, running physical AI on the robot, to AMD CPUs and GPUs, powering simulation, training, and large-scale development. So, Lisa, one compute architecture from one partner end-to-end.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now, look, let's talk a little bit about your philosophy and approach to, how are you building these things and what are your use cases?
We think, Lisa, that now humanoid robots have to be elevated to another level. Yeah. So our approach to physical AI is to build a platform around the humanoid robot. And then the platform is designed to achieve human-level intelligence, safe physical human-robot interaction, and engineered into real products. Now, let's start from the robot. Here, we are really inspired by biomechanics. In fact, if you look at human movements, they rely on fast reflexes. We walk by falling forward, and our nervous system basically exploits our biomechanics. So we are exploiting the same principles into our humanoid robots. Then humans basically learn also through touch, which is a primary source of intelligence. So we believe that humanoid robots really need the sense of touch. And finally, let's talk about the platform. So we are developing an open platform around the humanoid robot to enable the next generation of humanoid robots. So just to give an example, the same tactile sensors that we used for the humanoid robot, we are basically used also into a sensorized shoe that is being used in healthcare to help patients recover better and faster. But more importantly, the shoe acts as another robot sensor so that the robot has the feeling of whether or not and how to help the patient. So, Lisa, we are not building a robot. We are not only building a robot. We are not only building a product. We are building basically a platform to close the loop between humans and humanoid robots and enabling what we call human-centric physical AI.
That's super cool, Danny. Now, we are at CES, and people like to see things. So what exciting news do you have for us?
So, Lisa, we focused on a new product identity. And our first human robot design, basically that defines our DNA in terms of products, Gene 1. And I'm really happy to say that Gene 1 today has been ready to be released right now.
Is this gorgeous or what? Danny, tell us about Gene 1.
So our vision is a future where humans remain at the center, supported by technology. That's why we focus on building humanoid robots that people can trust and accept. For us, acceptability means beauty, grace, and safety. Gene 1 is Italian by design.
Is it really Italian?
Yeah. But basically, what really sets Gene 1 apart is touch. A distributed tactile skin across the robot body allows Gene 1 to feel pressure, contact, and intention, making touch a primary source of intelligence. Just to give you examples why this is so important, in factories, touch makes possible to
ended up taking longer than I
human-robot
expected.
collaboration. And in healthcare, that is going to be
What did I
pivotal.
miss?
Basically, a patient can hold the robot and he can feel how to help the patient in the best way. So this enables safer decisions and more natural interaction in the real world, powered by AMD Computer's platforms. Our first commercial humanoid will be manufactured in the second half of 2026.
Did they talk about anything
and
interesting or
we're
not?
working with industrial partners, including a leading steel manufacturer, to deploy these robots in safety-critical environments. Lisa, this is not science fiction, and we're making it happen thanks to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. This is truly exciting. We are super excited about what Gene 1 can do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I didn't listen, to be honest
Okay,
with you.
now let's
That's okay.
turn to
That's okay.
one more
It happens.
demanding environment for robotics and automation, and that is space.
Space. How's the volume, by the way, Liquid? Is it good? Yesterday's and today's volume on the video / my voice. Was it good enough or what? I didn't actually went to check later. It's good? Okay. Thank you.
AMD technology is powering critical space missions today, from delivering satellite internet connectivity to remote communities, to enabling autonomous exploration of Mars, the moons of Jupiter, and beyond. On
The
Mars,
moons of
AMD
Jupiter?
adaptive
How?
computing enables the Perseverance rover to operate autonomously. That same technology is also powering robotic systems at NASA, JPL, and both the European and Indian space agencies, delivering reliable compute in some of the harshest and most unforgiving environments. One of the leaders in space exploration and a company using AMD technology to
Is there
help
even
build the
something in
next
Jupiter right
generation of
now? I don't think there is
spacecraft
any satellite or robot in
Blue
Jupiter right
Origin.
now.
Please welcome John
Right?
Flores, Senior Vice
Isn't the only ones that
President
went
of Lunar Permanence
through
at Blue
Jupiter?
Origin, to
They
the
just
stage.
flew through Jupiter? I don't think there's anything that actually landed there. After all the gravity there would just make everything turn to goo.
John, thank you so much for being here. You know, Blue Origin is doing just some amazing things. Talk to us
Blue
a little
Origin
bit
from
about
Amazon?
your mission
Okay.
and what you're working on.
Yes, thank you
I
everyone
guess that
for
makes more
having me
sense.
here. I'm very excited to tell you about what we're doing. Jeff Bezos, our founder, likes to say that Earth is the best planet in the solar system. It's
Yeah.
sustained life for millions of
Well,
years.
that's pretty easy to
And
say.
as we explore the solar system, Earth will be
Right.
the origin of that life.
The
that pale blue
origin.
dot that is Earth. And that's why our
Oh my
company is
God.
named Blue Origin.
Yeah, I understood your
To
little
protect that planet, we want
word
to move
shenanigans.
heavy industry eventually off the Earth.
horrible.
As we look to build things such as solar power satellites in low Earth orbit.
You guys gotta
settle
get a
the
new
moon,
person to write
settle
y'all
Mars,
scripts.
Explore the asteroid belt.
Holy shit,
We'll
that's
move
trash.
on and we'll build that infrastructure so that eventually millions of people will be living and working in space for the benefit of Earth.
Sure.
And that starts with one person. Originally, we had Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard
Wow,
explore.
that's a great reference,
Then
actually.
the Apollo astronauts. Then just recently, the International Space Station celebrated 25 years of continuous human presence in space. The next step for us is lunar permanence. And our business
That's
unit
interesting.
that I'm lucky enough to be a part of is named Lunar Permanence specifically so that everyone knows immediately what we're trying to do, is establish
I
a
see.
permanent presence of
Fair, I
humanity
guess.
on the moon. And that requires reliable, repeatable, low-cost operations and reliable,
Sure.
repeatable, low-cost equipment and vehicles. And AMD is a critical partner of ours to make that happen.
Explain to me
Thank
why.
you so much for that, John. And look, talk a little bit about why high performance computing is so important in your work.
No, I
and
understand how
especially as
high
your
performance
missions are getting
computing is important.
More complicated.
Certainly.
AI is not cheap though. That's what I'm trying to
Space is the
understand here.
ultimate
He said
edge
repeatable and
environment.
cheap.
The flight computers that we build are the heart and soul of our vehicles. That
You don't
compute
need
stack
LLM
needs
for
to be
repeatable,
reliable, deterministic,
neither for cheap
and
things.
resilient. It needs to survive the environment of
And I'm an
space.
AI enjoyer.
And what that means
Take that in
is
mind.
we have mass constraints, power constraints, radiation considerations. And the AMD embedded architecture allows us to reduce mass, save power on these vehicles, and tolerate the demanding radiation environment of deep space.
Wait, what?
And I think when we, think about all of this, looking ahead, talk a little bit about how AI is playing a bigger role in your future missions.
Certainly. So AI's impact on Earth-based systems is well known. In fact, I've got to say, Lisa, and I kind of surprised you earlier today, AMD has been a phenomenal partner of Blue Origin. We, only a few months ago, started to talk to AMD about using the Versal 2 in our flight computer stack. And within a few months, the AMD team and the Blue Origin team worked tirelessly and were able to ship us units that we were then able to incorporate into development flight computers. We've now, in a couple of months, built the development flight computers that are flying in our vehicle.
I see where they're coming from.
And those will eventually power our Mark II lander. That Mark II lander will land astronauts on the moon as early as 2028. In fact, it was so impressive, we had a team of Blue Origin engineers working over the holidays, and we took the entire flight computer stack, and we're able to successfully simulate a landing on the moon.
Y'all better have paid them well.
Months and months of schedule. Now you take that to the AI use and how important it is for us. Right now at Blue Origin, AI use on Earth is critical. Every employee at Blue Origin has access to AI tools, whether it be for design, for analysis, for just basic pinging back.
No way. You're telling me that everyone in your company has access to ChatGPT? Oh my god, what a revolutionary company. Oh. Like what?
So
what are you reflecting here, huh?
Spaceflight for us. That's the next great step, where AI becomes a complement to the astronaut, a co-pilot, if we will, identifying landing sites, looking out for hazards, being able to do that level of.
Am I right though, or am I wrong? I'm right. Like shit, every company on the planet right now gives access to all of their employees to AI. Like
edge AI.
What are we flexing right now?
What is really interesting is, as we go to explore the solar system, radio astronomy has been a passion of mine. And what radio astronomy is you're looking for weak signal radio frequencies that are being emitted throughout the universe. The problem we have is that Earth is a great emitter of radio frequency noise and interference, so it's hard to identify.
Emitter.
The far side of the moon provides a natural shelter
dark side of the moon
to that noise. So if we could land a Mark I vehicle on the far side of the moon, we could start to explore this untapped radio frequency environment. If we have edge AI, we can now utilize that to do the deep exploration to actually identify where we should be looking next. Because relay back to comms, doing this latency, really hurts our ability to explore. So by having it on the far side of the
locally, running locally, I get you.
Mark I vehicle with edge AI will tell us land the next vehicle here.
I get it now.
Optimize your exploration.
I get now their point of the AI and shit.
I mean, that's super, super cool. Look, John, we're honored to work with you. I think it is an incredible mission that you have.
Hi, Pepper. Hi, Lipin. Hi, Tulipa. How are you doing over there, honey? Doing good?
Absolutely. Thank you very
much.
much.
What you doing awake this time, huh? What you doing awake right now?
Okay,
right
guys,
now.
Now let's turn to our last chapter of the night, science, and the supercomputers used for the most advanced scientific research.
Now we're talking about things I love. I lost a sequence of 24 days of stream because of opening it on the Gnome. Actually, that's not true, right? Because you got my stream on during the you lost the streak because I streamed during the normal hours. Actually,
computing systems and
no,
AI as we bring together the best of both.
because you were in my stream yesterday, were you not? At the beginning of it, during the night. I think the one you missed was the one that I did earlier today. No.
These systems are using massive
two times today
to solve previously impossible problems. In Finland, the Lumi supercomputer
yeah, so you missed the one I did earlier today.
Times by more than 85%.
That I did.
A better preparation for extreme weather events.
What time was it? When did I end that stream, Liquid?
Using an AMD-powered supercomputer
you remember?
to develop
It was like 2 p.m. my time, maybe.
Cleaner fuels. At Oak Ridge National Labs, the world's first exascale supercomputer is running Orbit 2.
The stream started like 4 a.m. our time, Tulipa, and it ended at like
unprecedented forecasting detail with nearly
2 p.m. our time, something like that.
And at Lawrence Livermore National Labs, the world's fastest supercomputer,
that fucking sucks, huh?
Is modeling how viruses might
okay, let me translate it to her, Liquid, hold on. Eu acho que a stream que tu perdeu foi a que eu comecei 2 da manhã de hoje, tecnicamente. Não, de ontem agora, né? No dia 5. E que terminou, tipo, 2 da tarde do mesmo dia. Eu acho que foi essa que você perdeu. Só consigo pensar nela, pra ser sincero. Mas eu posso estar errado, né?
Genesis is a national program launched late
2
last year.
2 a.m. Oh my God, how are you not occupied? I mean,
together with Oak Ridge National Labs,
I've been sleeping like 4 hours a day, and on the 4th, I slept like for 12 hours. So as soon as I woke up, I was like, I'm just gonna stream.
And Discovery, the next flagship supercomputer planned in 2028.
See what I mean?
Genesis is the most ambitious public-private technology initiative in decades. Leading this historic effort is Michael Kratsios, who has shaped national policy at the highest levels as a former U.S. CTO and Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. Please join me in welcoming the President's Chief Science and Technology Policy Advisor, Michael Kratsios, to the stage.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Michael, thank you so much for being here. I know just how busy you are. You've described this Genesis mission as a real.
So technically, I didn't stream 2 a.m. because I'm not occupied. I streamed at 2 a.m. because I'm too occupied.
About why Genesis is so important.
The Genesis mission is a great example of how President Trump has moved fast in less than a year in order for the U.S. to lean in and win the AI race.
Okay, dude.
Genesis is the largest of federal scientific resources in recent history, and at a scale and an urgency at the Apollo mission or even the Manhattan Project. We are bringing together the unmatched power of our national laboratories, supercomputers, and the nation's top scientific and innovative minds with the goal of doubling the productivity and impact of American science within a decade. This whole of government approach represents a historic mobilization of resources, tasking the Department of Energy to integrate its world-class supercomputers and data sets into a unified, closed-loop AI platform. Integrating this data, the Genesis mission leverages the power of AI to automate experiment design, to accelerate simulations, and generate predictive models.
I wasn't expecting closed-loop system coming from NA. I wonder if they got an incentive or something because of that. But they got tipped off that they're going to be forced to be closed-loop in the future.
Improve our nation's economic and national security. These span biotechnology, critical minerals, nuclear energy, space exploration, quantum, semiconductors, microelectronics. And a few weeks ago, we announced the first wave of industry partnerships to the Genesis mission, and that included AMD. So thank you for that. As a next step, we're working towards bringing even more federal resources into the Genesis mission.
I'm going to go to the Dreamway today, though. I don't think I've been there.
National Science Foundation, National Institutes for Health, and the National Institute for Standards and Technology.
Well, look.
How are you doing over there, Tulipa? How was your day today? What did you do?
Super excited. If you look back, so many of the technologies that we have today really started with long-term public and private partnerships. So, where do you see Genesis actually making the biggest impact beyond science?
Well, through Genesis, we will create the world's largest and highest quality scientific data sets to train the next generation of AI systems, pushing them beyond their current mastery of language and code into the realm of science. Now, as you can imagine, this will lead to tremendous spillover effects across healthcare, drug discovery, energy, and manufacturing. Fundamentally, we are seeing a massive shift in America's science and technology enterprise. We are now at a place where the US government, private sector, and universities together are investing over $1 trillion in R&D every year, with the private sector leading the way by carrying out 2/3 of that
And
R&D.
that's why we're gonna get fucked eventually. Oh my god, dude. This shit better pay off.
Of that entire ecosystem.
And I don't think it will.
That's wonderful, Michael. Now, we have talked a lot about how important it is for the US to lead in AI. Can you talk about what are the biggest things that we must do to get right such that we lead in AI?
Absolutely. There are 3 strategic priorities the U.S. needs to get right.
I'm pretty sure it's actually more than $1 trillion, Liquid. I'm pretty sure he's underselling that number.
Barriers to innovation and
that's the worst part of it.
Research and development. We are already at work looking for regulatory roadblocks to innovation and seeing where we can update.
Bro, just wait when OpenAI goes public.
This effort will ensure the U.S. is the home for the next great technologies to be created.
S&P 500 is gonna break the day that happens.
We need to get AI infrastructure and energy production
Shit's gonna go
right.
crazy.
We've taken significant actions to streamline permitting to data center construction and support all forms of energy, including advanced nuclear reactors. Looking beyond our borders, it's all about AI diplomacy and exporting American technologies to the world. The U.S. government is underway
What in the buzzword is going on,
AI
dude?
export program to bring American innovators and innovations to our partners and allies around the world. The Department of Commerce will be issuing an RFP this month seeking proposals to create a turnkey AI stack, including everything from infrastructure and chips to models and applications.
Oh, I see you doing that.
Last but not least, another strategic priority for President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump is AI and education. I talked earlier about winning the AI race. Focusing on AI and education is about truly winning our AI future today.
What do you mean by AI and education?
It starts by helping parents and teachers and students navigate AI's opportunities and challenges in the classroom.
Oh, I see.
I'm thrilled that in a matter of months, we are seeing tremendous participation with over 5,000 students and 1,000 educators across all 50 states signing up for the Presidential AI Challenge. Now, submissions close on January 20th.
Presidential AI Challenge?
So please visit AI.gov to participate.
AI.gov?
These regional competitions that are ultimately going to culminate at
I've never heard of that before.
At the White House this summer. We've also secured over 200 pledges from leaders like AMD for free AI educational resources, including apprenticeships, access to AI top models, and curricula for so many teachers around the country.
Michael, look, we're incredibly proud to support the AI Education Pledge and really to help expand access to AI education with more hands-on opportunities for students to learn and build. That's why we've actually committed $150 million to programs that bring AI into more classrooms and communities.
That's a lot of cash.
We're investing in the next generation of AI research and talent. We're building research.
Did you say 50 million or 500 million?
800 educational institutions
50, right?
Around the
Actually,
world,
that ain't a lot.
including many of the top engineering and computer.
You said 500 mil, that's a
We're
lot.
also committed
50 mil,
to
not much.
developing coursework to promote our open ecosystem. So we're offering free online AI courses to reach over 150,000 students this year. So, Michael, I want to say thank you for your leadership on this topic and the First Lady's leadership. I can tell you that it certainly is making a difference in galvanizing.
I mean, I'm all about free courses. Why not, right?
Before you go, I have a very fun thing for us to do.
Nothing like free
It
education.
is really a moment for us to highlight some really amazing work as a direct outcome of the AI Education Pledge. So, a little bit of background. We recently partnered with Hack Club on a nationwide AI and robotics campaign. More than 15,000 high school students signed up with the top teams coming together in Silicon Valley last month for an in-person hackathon to bring their designs to life.
Well, hackathon,
It's
I love
actually
them.
incredible to see what these students were able to build in just one weekend. You can imagine it was a little bit competitive at this
Of course.
hackathon. And as part of the recognition, we invited the top 3 teams to be here at CES, right here in the front row, so they could experience the
that's
biggest
cool.
tech event of the year firsthand, and
That
we
is
can
actually cool.
congratulate them in person. So let's give them a big round of applause.
I love when people do that. I remember when I got my free ticket to Web Summit too. This shit was awesome.
And to tell
Ticket
us
was
a
like
little bit more
$4,000
about their
and I got it for
project,
fucking
I'd like to invite the
free.
hackathon gold
Free
medal winners,
$99,
Emmy
yeah.
McDonald, Rosanna Gaboyan,
was a- 'cause I
and
was a
Afia
great
Ava
student.
of Team Arm Tender to the stage.
And not only the conference was cool, but the parties were awesome.
All right, you guys are amazing. Congratulations on the incredible work. Now, before you talk about the project, can you just share a little bit about yourselves? Like, where are you from, and when did you start coding?
Sure. I'm Emmy. I'm 17.
Well,
and
each
I'm
one
from
is
Chapel
broken
Hill,
his
North
gold mode. My
Carolina.
energy go up fast as
started-
fuck in a spam black hole. Oh, that must be so
I started
good.
coding when I was around 12, and I joined Hack Club when I was 16. Good evening,
Oh,
everyone. It's great
that's
to
cool.
see you all. My name is Rosanna Gaboyan.
So many
and
women
I'm
on
a
the stage
17-year-old
today.
student from
That's
Cleveland,
awesome.
Ohio. I started coding
Oh
when I
my
was
god,
12.
I can
and
already
joined
feel
Hack
the
Club
memes from
as
the
soon as I turned
Ohio.
16.
I can already feel
Hi
it.
everyone, my name is Afia.
Feel it
I'm 18
coming.
from Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. I started coding about 2 years ago through Hack Club.
That is fantastic. Now, tell us a little
That's
bit
cool.
about your project.
Of course. Together with Rosanna and Afia, my Hack Club teammates, we built an AI robot barista. It's a robotic arm that autonomously serves beverages using a motorized wheel that spins to select a soft drink. We trained a single unified vision language model to multitask using the AMD Developer Cloud with MI300X GPUs. The robotic arm runs entirely on an AMD Ryzen AI laptop using 3 cameras. And
Oh,
we came to
really?
the hackathon with no previous AI training experience.
Now, can you believe that?
What?
No previous AI training experience.
Oh, that's
and this is what
crazy.
they did.
And how much coding experience they had?
You guys are clearly doing.
Depending
great
on how
things.
much coding experience they
Just
had,
give
it
me an
doesn't
idea,
matter if
like,
they
what
had
are you
AI
most
training or
excited
not.
about working on next?
Thanks so much, Lisa.
Still awesome though, don't get me wrong, still
So
awesome.
My mom actually works at our local fire department. She's in the audience. Hi, Mom. And she is a
Aw.
former firefighter. One thing that we noticed when training Arm Tender is that it was able to capture complex human behaviors. Like, it was able to try again to grab a can after it missed it without
That's
us programming
cool.
that specifically.
That's cool.
I want to build a robot that can be used in
Error
firefighting
correction,
to go
basically.
into building fires, encase the building before firefighters go in. And the complexity of motion that we saw AI exhibiting could make that possible in a way that wasn't before.
I
Sure.
love that. What do you guys think?
Although
Well, look,
nobody
we are
brings the
all about
recommended element.
encouraging and
What is the
inspiring
recommended
young people
element?
to
The
pursue
recommended
their
element?
dreams.
Physical?
And tonight, we actually
Probably
have a
is,
special
right?
surprise for you guys. So AMD is awarding each of you a $20,000 educational grant to invest in your future as
Nice.
innovators to help you.
It's kind of low actually.
So much.
Low key.
Thank you so much.
20K only? In this economy? Man.
You guys are just a great example of
I
what
mean,
the
happy
AI
for them,
Education
though.
Pledge is all about.
Really am.
Because what you've created,
The
it's
fuck?
clear
Come on,
that,
NVIDIA, open up that wallet.
There's so much
Shit.
we can do. So congratulations
The
to all of
fuck?
you. And Michael, thank you for being here and really helping really bridge all of this together. We appreciate everything you're doing for the country and for the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
The boss.
Look, it's been fantastic being with you tonight,
there it
but
is.
it's time to wrap this up. So I hope you
Oh,
all
it's already
saw
over?
tonight what I see every single day. This moment in tech not only feels different.
Yeah, this moment tech is
AI
crazy.
is different.
If you really like
AI
tech,
is the most powerful
man,
technology
shit
that
is
has ever been
crazy right
created.
now. I
And it
love
can
it.
be everywhere
There's
for everyone.
there's new things coming out
We're
every
entering
day.
this era
I
of
love things
young-scale
like that.
computing, where the deployment
Wait, where's
of
the guy that
more
was here? Did he
powerful models
die?
everywhere will
Did he go
require
invisible?
a massive increase in the amount of compute in the world. Meeting that demand will take a broad portfolio
Stop
of
stunning
solutions from the
me!
largest systems in the cloud to AI PCs to embedded computing. And just as important, it takes an open ecosystem built on industry
Stop
standards.
it!
That's what you saw on stage tonight. We wanted to bring you the entire spectrum.
I'm just gonna press the
from
panic
amazing
button.
technology to deep co-innovation with industry leaders across the ecosystem
You're-
to very strong public-private partnerships. All of us are working together to bring AI everywhere, for everyone. On behalf of the 30,000 AMDers around the world, we're proud to be building the future together with all of you, because the world's most important challenges can only be solved by bringing the industry ecosystem together. Thank you for joining us tonight, and enjoy the rest of CES 2026.
Is there gonna be any other good presentation on CX today? Let me Google it, actually. Should we ask ChatGPT? Since it's everything about AI today. It probably doesn't have the context for it, actually. CX presentation schedule. AMD, Lenovo next in 2 days. Media Days January 4th? Yeah, that happened already. No, I don't want to buy tickets. I just want to know who's going to be live and when, man. How hard is it? Why would I buy tickets for this? Fuck. I mean, I wish I was enough of a content creator to go there and buy a ticket and stream there. Okay, so AMD just happened. What do you mean 11 a.m.? What? Oh, like morning. Oh, I see. I hate that you guys use AM and PM instead of 24-hour timing. So, this is a lot later. CTA, Seattle Anderson, and Siemens. No one cares about Siemens. Deloitte, no one cares. No one cares. Retail, what is this? Retail, wow. Hey, this should be cool, but not enough. Instacart, TikTok, and the Trade Desk. This is probably really interesting. Amazon ads. I wonder if they're finally gonna learn how to do ads, because Amazon is horrible at that. Oh yeah, there's a live event on this right. Oh my god, I'm so blind, huh? What kind of big event left at 1 hour max? Yeah, it happens. I hope it actually does become a forever feature, as I told you. Okay, so there's not gonna be any other cool things, huh? Which means we gotta find something else for us to watch, chat. What else should be cool content for us to react to? Do you guys like Lemino's content? Yeah, actually TeamSpeak is becoming really good, chat. Really good. Still a problem that they are paywalled, mostly, right? But it's really good. Is there another stream? What is he looking at? No idea who's that? Who's what? TeamSpeak? You gotta be joking, right? This is the grandfather of Discord. There are older softwares than this, like Skype or what is the name of the other one that starts with V? Fuck, I don't remember. I never actually used it, but I know there is another one that started with V. But it's like the grandfather of Discord. It's actually really good. It's actually better than Discord nowadays, but again, it's paywalled, so that's why a lot of people don't use it, right? Because you gotta pay to have your own server, basically, which kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? But guilds and shit used to use it a lot back when gaming was big. Let me go into where's that? I remember YouTube had a feature for like new videos. Recently upload new to you. I think it was this, right? We could have watched some cool videos over here. Oh, so they did announce the 9850X 3D. How did I not watch them talk about this? 5.6 gigahertz boost? Oh my god. That's crazy. AMD just dropped the GPU killer? What are you talking about? Just not what they just did. What? GPU killer, are you stupid? This is not what just happened. AMD forgot what PC stands for. That's actually a great title. Actually a great title. I kind of want to watch this. Oh man. It's been so long since I haven't watched a Paul Hardware video, by the way. I don't even think you guys know who he is, right? Let me see what else. I need big videos, chat. Big dick videos. Everything Intel announced in under 9 minutes. Oh, I do gotta watch this because I missed Intel presentation. You can watch this to know what happened. Let me see what else. Your boy. Arthur's interview with Zeppela. This probably was interesting. Disk issues in midnight? Oh, discipline. Oh, what? Who even called discipline disk? What the hell is that abbreviation, dude? Call it DP or something. Any account content to be in a non-extensive manner will be permanently banned. Yeah, that's how it should do it. Bro, load more things! Oh no, we refreshed the wrong thing. Oh, that's okay. Start the next video and pause it. Oh, there we go. Show on stream.
Our coverage of CES.
No, pause it though. Chill. Let me try this again. New to you? New to you, I said. Not a lot of it, huh? Does Lemino has new content? Let me see. I love his videos. History of interstellar messages? No, that's horrible. Cryptos Code? I've already seen this. Wait, what? What happened with his channel? Has he stopped uploading? What were the other channels like Lemino again? What? Decided he's not playing a Barb? Oh no, that was 2 years ago. Enduring Mystery of Jack the Ripper. That video is probably interesting. I don't know if I want to watch a 1 hour video about a psychopath though. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt the presentation. Hey, yeah. Also, there's the new 98050 X3D. Yeah. I'm like, bro, come on, man. Really? What's consumer about that in Consumer Electronics Show? Huh? Fuck. Hey guys, the new shit. Yeah, I know it is. Don't get me wrong, and I love it. But like, fuck, man. Half of the things being said there didn't need it to be said there and presented in that way, right? Could have been out in like a publishing thing, like a text-based presentation. See what I'm trying to say? Wait, what was the channel that was recommending the fucking... Oh, it is a Liminal video. Okay, let me check his other videos then. I thought he was releasing more. There's an interesting video here. The Great Silence, the Battle of Los Angeles, the Legend of Triangle of Bermuda. It is probably cool. Should we watch this now? Maybe. Let me add it into the queue. Oh, he used to do top 10 facts back in the day? Wow, I never knew he did videos like those before. Man, I can't remember the other channels that are like Lemino. However you pronounce that. DOA is alive? Oh, dead or alive? Oh, the shit is dead, dude. What are we talking about? Does they even care anymore? No, they don't. The lore of Bleach is disturbing. It is, and it's awesome, actually. Man, come on, YouTube. What's going on with you today? Where are the good games? Oh, not the good games, the good videos. Sorry, the good videos. The good videos, chat. I mean good videos. Absolutely everything we know about Pluto. This is probably an interesting video. I like space videos, chat. Do y'all like it? FIFA, the best, of course. Yeah, surely. Surely the best. I mean, it is one of the best-selling games, that's for sure. Now, if it is the best game, I mean, it is a game. I'll give you that. The history of WoW killers. We can watch that too. It's probably a good video. Probably a good video. Okay, we can already have enough. The last colonial run, okay? What? Sure. Let me add this one too. We have like 3 hours of video. That's already good enough for now. We can grind a couple of things while we watch those. Let me just speed, and then we're gonna start the WoW with reaction. The ADHD combo. This time I won't take long though. Promise. I love FIFA videos, watching people suffer like me. Okay, dude, come on. You're just being petty at that point. Okay, let's start it.
26 from Las Vegas, Nevada is brought to you by Asus, MSI, Thermaltake,
and what?
And Gigabyte.
How many sponsors are there?
Welcome everyone.
4?
This is my recap of the AMD announcements.
For real, it's
at
fun.
CES
No, I get
2026.
you.
Did I say announcements?
I'm just being
If we're
stupid.
talking PC hardware, desktop PC hardware, it would be more like announcement. And that's if we're talking about CPUs. If we want to talk about GPUs like AMD Radeon stuff, well, there is nothing to say. Because there was no announcement. But let's
there was
kick
no
off
announcement
with
from
the
NVIDIA too, which is
too-long-didn't-watch
wild.
version of this. We have one. That is one singular new product for desktop PC hardware. That is the 9850X3D, which has already been heavily rumored. But if you haven't been following those rumors, it is a 9800X3D that has a boost clock of 5.6 gigahertz instead of 5.2 gigahertz. Other than that, it is pretty much
10%
exactly
increase?
the same. So yes, it's
That's
going
all?
to be the new fastest PC for gaming, which we kind of already knew because if you overclock a 9800X3D, it's going to be faster than a not overclocked 9800X3D. We do not have any announcement for like a 9950X3D X2 or like a 2X3D CCD version of the 9000 series X3D processors. That was also heavily rumored, but AMD seems to have decided either not to do that or just to delay it to some other point in the future. I'm not necessarily disappointed that there will probably be a new fastest CPU for gaming coming out sometime in Q1 per the announcement. I'm somewhat curious to see how much better it performs than the regular 9800X3D, but my questions are less about
Probably
the
not a lot, if I have
performance,
to
because I
guess.
think we can roughly estimate what a 400 megahertz clock boost is going to do with regards to the CPU's performance, as well as the CPU's ability to get the most frames out of a graphics card that it's attached to. I am much more curious to know how many of these are going to be available. Is it going to be a Halo product that has a very limited run?
It will
and
100% be a Halo
quickly
product.
And becomes very difficult to find at
100%.
anything like a reasonable price. I'm very curious to know
What are we
what the
talking
price
about?
is actually going to be. We've heard rumors that it might be around $550 US, but AMD did confirm in the
550.
press briefing that this is not going to be a replacement for the 9800X3D. 9800X3D will still exist. The 9850X3D will just be there to make 9800X3D owners feel slightly worse about their CPU not being the best.
Okay,
the
dude.
second best. Unless Intel pulls something amazing out of their butt sometime soon.
I don't
which
think that's
I
gonna
don't
happen
really have
either.
high expectations for. To finish my
Intel
recap
has
of
been
the
behind
hardware
for a
announcements, the
while.
other two are mobile devices or portable devices, starting with the Ryzen AI 400 series. This is a refresh of their mobile CPU lineup, so we're not looking at any brand new CPU architecture or anything like that. These are still Zen 5 based CPUs with RDNA 3.5 based.
Yeah, if there was Zen 6, I would
There's a whole
have
stack of them
realized
from the
of them
Ryzen
talking
AI
about
9
it.
HX475 down to the Ryzen AI 5 430. Some of these have different core and thread counts than some of their predecessors or different graphic CU allocations. You can see the full list here of the CPUs.
Probably got
we're
better
expecting
binning out
to
of
be
those.
launching soon. And if you're watching CES 2026 coverage, you're probably going to see a fair amount of new laptops announced by laptop vendor
Oh, yeah,
partners
for
with
sure.
AMD that feature these new CPUs.
That's what
installed in
happens the
them.
most
You
at
know, from
CEX
companies
for a
like
couple
Acer,
years
Asus,
already.
Dell,
Just
PC, Lenovo,
no bugs,
Beelink,
no bugs,
colorful
no bugs,
Gigabyte,
no bugs.
Macrivo, MSI, and NEC, of course. And then the last new hardware announcement was two new CPUs or new SoCs that are part of the Ryzen AI Max Plus CPU lineup, or APUs.
Max Plus, dude.
These
Come
devices
on.
still fall under the mobile
Where's the
hardware
Pro Max
umbrella,
at?
but you will find them in a variety of devices. You can get laptops that feature them, of course, but you can also find them in handheld gaming devices. You can also find small form factor PCs that integrate these SoCs, and a lot of them have higher core counts, which means they're great for both productivity and gaming. The only frustration for me is that they have not launched socketed versions of these APUs because they do have higher CU counts for the integrated graphics, which means the graphics performance, especially of the higher end models, begins to trade blows with some of the lower end or more entry level GPUs on the market. But the two new SKUs that I'm talking about are the Ryzen AI Max Plus 392 and 388. These are not necessarily the most memorable numbers that they are using here, but if you look at the full lineup, you can kind of understand why they went with those numbers. Because the 392 slots in between the 395 and the 390. It is a 12-core, 24-thread CPU with a 5 gigahertz clock speed, an integrated NPU, which is pretty much the same as the rest of the NPUs in this lineup, and then 40 CUs for the integrated graphics. That gives it 60 teraflops of GPU performance. Or I should say, up to
The other one, the Ryzen AI Max 388, is just an 8-core.
mobile
This one,
shenanigans.
depending on the pricing they go with, of course, might be offering a more affordable entry level to getting onto the Ryzen AI Max Plus 395. Previously held that crown with its 40 CU integrated GPU. But now the 388 is also going to have that 40 CU iGPU, and I would assume that it's going to cost less than the 12-core and 16-core variants. Again, we're expecting these new Ryzen AI Max Plus APUs to be available in a variety of different devices and form factors. And don't get me wrong, a lot of these are pretty cool, especially if you need something that's portable or something that doesn't take up a lot of desk space. But just looking at some of the small models that they have, it, again, makes me frustrated because I'm like, oh, it'd be really cool to be able to DIY a system with like a socketed motherboard to drop one of these into.
Yeah, it would be cool, but that's not going to happen.
Watching this video, that's what I'd really like to see, maybe. Perhaps. But anyway, expect these products to be launching in Q1, either directly if we're talking about the CPUs or as part of fully integrated systems if we're talking about the APUs. And unfortunately, for anyone who's really maybe excited about like potential new graphics cards, just no information there. It seems like AMD and NVIDIA have both decided, graphics cards, we don't need any of those this year. But Intel.
Can I exchange these things for
770? As long as that rumor
onto the first tier.
One last thing I wanted to do, as sort of a reference to that intro video that we made for CES 2026, was to look at the AI references in AMD's press deck that they distributed. Because a lot of companies like AMD and NVIDIA that have previously been very like gamer focused and been like, look at all the stuff we do for gamers. I see them sort of stepping back from that slowly and steadily and replacing a lot of that information with AI. So let's see how far down we can get in the AMD press deck before we get to a slide without the words AI in it. There's 1, 2.
Interesting, I didn't know that.
AI for everyone.
It's all on a... Wait, what is the NPC again?
Over. Look, there's now more and more PCs that can do AI.
Is it all in Pythagoras?
Probably. Accelerating.
I'm going to do that on my...
AI. I like how from this one, they go like, here's AI and here's gaming, and then the next one, they like gray out gaming. It's just because this is for the section that's about AI, but I still feel like this is representative of like the trends going on in the industry
of the
right now.
normal representation right now.
AI. I didn't know AI had superpowers. Oh, look at all the stuff that AI can do faster.
Let me do this real quick.
Ryzen AI, you know, because they completely renamed their products with AI now.
Yeah.
AI.
I'm surprised the company didn't change the name from AMD to like AIMD or some shit like that.
AI.
Not gonna lie.
AI. Oh, I almost thought we had it here, but look, AI. See. AI Max Plus right there. AI. High quality AI, no cloud limits or fees. Now, here I can at least pause and be like, yes, if you're going to run AI, if you can run it locally, like do that.
Much better.
I think that's better.
Long-term investment, of course.
Cloud-based models. Ooh, a personal AI finance manager. That sounds great.
Sounds horrible.
All right, so like, we got to get all the way down here to the ROCm heading. And
it's not like recipe for disaster, to be honest.
AI. Although it is ROCm, which is helping to accelerate their AI development. But that was the standard I set. So that's 28 pages we got into their slide deck before we got to a slide that did not say AI. And it wasn't until page 33 that they finally got to the gaming stuff.
Oh,
and the
man. They really took out the C from the consumer electronic show, huh?
Stuff that they actually
Holy
announced
fuck.
last month. They're just re-announcing it again as if to sort of fluff things up for the gamers. So there's your bit of fluff, I suppose, from AMD gamers out there, and PC hardware enthusiasts. I'm sure you'll all be running out to buy the new 9850X3D as soon as possible.
I won't.
Maybe pair it with a brand
new... I would love if the
9800X3D
got cheaper, though.
It costs $1,000.
That would be cool.
Like that. What an exciting start we're off to for CES 2026. I would like to thank my sponsors for this event, Gigabyte, MSI, Asus, and Thermaltake. I would also like to thank you guys for sticking around and watching me be somewhat bitter about the continued takeover of AI in the PC hardware marketplace. If you enjoyed this video, hit the thumbs up button.
I would be
you can also
pissed
check out my
too, to be
store at
honest.
paulshardware.net. There are more CES videos coming at you, so we'll see you in the next one.
Our team have pushed the limits of architecture,
I remember what I'm going to do.
fabrication, and co-optimization across hardware and software. I'm pleased to share that we have delivered
this is the Intel
our
show.
commitment on shipping our first 18A products by the end of 2025.
What the fuck are we on to the volume?
Every breakthrough begins with silence. A moment of focus.
What? What am I listening to right now?
Building in the quiet. But in that quiet, inside these fabs, the
152K.
rising. See, quiet doesn't mean stillness, because here, progress never pauses. It pulses.
Where was the one that I still wanted to buy?
Pushes.
There was like a couple left.
Layer
Not
by
the
layer,
mounts.
line by line, gate by gate.
Not the pets. Exclusive ensembles probably by Unicus.
It's ready to
Unicus. Is the video with the weird audio for you guys too?
Progress never pauses. And neither do we.
In the last 5 years, we've invested heavily in capital, R&D, new fabs, new tools. Much of this investment aimed at pushing process technology forward, expanding manufacturing capacity in the United States and around the globe. 18A is the center of that effort. As Lip-Bu mentioned,
What is the name? 18A.
we're in production and ramping Panther Lake. This is a big milestone.
Oh yeah, this is their new.
As the world's first
Not
foundry
architecture, but kind of
node with
architecture,
rim
right?
effect and power via technologies.
Yeah, I remember something like that.
Is Core Ultra Series 3.
Okay, so we're done at the Unicus shit.
The first processor
100K from Freddy
built with
Treads.
18A technology, the most advanced
What the
process
hell is Freddy
in
Treads,
the
dude?
world. We have new E-cores, brand new P-cores, a massive GPU with built-in ray tracing, and an NPU that packs more
GPU, ray
AI
tracing. Oh yeah, they announced
in
new
a
arcs,
very
didn't they?
dense area, much denser than prior generation. Next gen
I wonder how
memory,
good it is.
next generation I/O, and the latest connectivity, wired and wireless. We've moved the GPU tile to its own chiplet. And now we can attach
Oh,
larger,
he's talking
smaller
about
chiplets
fucking
based
mobile
on
chips.
the market segment needs and the device needs of our customers. We've improved the multi-threaded performance of Series 3 by adding up to 8 E-cores. And we completely redesigned
Oh yeah,
our
they
low
use
power
ARM
island
on x86 too. I
with
forgot about that.
dedicated low power E-cores with their own cache that run hundreds of workloads that are optimized for maximum battery life. We've also consolidated all the IOs onto a single chip. This was a big ask by our customers' design teams because they want to take Series 3 and expand its capabilities and its market coverage. We bring this all together with our advanced Foveros packaging technology, delivering a full range of Series 3 processors. That architecture flexibility allows us to provide multiple configurations using a
just hidden
single
here?
package type up and down our customers' designs, something they've been asking for 2 generations. They have more memory options, and they now can use their own power delivery schemes for their product management and product capability. Core Ultra Series 3 delivers 60% more performance than Lunar Lake Series 2. And it's faster and more efficient than our highest performing SKU running fewer P-cores. This focus, this maniacal focus our design teams have on
Why,
power
efficiency?
and the implementation of the low power island dramatically
Is this
improves a
mobile
range
chips?
of
It has to be, right?
applications we use
To
every day.
be trying to make
Massive reduction
it sound like
allows us to be
less
talking
P
about
cores are
battery life
good in any way, shape, or form.
days, not in hours.
The next generation integrated GPU we've been
Yeah,
referring
it
to
100%
as
was a
World
mobile
XE,
chip. That's
but
why.
the world will know as Intel Arc B390 graphics.
Okay,
It
that's done
features
too. Nice.
50% more graphics cores,
They've done
twice the
Freddy and
cache,
Unicus.
and 96
A nice
built-in
Pythagoras, which is
XMax
1.16 mil.
accelerators for 120 GPU tops. If you're impressed by the graphics of Lunar Lake, Panther Lake has 70% more gaming performance
Oh, actually, I got
and
a
an
logo
incredible
first.
50% more AI inference performance. What's unique about our graphics is that we built this for the future, and we call this modern rendering.
Modern rendering?
This means
Oh, is there
inner light with
ray tracing and frame generation tech?
Sharper visuals,
Super resolution, etc.,
high-quality
etc.
textures,
I wonder how good
larger
this is going to be
geometric
actually.
assets, and the ultimate in smoothness through AI-generated.
Does Linus have a video about those? Let me see.
Today, we're excited to confirm that the new Arc graphics in Panther Lake will be the first integrated graphics ever to ship day one with AI-based multi-frame generation.
No.
delivering 3 AI-generated frames for every 1 rendered frame.
Yeah, but NVIDIA is about to do 6 per 1. So like, you're already behind
CPU architecture that we've had
Intel.
since all
I mean, I'm
the way.
glad that you guys are already catching up. You guys are still ahead of AMD already.
XeSS technologies.
But still.
The addition of AI into the rendering pipeline has been a game changer. At this point, I don't think you'd want to build a game without technologies like XeSS.
So today, we're excited to share with you that we'll be launching an entire handheld gaming.
It's kind of crazy that they just said that, and at the same time, I'm like, sure, you're right, because it saves up on development time and resources and shit, but at the same time, it just makes the game so trash, dude. The games run like trash now on the new consoles, on PS5 and Xbox One, because they don't have DLSS or FSR or XeSS. And on older computers, right, if you look at the Steam chart of everything that people use, they still don't use in the majority DLSS-enabled powered devices. So like, I get it, and it's cool tech, right? As a tech lover, I love it. But at the same time, it's because they're just shooting all the consumers in the fucking foot. Because people still haven't adapted to AI. People still don't have hardware capable of AI-assisted rendering or whatever. You guys keep on pushing and pushing and pushing that non-stop. It's like the Indiana Jones in that game that required you to have DLSS for the game to work. Come on, guys. Shouldn't we wait before the consumers actually adopt the technology before forcing it down our throats? At least that?
Platform with Panther Lake.
On Windows ML, we're the only silicon vendor supporting EPs on all 3 processors, CPU, GPU, and NPU today. And to ensure consistent performance, we've also integrated key open optimizations such as primitives deep within Windows ML. We're also a time-to-market partner for Copilot Plus, which you will find in all SKUs of Core Ultra Series 3 families.
Both Intel and AMD are partner with Copilot. Yeah, that makes sense.
Major step forward with Series.
They're just gonna take anything they can get, I guess.
Up to 180 total platform TOPS.
Especially because Copilot is trash.
120 on the GPU with XMX. And when you combine OpenVINO with full access to 96 gigabytes of memory, this XOC can handle a 70 billion parameter model in a 32K context. We've shipped more than 4 ZettaOps.
You guys are just saying random shenanigans right now.
Inference compute.
I'm a tech guy too. I love the tech slangs. You guys are just... Man, come on.
Data centers worth of compute.
Like,
across the edge.
Let's get real here.
In a world with growing constraints on data center infrastructure, more AI can and we...
You know how you know when something is a marketing ploy? Because they can't give you obvious, simple comparisons to how the performance increase is, right? Like a couple years ago in gaming, it used to be like, this chip, this console, this graphic cards, whatever it is, increases your performance by X amount %. You used to get X frames, and now you get X plus 30% frames, or whatever it was. And nowadays, they have to do all this corporate lingo. You know why? Because they still don't have good, simple, factual, easy to demonstrate scenarios where those things are good. And this is coming from a tech enjoyer and AI enjoyer, okay? But they really gotta find ways to use this tech before they're fucking investing all their heads on it. But unfortunately, it's already too late for that.
Believe will move to the edge, but it won't be exclusively client. It has to work seamlessly with the cloud.
AI feels
hybrid
slow to a lot of people.
Hybrid computing?
And people are impatient. So think about all the times you've felt delays in computing before. That spinning beach ball is your data basically traveling thousands of miles to a server farm and back. So local
Mac
computing
user.
removes that journey.
Beach ball.
So when
I know what you're
processing
talking.
happens right where you are, there's going to be no lag.
We spend a lot of time talking about how AI is changing the landscape of the PC. It's also a driver for Edge, a key pillar of our client business, living between the PC and the cloud. We're now accelerating the launch of 18A products for this market to align directly with the PC launch.
Oh, so Series 3 is completely based on hybrid computing, I see.
Better LLM latency performance.
I see.
And over 2 times TCO.
All those numbers are completely destroyed because they're based on a hybrid approach.
Are great at perceiving the environment and then using the built-in processors all on chip to control the machinery. To facilitate these emerging use cases, we have worked on a reference board and a dev kit with edge ODMs that includes Intel's robotics suite. The tools, the frameworks, and the applications, all available with the launch.
Oh, no, I know what's going to happen there. There's going to be a boss.
Our partners have over 200 designs. There will be a Series 3 option for everyone. Core Ultra is ramping now. First consumer designs available to order starting tomorrow.
Whoa! That's crazy. Okay, let's go. Let me know. Bermuda Triangle.
In 1950, an article was published in multiple American newspapers highlighting numerous unexplained disappearances between the coast of Florida and the island of Bermuda. The article details 5 separate incidents over the previous half-decade in which 1 boat, 9 planes, and some 135 civilians and crewmen vanished without a trace. It was the first time this particular region of the ocean was suspected of being abnormally prone to nautical vanishments. But as the author failed to provide a cause for this alleged abnormality, a provocative mystery was born. In 1952, a magazine specializing in the paranormal outlined the region of interest as a triangle between the US state of Florida as well as the 2 islands of Puerto Rico and Bermuda. If this triangular shape seems almost arbitrarily selected, it's because it was. The author makes no attempt to justify their selection of this shape. Once this idea of an enigmatic triangle had
I just wanted a simple shape that everyone could understand, you know? I wasn't gonna do a dodecahedron. I just wanted a fucking triangle, right?
Featured a cover with the caption, "Lost in the Bermuda Triangle." The article inside covers many of the same vanishments as the previous 2, but with a severely embellished narrative, complete with fictitious quotes and alarming suppositions.
Fictitious quotes is crazy.
Which is exactly what you'd expect from a magazine predominantly about fiction. Few would suppose a magazine with a sensational cover like this to supply them with a scientifically sound and comprehensively researched analysis.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense then.
Why would you? Argosy was targeting a very specific crowd. Those who seek to be entertained by mysteries, not those who seek to understand them. The Bermuda Triangle is, and has always been, a mystery for mystery's sake. The very definition of a legend.
Yeah, I can agree with that for sure.
One of the oldest stories said to exemplify the mysterious qualities of the Bermuda Triangle is that of the first transatlantic voyage by Christopher Columbus in 1492.
Really?
3 events are said to be of note. The crew observed a fireball of some kind, their compasses inexplicably malfunctioned, and a strange light seemed to be suspended above the ocean surface. The fireball was more precisely described as a marvelous branch of fire that fell from the sky into the sea.
Asteroid?
While invoking aliens and UFOs would certainly be more exciting, there's really no need, as a meteor would be more than qualified to account for that description. In fact, shooting stars are the most common in September due to the orbit and tilt of the Earth, and this sighting occurred on September the 15th.
Interesting.
On September the 17th, the crew noticed their compasses misaligned with the North Star. This was certainly alarming at the time, but we've since learned that this is due to an effect known as magnetic declination. In short, the needle in a compass aligns with magnetic north, while the North Star aligns with true north.
Yeah, that makes sense.
More importantly,
so it will eventually
neither of these 2 events occurred anywhere near the Bermuda Triangle, but in the middle of the North Atlantic. A fact that many seem to conveniently disregard.
Of course.
The strange light wasn't
how conspiracy theories work.
The confines of the triangle.
You just ignore the obvious answer always.
As a small wax candle that rose and lifted up, but he also believed it to be an indication of land and never described it as inexplicable. In fact, mere hours after observing the light, a crewman first caught sight of the American continent, supporting Columbus's suspicion that the light emanated from a nearby landmass. Perhaps a torch or bonfire by the indigenous population. As should be evident by now, this is all very mysterious, as long as you refrain from looking beneath the surface.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Tell tell me something. What the hell is happening here?
It's flight number 19.
19 what?
It's that training mission from the Naval Air Station at Fort Lauderdale.
Who flies crates like these anymore?
No one. These planes were reported missing in 1945.
What?
Flight 19,
and they're saying
they
time traveled?
Of the third kind, is possibly the most famous disappearance connected to the Bermuda Triangle. Some would argue it is the catalyst for the entire phenomenon. The story goes like this. On the 5th of December 1945, a squadron of 5 planes departed a naval air station in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It was a routine navigation exercise that should not have posed a problem for these 14 experienced pilots and crewmen. Some 2 hours into the exercise, the squadron was supposed to be heading back when the pilot of the leading plane reported that he'd become disoriented as both his compasses were malfunctioning. Multiple stations maintained sporadic contact with Flight 19, attempting to determine their current location with little
magnetic shit, some electromagnetic shit.
Between the 5 planes were also intercepted, and they could be heard arguing over directions and bearings. As the minutes passed, the signal between the towers and Flight 19 gradually weakened, and it became increasingly difficult to maintain a stable line of communication.
Sure.
Roughly 4 hours
like
after
EMP
takeoff,
type shit.
Navy personnel was able to approximate the flight's current location at some 200 kilometers north of their intended flight path.
What?
A flying boat with designation ST-49 was consequently dispatched to this location, but after a routine transmission, it inexplicably disappeared.
No way.
5 hours after takeoff, a final transmission was intercepted. It was simply a failed attempt by one plane to contact another, and Flight 19 was never seen or heard from again.
Okay,
sure,
I guess they just
sounds mysterious.
got into the fucking deep ocean
I
and
suspect the devil is not in the ocean, but in the details.
The devil's not in the ocean, but in the
planes
details.
were piloted by 4 students and 1 flight instructor named Charles Taylor.
Bro, students?
Upon departure, one of the students assumed the role of flight leader, while Taylor merely acted as a supervisor. After turning north towards the island of Grand Bahama, Taylor believed the student to be guiding them in the wrong direction, so he assumed command of the flight. As you read the radio logs and testimonies by Navy personnel, it becomes evident that Taylor confused the islands in the Bahamas for the islands in the Florida Keys. He was heard saying, "Both my compasses are out, and I am trying to find Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I am over land, but
he
it's
was
broken.
completely
I'm sure
lost.
I'm in the Keys, but I don't know how far down, and I don't know how to get to Fort Lauderdale." In other words, he confused his actual position for this position.
Yeah, he was tripping
as Taylor
hard.
was an experienced pilot, but then consider this. Taylor had previously been stationed as a flight instructor at the Naval Air Station in Miami, and training exercises launched from Miami took place over the Florida Keys. Prior to that, he'd been stationed at Key West in the Florida Keys.
Isn't that another reason for him to know where he is?
That Flight 19 was Taylor's first time flying this route over the Bahamas.
Oh,
Something
I
that
see.
further supports this theory is that Taylor initially identified himself as MT-28, standing for
Miami
Torpedo Bomber 28. His correct ID was FT-28 for Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
This growing confusion of what he knew from experience and what he saw outside his windows is likely why he came to distrust his instruments, as it's highly unlikely that both his compasses malfunctioned simultaneously. As Taylor thought he was in the Keys, he continued flying north in an attempt to reach land, but this had the opposite effect of taking them further out to sea. He was also disincentivized from turning west, as from Taylor's
that must be
perspective,
frightening.
that would have taken them into the Gulf of Mexico. In reality, turning west would have saved their lives. Meanwhile, the weather was getting worse, the sun was setting, visibility was poor, and the sea grew increasingly violent.
And it must be so
The
scary.
logs reveal how truly desperate the situation became. At one point, Taylor informed his students, flying close formation, and when one plane drops to 10 gallons of gas, all planes will land together.
Makes sense.
Suggesting that even in the event of a crash, they would remain as a group. He later continued, "I suggest we fly due east until we run out of gas. We have a better chance of being picked up close to shore." At this point, they're flying away from the coast, out towards the open ocean.
Yeah.
Some of the
How did I not realize that, though?
discernible messages reads, "Have to land on water unless landfall. We may have to ditch any minute." Then there's the flying boat ST-49. ST-49 was initially scheduled for a night navigation exercise when, upon getting a fix on the location of Flight 19, it was diverted into a search and rescue mission. After a routine departure transmission, it was never heard from again. But it was likely seen again. 23 minutes after ST-49 took off, a ship reported seeing a plane catch fire and explode upon impact with the ocean. The resulting inferno continued for several minutes, with flames rising some 30 meters above the ocean surface. Once the ship reached the location of the explosion, it found debris and a pool of oil, but no survivors. Yet another ship equipped with radar observed as a plane vanished from the screen at the exact same time the explosion was sighted. While an explosion is certainly surprising given that pre-flight checks revealed nothing of note, the plane had went aground due to a malfunctioning engine the day before. What exactly went aground entails is not elaborated upon, but it did warrant inspection of the plane's hull. Some Navy personnel immediately presumed the reported explosion was linked to the missing ST-49.
Yeah, I would
Despite
tell
a
too.
systematic and week-long search involving tens of ships and hundreds of planes, nothing and no one was ever found. Though multiple planes and ships did report sightings of flares and various debris. All available evidence suggests that Flight 19 crashed into the ocean once they ran out of fuel, while ST-49 combusted and exploded, possibly due to a malfunctioning engine. The 6 planes and all 27 airmen aboard sank into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. But not every incident can be so thoroughly explained. On the 17th of January 1949, a plane known as the Star Ariel departed Bermuda for Kingston, Jamaica. An hour into the flight, the pilot made a routine transmission with no indication of alarm, but the plane was never seen or heard from again.
Oh, what?
There was no evidence of a crash
Got
and
taken
no
down?
distress call had been transceived. The weather was excellent for the entire duration of the flight. The pilot and his crew was highly experienced and had flown this specific route many times before, and the plane was in working condition prior to departure. A succeeding investigation failed to determine a probable cause due to a lack of evidence. But what makes this even more mysterious is that a sister plane known as the Star Tiger had vanished under similar circumstances the year before. On January the 30th, 1948, the Star Tiger disappeared while approaching Bermuda from the east. The pilot and the rest of the crew were highly experienced, but the weather was not ideal with strong winds and heavy rain. The strong winds had blown the plane off course just an hour before their last transmission, and they were never seen or heard from again. The succeeding investigation concluded, "In closing this report, it may truly be said that no more baffling problem has ever been presented for investigation. What happened in this case will never be known, and the fate of Star Tiger must remain an unsolved mystery." But even in information-deprived cases like these, natural explanations do exist. For example, the accident report of the Star Tiger revealed that the plane had been poorly maintained and known defects remained unrectified. Subsequent investigations also found that this particular type of airplane had a heater in the cabin that was prone to malfunction, and due to poor design, there was a chance of combustion and explosion.
What?
Two pilots experienced with this type of aircraft believed this was a real possibility, and one of them stated,
"What was he still flying that?
Hydraulic vapor escaped from a leak which got onto a hot heater and caused an explosion."
The poor guys, man. What the fuck? Fucking condemn them to death.
Perhaps one of the most mysterious incidents is that of the 5-masted sailing vessel Carol A. Deering. On January the 9th, 1921, the Deering departed the island of Barbados and set sail for Norfolk, Virginia. Less than 3 weeks later, the ship was sighted by a lightship near the coast of North Carolina, and the lightship's engineer took this photograph as she passed by. The person at the helm of the Deering hailed the lightship and used a megaphone to inform them that they had lost both their anchors. The ship then progressed up the coast towards Norfolk, but she never arrived. 2 days after the sighting by the lightship keepers, the Deering was located by the Coast Guard. The ship had run aground in an area known as the Diamond Shoals and appeared to have been abandoned. This was confirmed once the ship was boarded a few days later and the ship's log, the crew's personal belongings, key navigational equipment, various documents, 2 lifeboats, as well as the ship's 2 anchors were found to be missing. Furthermore, the steering wheel and other equipment also appeared to have been intentionally destroyed with a sledgehammer. There was no sign of the 11 crewmen, and they have never been seen or heard from.
Guys, dude.
A few months later, a man named Christopher Columbus Gray discovered a message in a bottle not far from the wreckage, and it reads as follows. Deering captured by oil-burning ship, something like a chaser. Taking off everything, handcuffing crew. Crew hiding all over ship, no chance of escape. Finder, please notify headquarters of Deering. The message was perceived to be genuine, and thus it was presumed that the crew of the Carol A. Deering had fallen victim to piracy.
Yeah.
But then, a few months after that, handwriting experts proved that Gray himself had written the message and that the entire thing was a hoax. It may not have been too far off, as there is evidence to suggest that a mutiny took place. The US State Department issued a statement at the time in which they wrote, "There is every suspicion of foul play." First of all, the person who hailed the lightship was not the captain. He was described by the lightship keeper as a red-headed man with a Scandinavian accent. So, me without a soul. While this description could not have been that of the captain, it was descriptive of the other crewmen, most of which were Danes, which of course only strengthens the possibility of mutiny. Secondly, later investigations found that the relationship between the captain and the crew was strenuous at best. Prior to departing Barbados, both the captain and the first mate spoke ill of each other, and the captain was concerned that the crew might turn on him. The first mate had also requested a ship of his own, and when this request was denied, he boasted that he would get the captain before they reached their destination. The first mate was subsequently arrested because of this, but was later bailed out by the captain himself.
So they just mutiny because they didn't like the guy, actually?
So
like there was no bigger reason? Did I understand that right?
Nevertheless, this cannot fully explain why the ship was subsequently abandoned or why the crew disappeared so completely. But it gets even stranger. Soon after the Deering had passed the lightship, yet another vessel appeared. It was a large steamship painted black, roughly sailing in the wake of the Deering. When the lightship hailed the vessel, not only was the hail ignored, but the crewmen unfurled a canvas to cover the ship's nameplate before speeding away. Some
cover up his plate?
This could have been the American steamship SS Hewitt that vanished around the same time, but unless further evidence can be unraveled, there is no way to know.
That's crazy.
So perhaps Gray was unintentionally correct. Perhaps the mysterious vessel was indeed a pirate ship chasing down the Deering. Or perhaps the crew conspired to commit mutiny. In either case,
it is a possibility for sure.
Numerous elements are at best difficult to explain.
Interesting. That one's actually curious. Like it actually triggers my curiosity. Different from the other ones, I guess.
I'd like to talk about the triangle itself.
The rest of them kind of already have an explanation, right?
Anything but a legend. Why is it not marked on publicly available maps and nautical charts? If the US Coast Guard is so concerned with the safety of others, don't you think they have a responsibility to warn the populace about this abnormally dangerous region of the ocean?
Sure.
Yet they and every other relevant authority willfully allow hundreds of ships and planes to sail and fly through the region.
And that is exactly why there's probably nothing big about it.
If we need a sign for wet floors,
just a nothing burger.
sign for imminent death by supernatural forces, seems justifiable. After all, the region that is the Bermuda Triangle is a highly trafficked region of the ocean.
Yeah,
exactly. Now, one could argue that more traffic equals more accidents,
higher chance,
thus more vanishments.
Yep.
But that would almost make a bit too much sense. One
too
of the
much?
articles I showcased at the beginning of the video concludes with this open-ended question. Will somebody please come up with an explanation or even suggestion as to just where all these planes, ships, and possibly submarines did go?
To the bottom of the ocean?
Take a wild stab at this and say the ocean. The ships and planes and possibly submarines sank into the depths of the ocean. Nope, they sink. I don't know what to tell you, but a catastrophe
okay, dude.
and buoyancy are just not the best of friends.
True.
Besides, do you
Fucking
really
metal.
want to listen to a clown
Literally
and a
metal.
sewer drain over the physical laws of reality itself?
Oh, yes. They float. Georgie. They float.
Okay, maybe I'm overtly facetious at this point, but the absurdity of this phenomenon is also what makes it so fascinating to me. Despite my best efforts, I've been totally unsuccessful in my attempts to understand what exactly constitutes as a Bermuda Triangle disappearance. How does one know when to attribute a missing craft to the Bermuda Triangle? It sounds like
that's a great question,
should be
actually.
an easy question to answer, but it is anything
No,
but.
not actually.
In some cases, such as in the case of Flight 19, the incident occurred within the general confines of the triangle, but Flight 19 is an exception. Most vanishments occur when the route of a plane or ship simply overlapped the triangle. In 1963, a ship known as the SS Marine Sulphur Queen departed a harbor in Beaumont, Texas,
Sulphur
heading
Queen.
for Norfolk, Virginia. Her last known location was here, but then she just vanished, as if sinking into some inexplicable abyss. Her disappearance is blamed on the
Mariana
powers of the
Trenches?
triangle, despite
even there,
the
right?
fact that the ship is just as likely to have disappeared in the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, the Coast Guard believes she disappeared just before reaching the Florida Keys, but what do they know? In 1954, a plane disappeared while traveling between the US state of Maryland and the Azores. It is said to be a victim of the Bermuda Triangle despite being outside its boundaries. It's even more embarrassing in the case of the aforementioned Carol A. Deering, as she safely traversed the entire Bermuda Triangle, only to go all hocus pocus once she had cleared it. Proponents will often justify these inclusions by invoking arguments of adjacent regions. In other words, disappearances in close proximity of the triangle.
So it's not a triangle anymore?
Part of the triangle. Oh,
come on.
How far do these adjacent regions extend? Is
Really
the Gulf
did.
of Mexico an adjacent region? The Caribbean Sea?
No.
The coast of Brazil? The coast of
Brazil?
Nova Scotia? The entire
Brazil!
North Atlantic, perhaps?
What?
If that's the case, why even bother with a triangle to begin with?
I agree.
I've compiled a list of some 40 disappearances said to be connected to the Bermuda Triangle, and if they are all to be included, I think we need a bigger triangle. If anything, the true mystery behind the Bermuda Triangle is
More
why
like,
people
again,
so
how did the character
adamantly
end?
insist upon it being mysterious. As far as I can tell, there is nothing uniquely conspicuous about this location as compared to the rest of the ocean. Ships and planes vanishing without a trace is unfortunately quite common and certainly not limited to a corner of the North Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, of course.
The amount of vanishments in a given area is largely dependent on factors such as the amount of traffic, the frequency of adverse meteorological phenomena, and the presence of powerful oceanic currents. The Bermuda Triangle ticks all three boxes. There's a ton of traffic, it is frequently invaded by hurricanes and storms, and it is intersected by the Gulf Stream. But I have to say the most crucial flaw of this alleged enigma is the variation. The fundamental aspect of the Bermuda Triangle is that these incidents can somehow be correlated. Yet each disappearance could not be more different.
Correlated is a
Some
strong
vanishments
word
occur
there.
during a storm, some when the sky is clear, some when the sea is turbulent, some when the sea is calm, some during the day,
it
some
happens.
during the night. Probable
One thing
causes
doesn't have
include
to
mechanical
have a connection with the
failure,
other.
explosions, human error, sabotage, fuel starvation, inexperience, piracy, mutiny,
Yeah,
etc.
so many
Some
different
ships and
reasonings.
planes are brand new, some are many decades old, some are extremely large, some are tiny. Bodies, debris, and wreckage can at times be recovered, other times it cannot. A distress signal is sometimes transceived, sometimes it is
He's complaining
not.
about
It
the
involves
lack of
every
a
type
pattern?
vessel and every type of
Is that it?
aircraft. They can be traveling at any speed, in any direction, at any altitude, with any number of passengers, for any amount of time, for any reason. Whatever this mysterious force is, it is certainly not selective about what, when, or how it strikes.
Sure, I guess. Don't buy it still. Oh, that was already over? Wow, that was a fast half an hour. What the fuck? I was so entertained by it. What the hell? Where's the next video? You bug? Hold on, chat. There we go.
In 2015, there was a huge excitement in the space community.
Mhm.
That is because up
Pluto?
until then, the best image we had of the Pluto system was this.
Holy
Hubble
moly.
also squinted
It's
its
a
lens at Pluto,
shiny ball.
but it is so small and distant. The best it could see
It's
was
not
a few
small,
blobs
it's
of
average.
variation.
Average,
But
okay?
In 2015, this all changed. That is because, after a 9-year journey, the New Horizons space probe flew by the dwarf planet, giving us a detail and fidelity of Pluto and its moons like we had never seen before. So the question is, what did the New Horizons probe see and discover during its flyby of the Pluto
I love the
system?
CFO market.
And
Card goes
what
down like
has it been
40% out
doing
of nowhere.
since the flyby?
Really? Did they get nerfed
I'm
or
Alex
something? Was there a
McColgan,
hot
and you're
fix?
watching
There has to have been
Stick
something,
with me
right?
in this video, and I will show you all the
Ain't no way
highlights
they
from
just
the New
dumped.
Horizons mission to the Pluto system and beyond.
Or someone was accumulating a lot of those cards to try and make some bucks.
Let's
But I
first of
doubt
all
it.
give you a quick bit of context in case you are
Was there
new
any
to
specific
Pluto,
card or what?
It's been a while since you last heard about it. Pluto is a remarkably pretty, tiny world, much smaller than our moon.
Pretty
It's
is
found
hard
in
to
the
tell.
Kuiper Belt, a
I mean, to be
dispersed
fair, every
belt of
planet, in my opinion, is
asteroid or
pretty, though.
comet-type objects
It is such
beyond
a
the orbit of
fascinating
Neptune.
object.
Pluto was the last of the traditional 9 planets to be explored. This was due to its distance from us, but also because, can you believe this, it wasn't considered a very interesting celestial
Team of the Year
object.
coming is one of the biggest events of the game. If people panic sell everything before the hits. Oh yeah, that's normal behavior.
To be approved.
I
And in
didn't know they had that
2006,
mechanic. Then that
New
makes
Horizons
sense.
was launched as part of NASA's New Frontier program for medium-budget space missions. The goal of the
Medium
mission
budget
was
space
to get
missions.
to Pluto
That was a
as
term I never
soon
heard
as
before.
possible, and as such, New Horizons was the fastest launch ever, it being a light
True.
spacecraft
That shit was mega
on the
fast.
most powerful rocket available at the time, a fully boosted Atlas V. It whizzed past the moon in only 9 hours. The Apollo missions took 10 times as long. On its way to Pluto, it used Jupiter as a gravity assist, which
Yeah.
shaved 3 years off the
Fucking,
arrival time.
how do you guys call it? It's not a boomerang,
It
it's
also
a
used Jupiter
slingshot?
as a trial
Gravitational
run for its
slingshot,
systems,
right? Is that the
taking
term
some
in English?
remarkable videos and images
It is in
of the planet
Portuguese.
and its moons.
I don't know if it is in English.
After this successful trial, New Horizons went into hibernation mode to prevent the wear
Then everything
and
goes
tear
up
of its
because people
instruments.
realize these cards are impossible to pack.
Leading up to its approach in 2015, the team
What do you
turned
mean, to
systems
pack?
back online, and every day the spacecraft
To
sent
get
back
out of the
images
packs, you
the
mean?
Pluto system.
Because they're just so rare,
This was
their
an
odds are low.
incredibly exciting time for enthusiasts following the story.
It's like you managing to get your character on ZZZ type shit.
Pluto could possibly
Like
look
0% odds.
and saw how different Pluto was from its biggest moon, Charon. Every
Charon.
day, the resolution got higher and higher, and more details could be made out. Yes,
Look at that,
there
it's so
were other
awesome.
scientific goals for the mission, but the most interesting thing to me was what it looked like.
I agree.
Soon there could be seen what looked to be a heart shape on the dwarf planet. On the 14th of July, the New Horizons probe made its closest approach, at only 12,500 kilometers from the surface of Pluto.
That's so
However,
close.
mission controllers didn't get a look straight away. Firstly, the probe was too busy taking a lot of photos during the flyby to send anything back immediately.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Once
That's
data
normal.
transfer commenced, they had to deal with the slow uplink speed of only 1 kilobit per second.
Whew.
Further to that, there was
Tough.
a 4.5-hour latency between the spacecraft and the Earth.
Yeah, that makes
What
sense.
it saw and sent
Nature,
back was
physics.
spectacular. Mountain ranges,
Oh,
ice
look at
plains,
that, chat.
glaciers,
Isn't that absurdly pretty, though?
It also had a good
Oh my
look at some
God.
of Pluto's moons. Let's go into detail about what it actually discovered during this flyby. One of the first things observed about Pluto is its unusual relationship with its moons. For a start, Pluto's biggest moon, Charon.
Yeah, let's hear me
orbits
and my two
very
friends were saving
closely
packs
to
for a
Pluto.
month and none of us packed a
It's
single
also very
thing
big
of the year
in
card. Oh yeah, for sure.
This
That's where
means
they
that the
probably make a
barycenter
shitload of
the two
money.
objects,
Because people
or
probably
in other
just
words,
burn it
central
all to
mass,
get them.
is outside
If I have to
the
guess.
primary object.
Wait,
They
what? It
actually
didn't
both
count?
orbit around a point in space.
Why?
Not only that,
I was beating
both
the shit
objects
out of
are
him.
tidally locked to each other. This means that if you stand on one, the other won't move from that point in the sky.
Yeah.
This is very unusual because while some moons are tidally locked to their parent planet, the planet is not also tidally locked to the moon.
Yeah, but Pluto's
Charon
far away
is
from
very
every other
different
object,
visually from
basically.
Pluto being
Right?
much darker. This implies they are not from the same origin. The rest of Pluto's moons are very small, only a few kilometers across. Their orbits are exceptionally circular.
They make this card so broken they're gonna be so good in April. They're gonna be good on fucking 2027 FIFA, that's how good they are.
The biggest visible feature on Pluto is this giant heart shape, which wowed the world when it first came into view. It has since been named Sputnik Planitia. It is the size of Texas, and it has a strong
The
color
size of
contrast to the
Texas?
surrounding area.
Wow, that's
Because
crazy.
It is a giant ice plane. In fact, during the flyby, it was confirmed that 98% of Pluto's surface is composed of nitrogen ice.
Makes sense.
On average, the temperature on the surface of Pluto is minus 229 degrees Celsius, which means water ice would be rigid and brittle.
Exactly.
On the other hand, nitrogen ices at this temperature act like water ice on Earth, meaning it can flow as glaciers. This can
I
especially be
see.
seen around
Is
the edge of the
not dense ice.
glaciers flowing into the gaps
Like
around
airy
the craters
ice.
and mountain ranges.
I get it.
The ice plains themselves have giant polygon
I see some
shapes
specs, but
across the
I didn't
entire
expect
area.
anything. Yeah, this is the best thing you
There
can
are
do.
also no
Just don't
craters,
have
which means
expectations,
it
right?
must be a relatively new feature, or a feature that is being continually renewed. It is perhaps only 10 million years old. The polygonal cells show ridges on them, which are likely caused by sublimation, the process of an ice turning directly into a gas.
Yeah, I remember
Ices
studying that.
sublimate and freeze here regularly, creating troughs and pits, meaning these polygons are likely to be convection cells. These cells are moving and can be seen pouring into the mountain ranges surrounding the region through slow-moving glaciers. Sputnik Planitia could be compared to Greenland and Antarctica, in that it controls the climate of Pluto heavily.
Oh, I see what I mean.
Although it is not known for certain, Sputnik Planitia could have formed from an impact, and ices filled the crater in from a potential subsurface liquid ocean.
I
This
see.
filled-in basin actually causes a positive gravitational anomaly. A gravitational anomaly is where the gravity at one point is different from elsewhere on the object.
Yeah,
the
I
ice
get it.
plane is directly facing away from Charon, which would align it up with the object's tidal axis. Due to the short distance between Pluto and Charon,
That's interesting.
tidal effects are very strong on both objects.
I thought it was gonna be because of
This could be the
the
reason why
absurd
Pluto is
differences in
tidally locked to Charon, and the two objects can't look away from each other.
height.
Surrounding the ice plains are vast mountain ranges made of water ice, which, when viewed from the side on, look spectacular.
Oh my god, look at me die.
Water ice is the only type of ice detected on Pluto that would be strong enough to support heights of several kilometers at this temperature. Among the mountains found on Pluto, there might also be some which are cryovolcanoes, some of the most likely candidates being Wright Mons. It is 4 kilometers tall, one of the highest peaks on Pluto, and a big depression is found in the center. Cryovolcanoes could be a contributing factor for Pluto's young surface. Here is an extremely interesting region called Tartarus Dorsa. It is an extensive, highly distinct set of 500-meter high mountains that resemble snakeskin or tree bark. They are thought to be penitentes. If that is true, Pluto is the only place in the solar system other than Earth where they have been observed. Even on Earth, they are very rare, but some can be found in the Atacama Desert and other dry, high-altitude regions. The ones on Pluto are much taller and cover a much vaster area than on Earth.
That looks cool.
We can only imagine what they look like up close. Another obvious feature of Pluto is the dark material that seems to be sprinkled on the surface in some areas. The biggest such area is called Cthulhu Macula.
Cthulhu?
It is weirdly reminiscent of a whale in shape, as can be seen in this image.
Whale,
the
come
region
on,
on Pluto
guys.
is much more
A
heavily
little bit
cratered
of
than
a
the heart,
push,
which implies
is it
the
not?
surface there is much older. Mountain ranges can be seen in the middle of Cthulhu Macula, topped with what is thought to be methane ices. Methane apparently condenses as frost at higher altitudes on Pluto. The dark color is thought to be a deposit of tholins, a kind of tar made up of hydrocarbons that have interacted with sunlight. Similar deposits can be seen on one of Saturn's moons, Iapetus, so the process has been seen elsewhere in the solar system. Scientists suspected this substance was tholins as soon as New Horizons started sending images back.
Why is the game not counting my progress? What the fuck, dude? Give me the... Count the kill. This is the second time already. What? This is stupid.
But its distribution over Pluto's surface was baffling. Why are only some areas covered? Also, how dynamic are the processes surrounding the distribution of tholins? Has Pluto looked like this for a while, or is this a changing environment? It turns out that these tholins may well be connected to cryovolcanism found on Pluto. Pluto is one of the few objects in our solar system where cryovolcanoes are actively shaping its surface. Water from either the mantle or from pockets of water trapped in the crust erupt over the surface of Pluto, creating a varied landscape. But it turns out that it's not just water found in these eruptions, but tholins are clearly mixed in too. Data from Hubble suggested that Pluto was getting redder, and New Horizons may have passed by during Pluto's reddest time of its year. And New Horizons may have found out why. Here, in a region called Viking Terra, we see a cryovolcano that has fountained this water tholin slurry across the immediate surroundings. Just next to this region, we see a crater and trough filled by this slurry during another eruption. By the trough, you can see where this slurry flowed down and pooled.
Yeah, you truly can.
This can also be
That's
seen
crazy that we got to those such high quality pictures, chat. Look at that, man. Isn't that fucking awesome, man?
However,
Isn't it crazy that in 5 to 10 years, kids are gonna call these images AI, even though they were taken like 20 years ago? Isn't that crazy? Man, the world's fucking lost, really. But I was gonna say this is other AI, and I'm like, bro, this shit was taken 20 years before AI. Like, what are you guys talking about? It's gonna be some moon. It's like moon landing shenanigans. I bet you this moon landings conspiracy theorists in a couple years, all of them are gonna be saying, no, but the moon landing was AI. The US government already had AI created 50 years before AI came out for public. And I'm like, come on, man. Eventually you guys are just gonna have to swallow it.
Interesting thing about tholins is not found on Pluto itself, but rather on its twin dwarf planet, Charon.
Oh.
In this enhanced color image of Charon, what do you immediately notice? The red cap over its north pole. Incredibly, because Pluto's gravity is so weak, when it erupts this slurry mixture, some of it escapes Pluto altogether and makes the 19,000 kilometer journey to Charon.
What?
The tholins
That's
are
crazy. Losing mass?
Pluto and Charon are tidally locked
The
to
other
each
planet?
other.
That's
They only ever show each other one face. Poetically speaking, Pluto is always hiding its heart from Charon in this eternal waltz. This means that more tholins fall on a specific spot.
Like a dual solar, like a dual stellar system, or like a dual black hole.
And speaking of Charon, some interesting discoveries have been made about it too. It is a water ice world, unlike Pluto, whose surface is predominantly nitrogen.
Water instead of nitrogen.
As such, it doesn't really have an atmosphere like Pluto does, as the water ice is locked to the surface. On Pluto, the nitrogen ice sublimates depending on Pluto's seasons, meaning Pluto's atmospheric density can vary by many orders of magnitude over the course of its year.
I see.
With this sublimating and refreezing of the atmosphere, Pluto's appearance may change dramatically over the course of its 248-year-long seasonal cycle. For me, the most impressive discovery that New Horizons was able to confirm was that Pluto has an atmosphere. And not only that, but the images are incredible. Due to Pluto's small size and weak gravity,
Hold on, chat. I need to pee. Give me 1 minute. Back chat, sorry. Ended up taking longer than I expected since I have to shit. My bad. My bad. We back.
Atmosphere appears to extend high above the surface of Pluto. Earth's atmosphere, while being much more massive and dense compared to Pluto, hugs the planet comparatively tightly, as the gravity is a lot stronger.
I think I'm gonna push my world quest.
Pressure on Pluto, on the other hand,
I mean,
is
44 out to 100,
low,
I'm pretty close.
roughly 10 microbars,
I should probably push
or
the
100,000 to 1 million times weaker than the surface pressure on Earth. It is theorized that the pressure could increase to as much as 18 to 280 millibars, 3 times the surface pressure on Mars and a quarter of the surface pressure on Earth. This may happen throughout Pluto's year. At some points in its orbit, it is closer to the Sun than Neptune. This would make the temperature rise, causing the surface ices to sublimate into gases, the process of which there is evidence of in the ice plains. But the last time Pluto was thought to have an atmospheric density similar to Mars was 900,000 years ago. At this pressure and temperature, the conditions could be right for liquid nitrogen to form on Pluto's surface.
Eyes of Ashara.
Some evidence of this might be found here, in what
Is that a
appears to be
dungeon?
a frozen lake. At any rate, within just 1 year, Pluto's atmospheric density can vary by a factor of 4 due to seasonal variations. That is a massive contrast compared to other solar system objects with atmospheres, which generally stay pretty consistent. The atmosphere consists of the same ices found condensed on the surface, namely nitrogen, methane, and carbon dioxide. The other fascinating discovery New Horizons made about the atmosphere is that it has up to 20 haze layers. Haze layers themselves were not unexpected, but the amount of them was. They can clearly be seen in some of these images, acting like layers of a thin kind of fog. Sunlight can be seen streaming through one such layer in this photo, the shadows from the mountains clearly seen in contrast to the sunlight shining through the haze. The layers do not appear to be level across the planet. Here you can see this haze layer high above the surface, but on this side of the image it touches the surface. On a side note, to me these are the most breathtaking photos of Pluto, and I purposefully saved them until last. You can truly appreciate depth and the scale of the mountain ranges, Pluto almost seeming like a toy replica due to the extreme topographical relief.
Wow, it does look awesome.
These mountains appear so high because Pluto is so small and its gravity is not strong enough to pull them down. In June 2020, scientists released a paper stating that under Pluto's surface is believed to be an ocean of liquid water, very much like the icy moons of the gas planets. It was originally thought that Pluto formed cold, being so far away from the Sun. However, evidence from New Horizons suggests that this is not the case.
Pluto could have
Rather,
been
it
pushed
started
away
off hot.
afterwards.
This means it's
Yeah,
always
I think
had an
everything
ocean.
probably started
And
hot,
if
no?
that is true, then there
Just
is a
because of the way
case
the
that
gravity and
habitability on Pluto
friction
may be just
happens.
as good as habitability on
Right?
the closer icy moons. In
Not
fact,
tripping.
if Pluto is the standard for dwarf planets found in the Kuiper Belt generally, there may be many more habitable worlds out there. How do we know it had a hot start? There is evidence of expansion, not contraction, on its surface.
Oh.
These cracks show the crust is moving apart, not folding over itself.
Oh.
If this is true, and Pluto had a hot start, perhaps with bombardments
sense, I
from
guess.
other planetesimals heating it up during the early stages of the solar system,
Nice, a little.
it
I
could
hope
be
so.
that shortly after it was formed, it would have had enough thermal energy that it was once an ocean world. This really puts a new
this one.
perspective on how the solar system formed. While the absence of craters is limited to Sputnik Planitia, it is amazing how few craters there are on Pluto and Charon generally. This might not just be because their surfaces are young, but perhaps the Kuiper Belt is more devoid of smaller objects than we may have first thought. The flyby was over in a matter of days, and New Horizons started heading deep into the Kuiper Belt. New Horizons had traveled so far from Earth at this point that when it looked at our closest star system, Alpha Centauri, it was clearly in a different place from New Horizons' perspective than from ours.
What? What does that mean?
This is due to the parallax effect, something
Oh.
I've done a video about here
I
if
see.
you want to see some more astronomical examples. It's just mind-boggling to me to think about how far New Horizons has traveled relative to us, so much so that Alpha Centauri has moved from New Horizons' perspective. Conversely, however, New Horizons has traveled all that way, and that's the only difference it's made to the view of our closest neighbor. Space is just so big. When New Horizons made its flyby of Pluto back in 2015, it barely slowed down at all. Its trajectory after the encounter actually took it further into the Kuiper Belt. Given that this region is so far from Earth,
I guess I can
it is
cheese the
largely
dungeon.
uncharted territory, a place where no man has gone before. So,
That looks
did
so
the New
pretty.
Horizons team know of an object that they could visit next? Yes, they did, and its name is Arakoth. But incredibly, they didn't even know of its existence before New Horizons was launched.
I was about to ask, what the fuck is that? Never heard of that before.
What does it look like? And what makes it unlike anything we've ever seen before? You see, the year previous to the Pluto flyby, time had been given to the New Horizons team with the Hubble Space Telescope, so that they could locate an object for New Horizons to visit after Pluto. Hubble actually discovered 3 new objects reasonably close to where New Horizons would be going, and after studying the data, the 35-kilometer long object now known as Arakoth was chosen. As a result, Arakoth would be the first object visited that was discovered after the spacecraft visiting it was launched.
That's crazy.
New Horizons was healthy and well after the Pluto
It's cool too,
flyby,
though.
with propellant left in its tank and years left in its RTG, and so commands were quickly sent to New Horizons by the mission team to adjust its course so that it could rendezvous with a promising new target. Being so small and far away, we didn't know much about the object. All Hubble could detect was its color and the dips and peaks in its brightness as it rotated. However, scientists also observed Arakoth's occultation of a star. Incredibly, from this occultation, they were able to predict the shape of Arakoth, and as you will see later, this prediction was almost exactly right. At the very least, they knew it would be an
Math is just
elongated
amazing,
object,
to be honest.
so
Physics and
potentially
math
a
is
contact
created
binary,
it.
or simply a long
Really is.
asteroid-type object. It was up to New Horizons to confirm their predictions. 3 years after leaving Pluto, in August of 2018, New Horizons began its approach phase at a distance of 172 million kilometers. At this distance, Arakoth was barely visible to New Horizons against the backdrop of distant stars. But by December 2018, it was bright in New Horizons' view.
You should have done it all in Mythic, huh?
Traveling at 51,000 kilometers an hour, New Horizons was rapidly gaining on Arakoth, and science data at this point was already beginning to be collected. As New Horizons got closer and closer, Arakoth's shape could start to be resolved. It was bizarre looking, what appeared to be a contact binary, and was relatively crater-free with a lumpy surface. It was unlike any of the asteroids or comets we had ever seen up close before. On the 1st of January 2019, New Horizons made its closest approach at a distance of only 3,500 kilometers from its surface, and it was on this day that it captured most of its science data. This flyby made Arakoth the most distant object ever visited by a spacecraft.
Bro, I swear to God, I never heard about this Arakoth shit.
6.5 billion kilometers from the
That's
sun
cool.
at the time, or roughly 45 times further away than the Earth is from the sun.
When was this video
Being
posted,
this
by
far
the way?
away, the data speed was abysmally slow between Earth and New Horizons,
Yeah,
at only
I can
1
imagine.
kilobit per second.
Not even
I
1
will
kilobit per
mention
second, less than
it's
that, right?
incredible to
Because it
me
was
that
already
the
1 kilobit
technology
per
was
second
left
on
for them to
Pluto.
communicate with New Horizons at all.
Right?
This slow data transfer speed has meant that it's taken around 2 years to send all of the data it collected around Arakoth back to Earth. The highest priority data was sent back first, namely the images, although I do remember at the time that the highest resolution images took a while to arrive back. Only low resolution images were available when all the media outlets were publishing stories of the flyby, meaning I would guess that most of the general public never saw Arakoth in all of its glory.
Why are they coming after me?
So, here it is,
never did
the
even
highest
aggro that.
resolutions we have of this fascinating object in true color. What you'll immediately notice about Arakoth is that it is reddish in color, unlike most asteroids nearer to home, which are grayer and darker. It's red because of a similarity it shares with Pluto. It
What?
has an abundance of tholins on its surface.
Tholins?
Tholins are organic compounds that have been broken down by solar and cosmic rays.
Oh.
Organic compounds on the surface probably included methane and ammonia at one point.
Oh,
However,
I see.
Arakoth does not have any of these substances left,
Interesting.
probably due to its low mass.
Interesting.
What Arakoth's spectra does reveal is that it has methanol, hydrogen cyanide, and water ice on the surface. This abundance of methanol on Arakoth's surface is the main factor behind its red color, as irradiated methanol is likely the cause of the tholins. However, there is a bit of a mystery in Arakoth's spectra, as interestingly, there is also an absorption band at 1.8 micrometers in Arakoth's spectra, and scientists do not know what this compound is. It is yet to be identified. It's nothing we've seen before. It's a shame we weren't able to get a sample of its surface to be able to say for sure. The next thing you'll notice about Arakoth, compared to asteroids closer to home, is the absence of small impact craters.
Oh, it did count.
It
Nice.
is believed that this is due to the nature of the Kuiper belt itself. It could have 20 to 200 times the mass of our asteroid belt, but a lot of this mass is also contained within large Pluto-like bodies which dot the belt. While we can't say for sure what the population of the Kuiper belt is, it is definitely more spread out than our asteroid belt, simply because it's
Also,
20
Valor is the
times as
dungeon or the
wide
raid?
and has a much bigger circumference. Being this far from the sun means orbital speeds are
The
much
dungeon.
slower,
Oh, okay, nice.
so even if an impact does occur, it will be at a low velocity. Meteorites you see creating shooting stars in the Earth's atmosphere may hit us at around 75 kilometers a second, whereas impacts in the
24
Kuiper
seconds.
belt may only be at speeds of 300 meters per second. This depression here, which looks like a crater, may not actually have been formed from a collision, but it could be a sinkhole caused by the escape of volatile substances just
Yeah,
under the
gas and
surface.
shit. Yeah.
The lack of collisions means that what we see of Arakoth now
What the
is like
fuck is that? That is a question mark.
Early solar system, an object that has been preserved for billions
Crazy.
of years. Although a slow collision is one of the ways this object may have come into being. When asteroids in the asteroid belt impact each other at high speeds, they either cause craters or cause the body to completely fragment. But a slow collision, like those in the Kuiper belt, may cause both objects to simply merge. It may also be that the two lobes of Arakoth formed side by side in a swirling cloud of ice fragments that coalesced into two orbiting bodies. Eventually, these bodies got closer and closer until they joined together. In any case, the merging would have happened very slowly because there weren't many fractures or stress lines to speak of, so the maximum speed of the collision would be no more than 2 meters a second. Plus, the two objects would have also had to have been tidally locked to each other before merging too. The fact
Makes
that
sense.
both lobes of Arakoth look very similar gives weight to the theory that they formed in the same region. Before Arakoth got its formal designation, you may have known it by a different name. It was originally nicknamed Ultima Thule.
Ultima
Now, the
Thule?
individual lobes are known as Ultima and Thule.
What?
You'll also notice some very bright regions on
Never
the
heard of that
surface.
before.
The ones in the crater are probably from avalanches as material fell inward after the sinkhole appeared. The other major bright patch is found around the connecting point between the two lobes. It's not known with certainty why this region is brighter, but theories suggest that this region sees the least amount of sunlight, so perhaps volatile substances can build up here, like ammonia ice. It could also be that because this region would be the center of gravity of the object, loose material rolls down the lobes to collect in the center. With a density of only 0.5 grams per centimeter cubed, Arakoth is not going to be densely packed, but it is probably porous. Volatile materials would have escaped the interior of the object over time due to an internal heat source, but then these materials would freeze on the surface, leaving behind only rocky remains inside. This heat source can still be detected to some degree, as models suggest that Arakoth should only be 12 to 14 Kelvin. However, New Horizons found that it was in fact 29 Kelvin.
14 Kelvin.
That is still
29 Kelvin.
extremely
Wow,
cold,
that's so
just
yeah.
not quite as cold as we were expecting.
Oh, that's fine though. It is
One last mysterious
inside the
characteristic
variance,
of
I guess.
Arakoth that isn't immediately apparent from these images,
Probably.
that only got discovered after trawling through the New Horizons data. And that is that Arakoth is in fact much flatter than we would have expected.
Flat
We didn't notice
Earthers?
it at first because Arakoth rotates like this, meaning we didn't see too much of it lit up from a side angle. We don't really know why it's flat. Maybe it was due to centrifugal forces when the individual lobes formed, implying it was
probably.
spinning a lot faster than it is today.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's due to the way Arakoth orbits and rotates, meaning one side of the object is constantly exposed to the sun for decades at a time. This would cause volatile substances to escape only on one side, until later in the year when the other side is exposed to the sun.
Then that would
Research is still underway
make
to
it-
model the cause.
I think the first explanation makes more sense, no?
As New Horizons left Arakoth, it looked back and caught one last glimpse of its silhouette against the backdrop of stars. Who knows if Arakoth will ever be visited again, so it may well be that this is the last close-up view that we will ever have. What's next for New Horizons? Well, it still has life in its battery and 11 kilograms of fuel still on board, so the hunt is now underway to search for any additional targets.
7 kilograms of fuel? That's so
Beyond that,
much.
It will follow the path of the Voyagers, passing through the heliosphere of the solar system.
Yeah, it already did
2030s.
pass through the heliosphere, didn't it? Like 2 months
No
ago?
other Kuiper Belt object can be discovered
Pretty
close
sure.
enough to its current trajectory that it can do a third flyby. The New Horizons team is already submitting proposals for an extended mission that will have a completely different focus. They want to convert New Horizons into a highly productive observatory, conducting planetary science, astrophysics, and heliospheric observations that no other spacecraft can, simply because New Horizons is the only spacecraft in the Kuiper Belt and the Sun's outer heliosphere,
Yeah.
far enough away to perform some unique
Where are the
kinds
boys?
of astrophysics. Those studies would range from unique new astronomical observations of Uranus, Neptune, and dwarf planets, to searches for free-floating black holes and the local interstellar medium, along with new observations of the faint optical and ultraviolet light of extragalactic space. Beyond that, New Horizons has already given us a wealth of data on Kuiper Belt objects that we would not have known about otherwise. Who knew that
see
this
that.
is what Pluto would look like? That Karen has a red cap? That
A red
Arakoth
cap.
would be flat?
That's insane, dude.
And considering these are the only Kuiper Belt
Red
objects
cap.
we've ever seen up close, there's bound to be a lot more out there that's still waiting to surprise us.
Oh shit, that's as fuck, boys!
Pluto is a captivating member of the solar system. But whenever I make an Astrum video about it, for all that I cover, I can never cover everything. Sometimes my videos leave you in the comments with questions unanswered, like, why is Pluto so hard to see from Earth when telescopes like Hubble can see distant galaxies? How is it that New Horizons photos of
What do you
Pluto
mean?
were so illuminated when it's supposed to be so dark out there, so far from the sun? I love these sorts of questions, as the answers to them give us a fascinating insight into the way the universe works. So, if you've ever had questions about Pluto, this might just be your moment. It's time for you to get some answers. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum, and I'm going to answer 4 of your top questions about Pluto.
Wait,
the
didn't-
answers to these questions will be intriguing, unique, and even emotive.
Is the video repeating
But
itself?
Let's jump right into it. How can Hubble see distant galaxies clearly, but not Pluto?
No, I guess
Hubble
not.
has
I guess
taken
this is the
some of
second
the most
segment inside the video,
breathtaking
right?
images of space that we know of, giving us clear views of galaxies millions of light years away. And yet, it struggles to take clear images of celestial bodies much closer to us, like Pluto and other trans-Neptunian objects. Surely that doesn't make sense. How can it see something so clearly so far away, and yet the most detailed view of Pluto is this? The answer is a lot simpler than you may think. It's all about the angular diameter of the object in question.
Yeah.
This fantastic image is the Andromeda Galaxy, a galaxy found roughly 2 million light years away from us. You might think that this distance would make it relatively small from our perspective.
No.
But even though it is
Forgetting
so
how
far
much
away,
bigger it is.
use a high exposure camera and you'll find that it is actually 6 times bigger than the sun or a full moon in our sky.
Exactly.
This is because it is big.
Really big.
220,000 light years across. And
Yeah.
at that size, 2 million light years away from us is not enough to make it seem tiny.
Exactly.
Its size and distance from us means that it covers 3 degrees across the night sky. It is so big, in fact, that when Hubble looked at it, it couldn't see the whole thing in one go. It simply couldn't zoom out.
Like in the videos today, Liquid?
So this image
Hope so.
is actually a mosaic of hundreds of Hubble exposures. And even then, they couldn't fit the whole galaxy in at once. This is true of other galaxies as well. Now, most galaxies aren't as close or as big as Andromeda, but they are still big enough for Hubble to image them and see interesting details while it's at it. Here's the Pinwheel Galaxy, 21 million light years away. Notice how it covers the gap between some foreground stars found in our galaxy. That's
Bro, let me loot the
some
chest!
idea of how big it is in the sky. If you could see it clearly with your naked eye, it would appear just smaller than the moon.
What do you mean I'm in combat against who?
Even though it is so far away, it is huge, and so still has a large apparent size in our sky. As you can imagine, this makes it much easier to image. Just as a side note,
Cry playing Weekend League is way more entertaining. Oh yeah, for sure, right?
it would be if all galaxies local to us were bright enough to be visible to the naked eye.
But it's just not my type of thing.
But what about Pluto? We might need to clarify our measurements. To describe the size of something in the sky, astronomers use degrees, arc minutes, and arc seconds. 60 arc minutes in a degree.
You're joking?
60 arc seconds
nah, you're
in an
not.
arc minute.
You can be honest with me, no problem.
So Andromeda
if you find
was
that more
3 degrees
entertaining,
across,
it's totally chill.
And the moon is about
it is what it
30
is.
arc minutes across. The Pinwheel Galaxy is about 28 arc minutes across. Pluto
Okay, they
is
did
a
work. Let me go deliver the quest.
0.11 arc seconds across at its closest approach to us. That makes it ridiculously small in our night sky. A wonder that Hubble can resolve any details on it at all. But again, closer and larger planets, which have bigger apparent sizes, can be resolved more easily by Hubble. That's why sending New Horizons to Pluto back in 2015 was so exciting. We really didn't know what to expect before we got there,
Wow,
as we don't
so
have
dark
a
heart
telescope
ticket.
powerful enough to resolve any details on Pluto. And so, everything New Horizons sent back was a revelation. Here's one last example from right here on Earth, to really hit the idea home. In this picture, you can see objects at various distances and sizes. I want you to think of this flower as Pluto. It's small and blurry at this distance.
Dark Heart Ticket is 100% the one I'm gonna try.
There's some buildings in the background.
You just run
much
through
further
anything?
away than the flower,
I don't know if it interests me nowadays. No game, no movie. I'm kind of burned out. Alright, I don't
Imagine
know.
These are the galaxy's Hubble images.
Without due
So
respect, maybe
that
you're
should
just
clear up the
depressed.
mystery of
It happens
our first
also, alright?
question. On to
It
number
just
2.
does. It happens.
Why does Pluto and its big moon Charon orbit around a point in empty space? Not all of you would know that Pluto was doing this, but those who had heard of it might have cause to wonder. Is there something invisible and hugely dense there? Perhaps some kind of tiny, lurking black hole? As the New Horizons probe approached Pluto and Charon in 2015, it saw
9
this
minutes.
orbiting phenomenon up close and in detail. But in reality, no
Like I
black
set up a
hole
new game, don't give a
exploration
fuck
is
after 30
necessary.
minutes. Yeah, that happens. It happened to me a lot too. When I was so tired after working,
Even though they had never detected anything.
I just couldn't game anything. You know what I mean? I would open a game and I'm like, yeah,
Everything in space,
my brain is just not in that
Pluto,
headspace right now. I just can't game. Doesn't matter, right? I can try as much as I want. It's not gonna
mass between two
end up
objects.
doing anything.
To help visualize
It
this,
happens. It
if
really
I
does.
get a nice butternut squash on one end of a stick and a kiwi on the other, we can see that the center of mass is more towards the butternut. For most of the planets, with their much greater mass than the moons orbiting them, the center of mass in these situations resides within the planet itself, meaning it wobbles as the moon's gravity tugs on it. With Pluto and Charon, though, they are much more similar in mass, which means the point in which they orbit is outside of Pluto, making it appear like they are swinging around an invisible object in space. The only other place that this happens with all the other big celestial objects in the solar system is, surprisingly, the Sun and Jupiter.
What?
So, another enigma about Pluto solved. Now, what about number 3? A lot of you have asked, how are the New Horizons images of Pluto so bright, seeing as Pluto is so far away from the Sun? Surely Pluto would be pitch black in reality, right? Well, the answer is, with your naked eye, if you were to look at Pluto, it would indeed be darker than in these images. But interestingly, not as dark as you may suspect. Thankfully, we don't have to try
I'm in the wrong
imagine
spec.
it, because twice a day on Earth, at dawn and dusk, the illumination of our sky matches how bright Pluto can get at its high noon. NASA calls this Pluto time,
There we go.
and you can check this website out
Now I
to
can
find
play.
out when it will happen next where you are. As you can see, it's Pluto time here, and my mobile phone camera can still easily take a video.
Pluto
Pluto
time?
is an average of 40
What?
times further away from the Sun than the Earth, and only has a 1600th of the sunlight. Direct sunlight on Earth is 100,000 lumens per square meter, so on Pluto it would be around 60, the equivalent to an indoor stairway or corridor lighting. Even if that level was a problem for our cameras, we can still see darker objects by utilizing longer exposure times. Here's nighttime where I am, and with a 15-second exposure, my camera can pick up a lot of details.
Yeah.
And if it still appears dark,
Exposure is fucking awesome. I love that. I love how the tech works. It's such a simple concept, right?
So, there
Crazy.
you go.
I wonder who the hell
Why
was the guy
Pluto
that
appears so
realized that
bright
that was
in New
possible.
Horizons
Such a
photos.
simple physics concept.
We've got one last question to go, and I think this perhaps is the biggest question the general public ask about Pluto. It is part a search for answer, part a cry at the injustice of it all, but its answer actually comes with some fascinating nuance. It is, of course, this. Why is Pluto not a planet anymore? Before I explain, did you know that we once were considered to have 100 planets in our solar system? It's true. Throughout the ages, the number of planets in our solar system has gone up and down quite
I did
a lot.
count all of them.
And
Nice.
no, before you ask, this is not because planets suddenly appeared and disappeared, but rather due to how they were discovered. Since antiquity, there were 5 planets beyond Earth, which are the ones visible to the naked eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter.
This Divinity can't be this bad either, but I just didn't enjoy it. Yeah, that happens, man. Again, especially if you're not in that headspace. These games, they demand you to be in a specific mindset to play them, in my opinion at least, right? And I'm a fan of that, you know that I've said it a billion times. But these games demand a really specific mind
More and more planet candidates would be
to play. I'm not saying that you don't like them. I'm just saying that sometimes you're not in the mood to play them, right? And trying to force it just makes it worse.
The asteroid belt.
You know what I'm trying to say?
A large belt of asteroids between the orbit of Mars and Jupiter. But these were not initially listed as asteroids. In science textbooks in the early 1800s, they were all listed as planets. In the middle of the 1800s, Neptune was discovered, and within a few decades, we had quite a list of planets on our hands. There just wasn't a clear distinction between the 8 planets we know today and the large asteroids that were being discovered. By the 1860s, over 100 asteroids had been found, and they were finally given their own distinct classification as asteroids. Asteroids were described as objects that couldn't be distinguished from stars by the fact that they move across the sky. So you might as well ask why
cosmetics?
Pallas isn't considered a planet, or demand justice for Juno. A lot of people in the
did I
world
get them for
feel
doing
like
their
Pluto
achievements?
has been hard done by. But Pluto was just another victim of this ruthless refinement of categorization. In 1930, Pluto was discovered, and with the excitement of finding something so large and distant, it was classified as a planet. However, within a few decades, it was discovered that it didn't follow the conventions of traditional planets.
Yep, that's why it became
Planets
a
we know have
dwarf
circular
planet?
orbits
Is that how you say it in
align
English?
roughly with the plane of the solar
Sometimes they
system.
call it a planetoid.
Pluto,
Yeah.
on the other hand, orbits at an angle to the solar system.
Lower return to
Its
Karazhan.
orbit is so elliptical that at some points during its year, it's closer to the Sun than Neptune. But it was also unique, so no one minded it being called a planet. But then in the 1970s, Pluto was discovered to be a lot tinier than expected. It turned out that its mass is only 1/6
Less than
of
a
our
minute?
moon.
Oh, yeah.
This made things a little awkward. Why call Pluto a planet,
Oh, I'm
but
farming
not
a shit ton of bronze.
when it was so much bigger than Pluto? Trouble continued for Pluto in the 90s, when telescopic technology had greatly increased, and other
Did I
worlds
change
were
my
being
gloves?
discovered in and around the orbit of Pluto. Just like the discovery of the asteroid belt, it quickly became apparent that there was another belt
Take these
beyond
off.
the orbit of Neptune, now known as the Kuiper Belt. These objects are still being discovered.
What the hell are those
the
gloves
most
that I'm
famous
wearing,
ones
dude?
being Eris, Sedna, Haumea, and Makemake.
Make?
Seriously, they have found a lot. Just look at this list. In 2006, the International Astronomical Union knew that something had to be done. It was time to come up with a new definition for the word planet. They finally classified a planet as a celestial body that A. is in orbit around the Sun, B. has sufficient mass for its self-gravity to overcome rigid body forces so that it assumes a hydrostatic equilibrium or a nearly round shape, and C. has cleared the neighborhood around its orbit. So, although Pluto fits the bill for the first two categories, because it lies in the Kuiper Belt, it has not cleared its orbit and thus is not a planet. I have heard argument that lots of the planets actually have many asteroids in their orbits too, but it is a bit different to have some asteroids around you compared to being in an actual belt.
True.
Pluto is instead known as a dwarf planet, which is almost the same except it's not massive enough to have cleared its orbit. We shouldn't see this as a slight against Pluto, but rather because of these new discoveries, we have a whole new category of celestial objects to learn about.
Sure.
Also, because of the classification change, there is a silver lining for the Once Planet series. It got promoted from being an asteroid to becoming a dwarf planet. Better
Ooh.
than nothing.
Who got that promotion?
So there you have it. 4 questions about Pluto solved. But how many more questions have now arisen? Perhaps as you've watched the icy beauty of Pluto and learned of its mysteries, all that's happened is it's got your mind turning in even more directions. Like the mythical Hydra, maybe this is a beast that can never truly be slain with just chopping off its heads. But that's part of the beauty of the universe. We can learn so much, and there is still so much more to learn. It's the journey that is the most satisfying. If watching this video has sparked in your mind any more questions about Pluto, its motions and characteristics, or about our solar system in general, let me know in the comments below. I might do more videos like this one going forward, and would love to know what you think. But for now, whatever you were wondering about Pluto, hopefully you now know a little bit more.
Oh shit, there's 3 enemies here?
This is Pluto. A strange and beautiful world, so remote that
What
the
the
sun
fuck is
looks
this
merely
dungeon?
like a bright star in its firmament. The icy dwarf planet, which sits at the edge of the Kuiper Belt, a disc-shaped region of dispersed bodies beyond the orbit of Neptune, looks like a fever dream of towering peaks, nitrogen ice glaciers, and winding canyons. It's extremely tiny, much smaller than our own moon, and far more colorful. Its surface hue varies from white to red to burnt orange and charcoal black. As a contrastive body, it is second in the solar system only to Saturn's moon Iapetus. Yet, until recently, even high-powered telescopes like Hubble could only make out just a few blobs of color on it. Pluto is so small and distant, being nearly 5 billion kilometers from Earth at its closest approach, that we only had a vague sense of what it looked like. However, that all changed in 2015, when NASA's New Horizons probe transmitted the first up-close images of Pluto ever taken, and they were astonishing. Veterans of this channel may remember previous videos I released on the New Horizons mission, but those were just the tip of the Plutonian glacier, so to speak. When it comes to Pluto, there's a lot to talk about, and we still have many more questions than answers. So what else can we learn about Pluto? What surprised scientists? And how are recent studies changing our understanding of the dwarf planet's past and present? I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we return to Pluto and highlight some of the most incredible features New Horizons saw on its flyby.
Oh, this we already watched 100%. Let's watch the complete story of the WoW killer chat.
2004, Blizzard Entertainment unleashed the World of Warcraft upon an unsuspecting world, and the MMORPG genre would never be the same.
Is that his voice? I don't remember being like this.
And casual-friendly evolution exploded into this cultural colossus. By 2008, it commanded 12 million subscribers, which was more than the population of many nations. It became more than a game, and more of this second home, except without another premium currency in order to buy items for the home. Its accessibility, its stylized art that aged gracefully, intuitive questing, and overall a very polished experience made it the undisputed king. However, this crown would also paint a bullseye on Blizzard's back, as every major publisher saw the same dollar signs, and they dreamed of dethroning the Titan, whether claimed by these developers themselves or by their fervent fans. The term WoW killer became the industry's most
7 million subscribers, motherfucker, we're rich.
So the question became,
they have more than 7 million subscribers still this day, Liquid.
And so over the next
they're still rich.
A parade of challengers armed with billion-dollar
it's crazy. And remember, when they had 20 million subscribers, they didn't have microtransactions. They do now. So even if they only have a third of what they used to have at their peak, right? Now they can monetize so much more, dude. Like deluxe editions, early access, skins, mounts. And Blizzard makes ass games, to be honest. I disagree. They make amazing games, and then they just kill the games. That's how I feel, at least. I don't know about you, but like they make the games like in the peak form, and they just slowly destroy them over and over and over. You can say that about Diablo, it was amazing, and they slowly killed it. Overwatch, amazing, slowly killed it. WoW, amazing, slowly killed it. StarCraft, amazing, slowly killed it. You see what I'm trying to say? Well, I didn't like Overwatch. What? Really? What? Overwatch was so big when it came out.
Mechanics and marketing budgets that rivaled Hollywood marched forth to claim the throne. Each was promised to be the one, and each, in the end, learned the same lesson. In today's video,
I get it if you didn't like Overwatch too, because of the difference in
games that dared to dream and to
what they promised and what we got.
Of the
but man, Overwatch 1 was so fun, and the loot boxes, man, the show was crack. Grinding loot box to get the skins you wanted.
Should have learned how to code. Unfortunately for them, that the premier back-end web development learning platform, boot.dev, had failed to exist yet.
What an ad, dude. What an ad.
Learning back-end development can sometimes feel like an endless grind. And as much as the world first 300 fishermen, world first Bloodsoul Admiral, rank 14, monotonous Adonis loves that. What if I told you that there's a way to make it as fun and as engaging as a video game? With boot.dev, you can learn back-end web development in Python and Go while feeling like you're leveling up.
It's kind of good, but I don't know, not good in game usage.
Designed to keep
no, but I'm not talking about Diablo 4, right? I'm talking Diablo 1, 2, 3, 4. See what I'm trying to say? Like, wow, from the launch till this day. Like, Overwatch from launch till Overwatch 2 this day, right? Modern Overwatch 2.
Levels.
When I'm complaining about like in that manner. See what I'm trying to say?
Development. And if you ever get stuck, they have an active Discord community as well as an AI guide boots to walk you through any tricky concepts. If you're interested, click the link.
I like when they create IPs, they create amazing shit, and then they just slowly kill it.
Entire first year if you go for the
I guess it's just a product of the fact that you lost all your creative capital, right? You lost all the founders of the company that were the good people that actually created those amazing games and franchises and shit.
Fans of these games, but I think in the future I would like to cover them all more in depth.
And then
than what you see here. And saying that just because they failed to take down one of the most popular video games of all time as people predicted or hoped, it doesn't mean that they were or are necessarily bad. even if they aren't as massive as people would have hoped. Many of them are still running today, and they're great games in their own right, and I'll try my best to do each of them justice. With that being said, we'll be going in chronological order.
Then the game lost its touch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Right? That is their fame, right? They create crazy good franchises and then they slowly kill it.
April 24th, 2007. The Burning Crusade is a few months old, and World of Warcraft at this point has firmly established themselves as the dominant MMORPG. And here comes one of the most popular nerd fantasy IPs ever made. It was a match made in heaven. You have this IP that's worshipped by nerds, debuting in what is possibly the nerdiest genre of game possible. And during the breakout of the genre, where it was reaching these new levels of popularity and breaking records every single day. It was a
that shit,
world.
WoW launch must have really been crazy, dude. If you really think about it, 2004, an online game that everyone could see each other, talk to each other all the time. Man, this shit must have been crazy.
It promised an immersive digital playground for fans craving to explore the Shire, or battle orcs in Moria, or even join the Fellowship's narrative. Beta testers flooded blogs and forums with glowing reports and praising its faithful adaptation to Tolkien's lore. Reviewers highlighted interesting systems like the deed system, which were achievement-like tasks that rewarded exploration, combat, and role-playing, as well as providing
D&D has such a good world too. Should be more mainstream, in my opinion. I agree. As a guy that played D&D on high school, not only D&D, right, but the D&D adjacent games too, right? Things that were inspired by D&D and shit. It really should get more merit, right? I guess most people, right, normies and shit, they really don't get that everything that we consume out of fantasy is based on D&D and Lord of the Rings. So people normies don't get that, right? They don't have the knowledge or wanting to understand all of that, right? But in the end of the day, if you know, you know, right? Like everything came from that, right? From a D&D and Lord of the Rings. Which is crazy if you think about it, right? How much influential those things were till this day and forevermore. What's going on? Are we rebooting? Huh? I guess we were over, huh? Oh, this is the one. Hold on, chat. Let me type them real quick. Sorry, let's continue.
Which in turn would draw in more role players and lore enthusiasts. So even though the Burning Crusade was pushing the game to new levels of popularity, many saw LATRO as the next big thing, thus labeling it the first serious WoW killer. They looked at it as this refined evolution of the MMORPG formula that could lure away dissatisfied players tied to Azeroth's more lightweight and cartoonish style. The marketing leaned quite heavily on the IP's popularity, teasing this living world where players could influence the events tied to the Lord of the Rings timeline and interacting with its iconic heroes, which was a very alluring draw and a nice.
Oh, Neverwinter that he's talking right now? Yeah, Neverwinter is cool, actually.
Initial sales were quite strong, with estimates suggesting that.
I heard its endgame isn't as good, but the game was pretty fun. I played it for a while. It was pretty fun.
At the time, the launch was relatively stable. Yet, despite this initial fervor, LATRO ultimately failed to unseat World of Warcraft, and it ended up settling into a respectable but still niche existence. And this was partly due to the game itself and just due to World of Warcraft's
Is he talking about Neverwinter? He is, right?
At this point in time, there were over 8 million subscribers. It just simply proved to be insurmountable, as Blizzard's game had already captured.
The thing about WoW and MMOs is just that WoW was so big that there was no reason to play any other MMO, right? Unless you were a dumbass like me that just liked to try new things, right? And was trying to find out what was gonna be the new evolution of MMOs and shit. Unless you were a guy like me, you would just play WoW forever because that was your comfort game. That was the biggest MMO on the planet. Still is the biggest MMO on the planet, whether you like it or not, right? I think it's crazy that nothing ever surpassed it, but still. If you're talking numbers, and it is a numbers game, right? If you know, you know. Like, it just reached like a critical mass, right? There were so many players playing WoW that why would people abandon everything that they had acquired in WoW, right? All the gear, the story, the friends, the guild, the achievements, to go play a competitor that they had no idea if it was going to be good or not, right? That didn't have 20 million players. Right? At some point, WoW simply just won by existing, right? They didn't have to do anything else. They simply won because they were so big that there was even not a point in competing. That's why every WoW killer gave up on being a WoW killer. They ended up being their own niche version of an MMO, right? And the ones that did, that actually found success. Really is crazy when you think about it. Popularity went down by now? It did, if you really think about it. It's a third of what it was at peak. Right? So you can argue it's 30% of what it once was, which is technically low, right? But 30% of 20 million is still a lot of people, right? The thing is, they can't get new players in. That's the problem. Because right now the game is too hard. They don't exist in consoles till this day, right? And like the game requires add-ons. There's like 30 buttons to press, which is too much for most gamers, let's be honest, right? People are 20 years behind on lore, achievements, gear, fashion, everything else, right? So like what it was once its biggest strength is now its biggest weakness, right? 100%. But what am I looking to say here? That's why they're doing the changes that they're doing, right? And the only reason why I'm playing WoW is because I'm hopeful that the changes that they're going to implement in the next expansion coming out in like March or whatever are going to be good enough so that they are able to bring in new players. Because what I think is that they will actually be able to port this game to console. Because all the things that they're doing right now in WoW, lowering the amount of buttons you gotta press by like half, and what else? Lowering the amount of buttons you gotta press, removing the add-on dependency on the game. You won't need to have add-ons to play the game anymore, right? Creating a fresh start of the story after the two next expansions. Because there's probably gonna be some way of a reboot on the story. I don't know how, but there probably will. So I can't wait to see what's gonna happen, right? That is the only reason why I'm getting back into WoW. Because I'm betting the Blizzard is actually finally gonna get a W after 20 years of getting L's, right? Also because of the Microsoft acquisition, right? So Blizzard now has infinite money, basically, if Microsoft gives them the ability to spend that money, right? So yeah, and because they are a part of Microsoft now, it's probably a reason to push it to consoles, right? And if they do, they're gonna get so many new players, right? That never touched WoW, never played an MMO in their lives. That's also their chance to renew the player base, right? Because right now, the WoW player base is just getting older and older and older, right? There's no new players coming in. Not enough, at least, to compensate the amount of old players leaving, right? Because people eventually become parents. People die. People get sick. All of those things impede people from playing, right? So they need to find a way to refresh the player base, right? That is a problem with League, for example, too, right? It's not as old as a game, right? And it doesn't have all those consequences of being such an old game as WoW is, right? And also it's a PvP game, it's a faster game, it's not like a forever progression game. It's really different in a lot of ways. But League nowadays suffer from the same issue, right? In a lower degree, what it does, which is they lose players faster than they can get new players. And that's why they did Arcane, for example, right? But the WoW movie sucked, right? I don't know if you watched it on the movies. I did. And the shit was trash. It really was, man. It was trash. Yeah, but still 5 million plus subscribers is still big. Yeah, for sure it is. For sure it is. Don't get me wrong, right? But nowadays, you gotta compete with Roblox and Fortnite, right? And that's so hard, man. Back then, WoW was the live service game, right? Nowadays, you have FIFA, you have COD, Battlefield, Arc Raiders, Fortnite, Roblox, and so many other games. One movie looked amazing in my opinion. No, I agree with you. Visually, the movie was awesome. Visually, it was awesome, right? But they just couldn't grasp the game in itself. Visually, I agree, right? They dumped a shitload of money on that movie. It's just a shame that that movie happened in a pre-Avengers, pre-Marvel movie. So they didn't know how to do adaptations, right? If they did another one of WoW, I think it would actually be good. Of course, it depends on a... It depends on a... What is the word I'm looking for? Depends on a... We still have a Legion Hall, class Hall quest to do? Kind of, though. I think I should get it, though. Kill Demons probably better. Ooh, reputation. Nice. Okay, so right now I gotta do World Quest, kill Demons, and do whatever, right? Yeah. Let me do a couple those World Quests already.
Assured the mainstream with its accessibility and addictive.
I gotta rewatch that movie eventually, man.
While Latro certainly had its strengths, for many,
just to refresh my memory on why I don't like it.
The gameplay
it's been so long.
Combat, simply lacking the extreme amount of polish that World of Warcraft had. It just didn't feel as reactive and fun. The graphics at the time were quite impressive.
That what he just said is also a great point. Like, WoW responsiveness, I don't think people understand. This game felt so smooth when it came out for the time, right? We're talking about 2004. So like people started actually playing on 2006, 2008. 2008, I think it was their peak of subscribers, right? 2008, 2009. So like back then, computers were trash, consoles were trash, monitors were trash, internet was trash, but the game played like butter. Nowadays, everything plays like butter, right? But back then, there was actually a difference, especially for an online game, right? And an online game with so many people and an open world that there was no loading. That was insane, dude. I don't remember it a lot. I mean, me neither, to be honest. But I remember I didn't enjoy it, that's for sure. Besides thinking it was eye candy as fuck.
And detailed.
Which for sure it was.
Because of this, there were
right?
also
I think everyone here can agree with that.
Which created issues
everyone
with
here, there's just like me and you,
that
you get what I mean.
World of Warcraft was able to overcome with its sort of cartoonish, but still efficient graphics that ran smoothly even on modest
11 minutes to kill that guy?
A key factor for its widespread adoption is people weren't really interested in paying $1,000 to $2,000 for a computer before they could even start playing an MMO. Many felt that marketing had its shortcomings, as they felt like they relied too much on the Lord of the Rings brand and failed to really promote the actual gameplay and innovations that the MMO itself held.
Yeah, that was also a problem, right? WoW ran on a potato. Not a potato, right? Because back then there was no such thing as a potato PC. Every PC was an amazing PC. Because having a PC was already amazing, right? It's like having a PS2 back in the day. You were already a god just for having a PS2.
World of Warcraft's depth and
but it ran on basically everything, that's my point. Right? If you had a somewhat modern PC, it just ran.
Hit the max level.
Nowadays, it runs at everything.
Declining numbers had forced a shift into the free-to-play model, which was often seen as the death sentence of the MMO genre. The game's focus on lore and immersion appealed to quite a dedicated fan base, but it just wasn't able to capitalize.
Is it not taking damage?
It wasn't bad by any means, and it still isn't bad to this day. Unlike some of the games in this list that you'll see, it didn't have this catastrophic launch or a fundamentally flawed, unfixable gameplay design that doomed it.
How's it
before
not
even
dying
hit store shelves.
in a single
It was
hit?
just very similar to World of Warcraft.
Oh, there you go.
Structure of this theme-park linear MMORPG that attempted
dual
all
stream
the
is
things
crazy.
that World of Warcraft perfected.
I mean, it's not a dual stream though. The game is muted even, right? Because my point here is just to listen to the videos and chat with you guys, right? There's nothing interesting here in the gameplay. I'm literally doing brainless farming. I kill everything in a single hit, right? We're just talking while I'm killing mobs. And that's why there's a video up there for us to actually have something to do and talk about. I mean, technically I am multi-streaming too, but that's a triple stream, not a dual stream.
But not quite being able to reach its level, which just left many players feeling like they were playing an inferior, less populated version of what was then the cultural phenomenon, World of Warcraft. And it was because of this that it was mostly the hardcore fans of the IP who were the ones that stuck around. Today it still endures as a beloved cult classic, and it continues to get updates and expansions and introducing more content to keep things fresh. And it's quite loved by those who play it, and for good reason, even bearing witness to modern attempts failing before they even release.
True, Plaza, if I would stream your stream, streaming that stream, it would be crazy. That would be actually funny as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. That would be so funny. It's like reacting a react of a react, right? I mean, we did that yesterday. I was watching a react of a video
to the MMO genre
on stream.
The Age of Conan, Hyborian Adventures, developed by Funcom and published by Eidos. The game drew from Robert E. Howard's
Oh yeah, Conan. Yeah, that first Conan was bad, but the other one that came out a couple years ago, that one was actually fun.
Sharply with World of Warcraft's more whimsical
and
tone.
cultures,
Its key
features,
features, perhaps the main one being, was its innovative real-time combat system. Instead of the standard tab targeting that most other MMOs relied on, Age of Conan's was in real time with no auto attack, but instead requiring button presses to swing in 3 different directions. And
yeah, that was crazy. It's like chivalry, basically, chat.
If you were playing a melee character. There was also the guard system, where enemies would devote defense to either of these 3 points of attack, preventing the spamming
exactly like
one
chivalry.
direction,
If
and
y'all know,
adding a
y'all know.
strategy element where players would have to try to work
That
around
was great. Yeah, it was.
or
I agree.
alternatively, dodging away in order to avoid some damage. You could weave attacks together to create smooth
There is
combos
no loop.
and finish fights with brutal decapitations.
They gotta kill the spiders then?
All of this was marketed to be revolutionary compared to the usual tab targeting system, and it would be the main thing that the game would stake its claim on, as if it were the adult version of the genre and everything else was kiddie by comparison. Going further, it fully
tried, but it also
mature
couldn't
themes
get that.
and M-rated content, including nudity, gore.
Yeah, being
and
mature
profanity
on
to
back
appeal
then was
to
just a
an adult
shot at the
audience,
flute.
tired of the
I played it for a long
rather
time. Did you?
being offered within the
I think people
genre,
react to something,
with touted
someone
voice
else
acting
reacting to their
quests
reaction.
with
I've seen that
strong
too.
depth.
I've actually watched
Over
that.
800 in total. Solo
I don't mind
dungeons,
reactception at all,
immersive
chat. I
storytelling
really don't.
With 12 unique classes to choose
I don't get
from,
all that
massive zones to explore, endgame
all
raids to
that
conquer, and PvP
misconception that
elements
people
like
have
massive
of a reaction of a
guild
reaction, right? Of a
cities,
reactions.
large-scale
I actually
warfare.
find it really
Class
interesting.
system itself was
If you care
interesting,
about everyone's
focusing-
opinion, right? If you care about everyone's opinion that isn't that react, right? If you care about the original creator of the video, plus the first reactor, plus the guy that's reacting to the reaction, right? Why not watch it? Shit, if you like it, you like it. Bro, where are the eggs? The fuck's going on, dude? Is this event bugged? What? Why did she drop the eggs? I played Connect Zelf PvP for months, probably friends. Radio the People Search was my favorite game of a long time. Yeah, it's actually pretty fun. I don't even like survival style games, but that one's pretty cool.
Soldiers being the frontline fighters, rogues for the more agile based DPS, mages for range spellcasting, and priests for healers. As mentioned, there were 12 in total, with a lot of them being hybrids, such as the Bear Shaman, which is a melee fighter, but also heals. Industry Buzz positioned it as the next evolution, like with many of the entries that you'll see in this video, with beta testers praising its hybrid classes and visceral gameplay. The hype for Age of Conan was
it was big.
Absolutely unreal.
Yep.
Rewards upon rewards for pre-release screening at conventions, and its initial sales reflected this fervor, nearing 1 million copies and drawing a very large player base eager for a
1 million copies,
skill-based
chat, in
alternative to
pre-2010.
World of Warcraft. And looking back today for many,
MMO,
this
by the way.
particular period of time is sort of representative of the MMO gold
Those are
rush's
crazy launch
pinnacle,
numbers.
and where the term WoW killer was really being thrown around
True.
quite a lot. However, Age
The
of
most
Conan
cursed term in
unfortunately crumbled
gaming,
under
dude.
its own ambitions.
This is what happens whenever it locks up.
Bro, computer's about to explode.
The launch was a disaster as they had rushed to beat other competitors such as Warhammer Online, which was on the horizon.
Oh yeah,
It
I've heard
ended up
that one's
shipping
cool, but I
incomplete
never played it.
with
The
polished
Warhammer one.
content only up to level 20 to 30, and after that many dead spots between quests that forced tedious grinding, and the game as a whole becoming progressively more and more buggy and clearly unfinished further than that. Bugs, server instability, and high system requirements caused lag and crashes. In its first week, it had a huge memory leak issue, which required players to manually delete a file every 5 minutes during gameplay, or else they would suffer a crash.
5 minutes?
Not quite what the players had in mind with its so-called
That's
interactive
crazy.
combat. And outside of combat, the crafting system in particular was a mess, barely passing as functional for the features that were implemented, with many others promised, such as the guild structure building being absent during the launch, leaving a large portion of the player base unserved.
Giving up on
and
features
disappointed.
before launch.
The graphics in
That's a
particular
classic.
would really become one of its biggest hurdles.
Nowadays, it's just
You mentioned this as a
standard,
problem for the Lord of the
unfortunately.
Rings Online section, but for Age of Conan, it was much harsher. As promised,
Why is
the
this
graphics
bitch
were
the only one dropping
absolutely
eggs?
stunning for its time.
She's not even a
and
spider.
The sheer scale of the world and how much you could see at any given time.
Am I missing
was
something?
truly impressive. However, it also severely gatekeeped the player base, as few had machines that were powerful enough to run it smoothly, leading
Yeah,
to
that's the
choppy
problem,
frames
right?
and
It's the same thing that
very
happened with New
boring
World when it
experience.
released.
As
You
someone
just
who
couldn't
played
run
it
it.
personally
Well,
during
if you
its
didn't have
launch,
a
to
modern
get
PC,
over
you couldn't
20
run it.
frames a second, I remember having to have the camera constantly facing the ground. This poor performance was especially bad.
True,
because
that's
of
a
this new interactive combat
classic,
system.
classic way to play games that your computer couldn't run. Have you guys ever done that, chat? Played a game on the PC and you had to walk like this, looking at the ground, really zoomed in, so your computer had to render basically nothing, because it didn't have to render like the sky, enemies, other players and shit. Man, I used to do that back in the day.
It demanded much more agency compared to the classic tab targeting, because you had to react to enemies putting their guard up and defenses, and putting yours up and trying to string combos together. So it was much trickier when you're getting like 10 frames a second.
Bro, where are
so
the eggs?
for a very large portion of the player base, it turned what should have been this innovative experience into a rather frustrating one. As for the end game, it was quite disappointing early on. As mentioned, the structure building was absent at launch.
I remember once I
and
played
the
WoW when I was
PvP
like
stages
12,
were
my
delayed
PC
by
blew up.
uneven leveling between the game's races.
I remember I tried to play Crisis, dude. Oh, that was tough, man. That was a humbling experience. That was when I really started to learn English, because I had to overclock my PC to play Crisis 1. And then Crisis 2, oh my god, that was tough. That was the first time that I learned about PC hardware and parts and like what I had to buy to find the cheapest way to run Crisis 2 on my PC, right? Because back then, even getting computer parts here in Brazil was hard, right? Nowadays, it's just expensive. But now it's hard. Back then, it was not only expensive, but it was also hard, right? By the way, Woody, I was talking with Liquid earlier here. When you gonna hit us up with a big dono so I can buy myself a new PC, man? I've been needing that shit. I'm joking, Joe, of course. I just had to say it because I mentioned that today with him, and then it just showed up, so might as well make the joke. My motherboard or what blew up. We had to buy a new one. Then WoW run a little bit better, and I was happy as fuck. Aww, that's so cute. Yeah, man, gaming back then was crazy, right? It really was. Man, where the hell is that last egg that I need? And how do I touch the eggs and they say there's no loot? How is that even possible? And where the hell is that mommy spider that I can kill her again so I can get the fucking last egg? What the hell?
And similar to the Lord of the Rings Online, while the endgame PvE was there, it simply didn't feel as polished as World of Warcraft's, which now even had a few years of experience under their belts. All of this led to rapid attrition. The population halved within the first month and dropped to around 200,000 by month 2. World of Warcraft's impending
Oh no,
Lich
they
King
killed
expansion,
her!
which ended up being a peak of the game, rapidly drew players back as Blizzard's polished
Fuck you
updates
guys.
outshone Funcom's mismanagement, including post-launch layoffs and delayed fixes. It wasn't long after release that Age of Conan's co-founder would quit, citing dissatisfaction with the project as
I would have been
subscriptions
dissatisfied
continued
too.
until
The fuck?
2011, where it too would convert to the dreaded free-to-play model,
Oh, of
signaling
course.
defeat. In retrospect, Age of Conan's innovative features and intense graphical capability ended up being undermined by execution flaws, and unluckily World of Warcraft's continued success,
What?
proving that
Another
raw
World
power
of Warcraft
alone
popped up?
can't top a cultural
We need that
phenomenon,
4K done real
and
fast because
serving as
Pepe can't
just
stream
one
anymore
of
without
many
it.
MMOs
Facts.
released during
Facts.
this area.
I mean, I want it because I want to stream AAA gaming on without lagging the PC on max settings, right? And then I can record and play at the same time, so it makes me easier to make YouTube videos, all the type shit, right? Right now, I have to do so many tricks
now forgotten
to make sure things happen and work.
Abandoned.
I love the liquid is always on my side. You're really a homie, man. You really are. Oh, there she is. There she is. No, she's mine. She's mine. I'm not gonna
It
kill
was
her.
also then is when
Yes.
Warhammer Online, the Age of Reckoning, would also see its release, riding off the wave of immense hype as one of the most anticipated MMORPGs of its era. It was often touted as the legitimate WoW killer this time, for sure. Developed by Mythic Entertainment, creators of the PvP-focused Dark Age of Camelot, and published by Electronic Arts, it leveraged the rich and gritty Warhammer
EA?
fantasy universe.
Oh,
from
EA was the
Games
publisher of
Workshop,
the Warhammer
promising a
Online
world of
MMO?
perpetual conflict between
I never
the
knew
forces
that.
of order and destruction. The game's core innovation, and possibly its most advertised feature, was its Realm versus Realm system, featuring massive-scale PvP battles, objective-driven scenarios, and dynamic campaigns where players could invade enemy territories and sack capital cities, creating a sense of this real, gritty, ongoing war. A lot of excitement was generated with video blogs from the creative director, Paul Barnett, where he had developer diaries showcasing concept art, gameplay, and promotional events. As usual, online communities and media outlets buzzed with predictions of it dethroning World of Warcraft, citing not only its RVR focus, but also its innovative public quest system, which were open-world events where players collaborated without grouping, and also a class system blending archetypes like the warrior priest or hybrid
kill 3 more
roles.
mobs.
As the Warhammer universe predated Warcraft, it was quite clear that the
True.
latter took a lot of
It did
inspiration
predate.
from it.
The thing about Warhammer though is that Warhammer was never popular in never is a strong word, but it wasn't near as popular in like Asia, Africa, Latin America, even EU to a certain degree, as it was in the NA, because it was so goddamn expensive, right? I never even saw Warhammer things here in Brazil until I was like an adult already, right? So I think it was just so paywalled because of the way the game worked, being based out of figurines and shit, and those figurines being so expensive. Like, it was just so prohibitive for non-NA people, right? It's already expensive on NA, don't get me wrong. Warhammer 40k figures were always expensive, right? The Warhammer figures. Not 40k, I don't know why I said 40k. But, it was just prohibitive to every other continent and everything, right? And nowadays, people know that, but of course they didn't know that back in the day. Doesn't matter if your player base is like 90% American. That doesn't mean that the cultural influence comes from being 90% an American game, right? Sometimes countries like, for example, China, Japan, Latin America, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes maybe they're not your highest ticket clients, right? Sometimes they don't give you a lot of money, but they generate social interactions. They create hype about the game. They create culture. They create talk about it. The ultimate chat game, facts. Facts, by the way, facts.
Meaning that these two worlds were very similar to each other, which made direct comparisons inevitable. Initial sales reflected the fervor, with
How many more
1.2
World Class
million
gotta do?
copies
One more.
sold by late September, with 800,000 registered users and
I need to kill a couple more
750,000
demons. I might as well
active
go there,
players by
help some people,
October,
and
primarily
farm
drawing
some
in
demons.
PvP enthusiasts eager for a fresh alternative to the world of Azeroth. But, as history would show, despite the strong start, Warhammer Online rapidly declined. Positive reviews highlighted exciting PvP, but the game's heavy emphasis on it alienated casual players who World of Warcraft had excelled in serving.
Oh
at
yeah,
this
there's
point
that too.
and offering a far
PvP.
superior leveling campaign.
People
as well as a
didn't
rich
know
PvE
how
endgame.
PvP killed
Like
games
Age of
back then.
Conan, it too suffered issues
Literally
at
didn't
launch,
know.
with many believing that it was released prematurely. Too many
Like in an
initial
MMO,
servers
it
led
just
to fragmented
blocked all
populations
casual
as
players
the
from actually
initial
playing the
servers
game
started
when the game was PvP based. Nowadays, people know that, and that's why there's not a lot of PvP MMOs.
Communities. Poor
But back
faction
then, the
balance
people
was
just
an
didn't
issue,
know that.
and it
There
had
was no
turned
science
against
behind
the
it yet.
feature, the RVR, as battles quickly became lopsided.
That's why even
and
WoW
unfun
stopped
for
being
both
such a
sides.
PvP
They
focused
also
game.
suffered controversies outside of the game,
Right.
such as players being erroneously billed for multiple years of subscription fees in a single day.
That's
Subscribers
insane.
quickly plummeted to 300,000 by December of 2008.
I mean, 300,000 is still pretty
which
good for
prompted further
2008.
reductions from dozens to just 13, and later on just 3 worldwide. With the game
3
waning, EA's
worldwide?
influence began to become more powerful as they
What?
started to divert resources to other projects, which resulted in minimal post-launch support
That's
that
crazy.
failed to address core flaws as content updates slowed to a crawl.
You know, my game looked
all the
good, but I
while,
didn't buy it because it had low content.
Warcraft was going
I haven't
strong
played
with
it either,
is
but I've heard they
considered
added a
to
bunch
its
of content
highest quality
post-launch,
expansion,
Liquid.
as financial losses started to pile
I
up
would-
for
I would
EA,
rather play Vermintide,
Warhammer
though, to be
Online's
fair.
fate would be
Not gonna
sealed,
lie.
with the game's workshop license
It's more my type of
expiring in
game
2015,
than
leading
that
to
latest
its
Warhammer that they
shutdown.
released.
It was a game that had plenty of innovative systems.
But
In
looks
fact,
looks
many
like they
them
added a lot of
later
things
being
actually.
essentially lifted by World of Warcraft itself, and its failure for many today is more of a reflection.
I've heard it from a guy
of
that likes the game.
rushed launch with
He could be just being biased or
destructive
something. I
influence
don't
from
know.
its Publisher, as well as poor timing.
But I've heard
as
the
it
game
was
got
pitted
better.
against World of Warcraft during the worst possible moment. Fan-run server, The
There.
Return of Reckoning, keeps its spirit alive today,
Okay,
providing a
now we
home
can
for
go do
diehard
another
fans.
World Quest.
And if you are interested in more detail of its
Oh,
rise
give me
and
an easy
fall,
one that
this
is
is
gonna
one of
kill
the MMOs
someone.
that I did actually cover fully in its own dedicated video,
Bro, what?
which I'll have linked in the
Oh,
description.
that's so easy. No, but that one's gonna trigger another thing. You can do that one.
Assumed no force could challenge you.
Oh, Star Wars: The Old Republic. Awesome. That game's a game that I still love till this day. I never played it, but it looks awesome. Such a huge
Entry
IP.
Similar to The Lord of the Rings, we take what is quite possibly the nerdiest genre of game and combine it with what is quite possibly
The nerdiest IP.
in existence.
Exactly.
Star Wars: The Old Republic.
That's probably the
And
only
off the
reason why
bat,
that game's
we
still
failed
alive.
Star Wars Galaxies.
I'm scared to
The
buy
Old
anything
Republic was
now
the IP's
because I get
second
interested
attempt
fast as
at
fuck.
breaking into the
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't buy anything right now
with it
until
one
you
of the
feel
largest
better
development budgets in MMO history,
on your mind,
estimated between
like
200 and
until you feel
300
in a
million
better
dollars,
position to play games.
positioning it as the ultimate WoW killer.
Am I making
For
sense?
sure this
What I'm
time.
saying?
Developed
I would
this
just
time by
hold on,
BioWare,
right?
who are
And when you're like, oh my god, I really want a game, I really want to play this game, and then wow. That's what I usually do. I really wait till I'm going like crazy and like, I really want to play this game, oh my god, and then I buy it. Right?
The Old Republic promised
Like
to
WoW
revolutionize
was wanting to
the
play
genre
since the
by
launch of
making
the
every
last
player
expansion,
feel
which was
as if
a
they
year
were in
ago.
the Star Wars
I'm like,
universe
no.
with
I'm gonna
their
wait till I'm like
fully-voiced cinematic
crazy
story set 3600
sick to
years
play,
before the films.
and then I'm gonna
The
buy it.
game's 8 class campaigns, each with branching dialogue.
At least that's how I
moral
do it.
choices,
That's how I
and
usually avoid spending money, and I do that
were
with
fully
everything
voice-acted by
except
Hollywood
food
talents
delivery.
such as Jennifer Hale and Steve Blum, delivering a single-player RPG experience within this MMO shell. Features like flashpoints, which were instant group content, space combat, faction-based PvP war zones added variety, while at the same time the Old Republic era allowing creative freedom unbound by the film canon. Critics and fans praised the storytelling, with some calling it the best story-driven MMO ever made at that point, and
Yeah,
it was
that's
all backed
crazy.
by John Williams-inspired orchestral scores.
Oh,
Forums
hell
overflowed
yeah.
with excitement, predicting
Now
that
that's music.
this time for sure it would finally dethrone World of Warcraft. Especially since it was set to release during a rather rare moment during World of Warcraft's legacy, where for the first time it had shown signs of weakness.
No, it's not him.
The Cataclysm expansion. So unlike Warhammer or Age of Conan, it had the correct timing to strike. Marketing was absolutely huge and commanded a sizable percentage of its massive budget.
Oh, there he is.
CGI trailers that rivaled World of Warcraft racked up millions of views as pre-orders exceeded 1 million. And after the game launched, over 2 million players logged in during the first week.
2 million players in the first week?
Fastest-selling MMO, excluding expansion packs.
Oh my god.
This explosive launch, the Old Republic failed to sustain this momentum. And
yeah, of course.
They never seriously threatened.
They were already competing with the game that had
the issue was structural.
6 years of content, which was wow. At that moment, you're just fucked, right?
Leveling, which left
that is the same problem with the MMOs today, right? Are you going to release an MMO today? Are you going to risk 5 to 7 years of development plus hundreds of millions of dollars to maybe compete against WoW and Final Fantasy and old school RuneScape and all the other MMOs that have more than 20 years of content built? That new Anime Souls looks like good too. Which one? Anime Souls? Which one are you talking about? I don't know. Normal dungeon. It has to be LFR, right? Yeah. LFG, I mean. Yes. And this one doesn't, though. Dark Ball? Oh, it's Emerald. Emerald Nightmare? That's easy. Easy as work. Oof. All these three make sense. There we go. Nice, completed another quest. To Fell and back. Oh yeah. What? I already have it? How? Did I complete that on another character? Impossible. This is my highest level character. Whatever. Old Vein 2. Oh, I didn't even play the first one.
Sort of awkwardly transitioned.
Heard is good, but I never played it.
Repetitive MMO with the standard.
I didn't hear a lot about it though. I heard it only about one person that played it.
Without the narrative glue that made the leveling shine. This problem was made worse with the fact that max level content in general was lacking in quality or missing entirely.
Eternal Night Heroic.
Yet another rushed release started to show.
Eternal Night.
Another structural problem was the engine that they used was a modified version of the Hero engine, which ended up being unfit with an MMO setting as it struggled in all corners of the game. There's quite a noticeable delay between using an ability or spell and that spell actually connecting.
Cathedral of Eternal Night.
But still, it left the core combat of the game feel rather clunky
12 minutes.
Unresponsive, which just left players wanting to return to the
but $100
and polished experience.
What? $100? How much is it here? $100? What? 100 buckaroos? What the hell? Oh my god, 300 reais. Oh, and they have early access shit. Oh man, fuck that, dude. It looks awesome design-wise. Oh, what the fuck? I wasn't expecting this scenario at the end. Looks cool. 400 reais? That's crazy, man. There's like a fourth of a minimum wage here. This is like a little bit less. This is like $75, and this is like $55, translating to US dollars. in case you guys want to know. 93 plus tax.
World of
Oh yeah, the
Warcraft
games that
offered
already,
many
the games
elements
here
that
already have
world
the
failed
tax
to capture
written
the
on them.
vastness that the
We don't
Star
have
Wars
that weird
universe
ass
is
shenanigan
capable
that you guys have on
of,
an
as
A.
most of the areas
I'll never get it.
instanced, which in comparison
And it's
to
weird because on EU they also have the tax already on the price, right? They already have the what is the name of the tax? It's Imposto de Consumo Único. What, IPA, IPV, IVA? IVA, I think is the name of the tax in EU. I don't know why in NA that you guys don't have like tax built-in prices. Didn't have tax on games until like 2018. Ooh.
World of Warcraft.
Yeah, that must have been good. Games are taxed 100% here. Not the video games, not the games, not the, like the software, but the hardware are 100% taxed. Actually, it's a 50% taxed. But then you gotta add profit on top, so they are double the price of they are in NA. It's double the price. Insane, dude. Insane. Then it appeared out of nowhere? Yeah. That's fucked up, dude. The government just realized there was too much money floating into something that they weren't collecting. Right? They're like, we might collect some money here.
Continent.
I know how they are, fucking rats.
Of a loading screen. For many,
doesn't matter which
really
country it is, they're
like
fucking
world,
rats as usual.
Let alone a universe. So they unfortunately didn't achieve their goal of giving the players this feeling.
I remember
that
buying
they're
$70 to
actually
$80
living
games
in the
flat,
Star
no
Wars
tax.
universe,
Yeah, that's pretty
which,
good. And that's
ironically enough, was
Canadian
something that
buckaroos,
its
right?
failed predecessor, Star Wars Galaxies, did quite well. It felt quite restrictive in a lot
Pretty
of ways.
good.
Even the highly anticipated space combat, where people imagined this wing commander-like experience of soaring around
Canadian?
planets
Yeah.
in these intense classic Star Wars dogfights, left fans disappointed when they found out that it was entirely on rails. Instance battlegrounds, in order to keep the queue times low,
DAC
initially
already
pitted
turned off?
maximum level characters against low levels, and scaling the latter's stats up to accommodate for discrepancy. However, this did little to help, as low-level players still lacked their full toolkit. It is comparable, for instance, in World of Warcraft having
let's do more
level
world
60
class, I
rogue
guess.
versus a scaled-up level 10 rogue. You can give them even health and damage, but if the level 10 only has Sinister Strike and Gouge, it's not really going to be a fair fight.
Wait,
so
what is it talking
because of
about?
this, the victor 9
that's how it
times out
works.
of 10 was simply the side that had more true max level characters. This was
Yeah, that
later
makes sense.
rectified partially, as the maximum levels were wisely
100 CAD is
given their own
72
use,
USD.
but it was a substantial amount of
So
time
it is kind of
after
around the
its
price of that
critical
game,
launch
right?
period.
How much is
So
that game priced at in the
many got
US?
fed up and left before ever
$70?
seeing it fixed.
Let me see. It's is this the tab that no? Where's the Chrome that I have open? Oh, here it is. SteamDB. Code vein 2. Yep. Where is it, USD? Euro, 70 euros, so it is probably $70. Yeah, so it's kind of the same price, really, to think about it. It's just currency conversion in a way, right? In Brazil, as usual, is cheaper. Okay, it is what it is. Fucking love living in Brazil. The only thing that I hate here is buying hardware, man. It's just so expensive buying hardware.
And outside of the battlegrounds, its heavily advertised open world zone, Ilum.
Just to translate, that is, so you guys understand.
Performance issues, as well as design flaws, as it was initially more beneficial
$55
to win trade rather than actually participate.
That's also why I spend a lot less on gacha, because I paid it in my local currency and not in USD.
Subscriptions plummeted from 1.7 million to under 500,000. Eventually forcing the dreaded free-to-play shift with restrictive caps and predatory cash shops
Nightborn Ratchet's
that alienated
bad.
players.
Oh,
BioWare's inexperience with live service MMOs showed. The updates were slow, bug fixes were delayed.
You get Ultimate Edition for the price you get the standard?
Ranked
Yes.
war zones arrived
Yes.
late. The game
That
was
is why
and
I usually
continues to
get
be
those
great
versions.
at drawing in players who enjoy
It's kind
the
of
more
worth it,
single-player
low
experiences,
key.
such as the legendary Knights of the Old Republic. But once that ended and transitioned into a normal MMO, its flaws started to become very clear, proving that even the Star Wars IP and
Like D4, right? I bought the Ultimate Edition of D4 because it was worth it.
Demand for this endless evolving.
Back then, I thought, sorry, I thought it was going to be worth it.
Today,
that was one of my biggest mistakes.
This story
Trusting in Blizzard,
and it certainly serves those players well.
And that's why I didn't buy the Ultimate version of WoW. I'd rather farm the gold inside the WoW and turn it into cash and then buying the expansion than trusting in Blizzard again to buy the Ultimate Edition, right? Because that's twice the price still.
And they overall seem to be pretty happy with it, but its 2011 promise as World of Warcraft's destroyer remains to be one of the industry's most expensive unfulfilled prophecies. Moreover, although the term WoW killer was and is still used many years later, it was after the Old Republic.
Before it was free for me, got it for my birthday.
Aww. As the grave
so
that was meant to be filled with Blizzard's giant was now overfilling with those who sought to succeed it. While this term was largely used by the individual players of the genre, the next entry on the list actually made ads about it, and that's
this is for me to hide.
2011, which was themed around this dynamic world where planar rifts tore open spontaneously, spawning invasions that demanded server-wide cooperation.
Too far away. Oh, I see. I'm gonna get that
Developed by
box again.
Worlds and powered by a custom engine, the game promised to evolve the theme park formula with reactive events. These rifts would escalate into zone-wide wars if ignored, and they would trigger boss spawns and drop powerful loot.
I mean, if she tries to kill me, she's just gonna die. Yep.
Level up.
I told you you were gonna die.
Break the monotony of the standard MMO questing. The marketing was pretty direct, using the tagline, "You're not an Azeroth anymore." And it was fairly effective with pre-orders.
Tryon Worlds. I never heard of that MMO.
Accounts activated within
and I was an
the first
MMO
month.
freak back
Not
then.
quite as
What?
intense as previous
Tryon
entries,
Worlds?
but still quite notable. Beta
I really liked it for the
weekends,
season.
sections of 10,000
I mean, I had
classes,
fun with
players
the new
marveled
player
at
experience.
Crown Jewel, which
I just
was
didn't
their
feel
class
like it
system,
was.
consisting of 4 callings.
How
warrior,
can I say
cleric,
this?
Mage and rogue, with 8
I just
souls
didn't
each,
feel like it was
which
worth
were
the
sort
Ultimate
of like
Edition.
subclasses.
Am I making sense?
You could mix and match 3 of them, which allowed for hybrids, such as the fan favorite Chloromancer healer, who damaged enemies to restore allies. You could unlock more of these souls by questing.
After all, it came out
which
from
gave
my
players
pocket.
a lot of room to experiment, and it was really targeting World of Warcraft refugees.
I was already
who
working
didn't
back
really
then, and
care
I was like,
for its rather rigid
I should have spent that money on something else.
Exploration would also be a key selling point. Hidden items called artifacts were spread throughout the world, which could be traded for vanity items, encouraging players to go off the beaten path and explore every corner of the rich world that they were
I
advertising.
see what they did.
As for the actual launch and introduction experience, it was uncharacteristically smooth for an MMO. The players jumped in, conquered
When the
rifts,
characters get smooth?
built their own
Probably because there wasn't a lot of
classes,
players,
and
I
explored
guess.
the nooks and crannies of the world. And they did the standard gameplay of what was expected of an MMO.
For an MMOs
giving
not to
players
break
a
on
very
launch, it's probably because it
familiar
didn't have a lot of
experience.
players, if I have to guess.
That sounds all well and good, but unfortunately, this is what would prevent it from overtaking World of Warcraft. Rift suffered the same fate.
Oh,
of
it was
some of the
Ultimate Edition,
others on
probably
this
just
list.
currency and skins.
It wasn't
And
really
early
bad
access,
by
as
any
usual.
means.
And a
It was
battle
just
pass.
another MMO that didn't really have
That I didn't even claim. I don't know what happened to my battle pass, by the way. I have no idea. I never used the battle pass, but it was gone. How? I don't know. But it was. Fuck.
overtake the genre, as it left players with an extremely familiar yet unremarkable.
It was supposed to be a battle pass that I could redeem whenever I wanted.
After couldn't escape the fate.
And I never redeemed it. And then when I logged back in when we were playing on stream, it was gone.
Hundreds. It will
Maybe no, I didn't. That's the thing. I didn't. That's the thing.
Than players had
I
hoped,
specifically
with some even
didn't
labeling
click on
them
that window.
as
Like I remember it like it was today.
Quest system. They spawned on timers,
Maybe when my friend
followed
logged in, he
scripts,
claimed
and
it.
the loot
But
tables
even then,
incentivized
because now
farming.
they have a system that you can play the old battle passes, right? And I tried looking into my account, and then I simply couldn't find it, which was even crazier, right? I was like, maybe my friend, because I did account share Diablo 4 to him, they could try the game, right, before buying. And he also didn't enjoy it, but he's not an ARPG player, so it makes sense. And then I was like, when we logged in to play it on stream, I'm like, let me see what happened to my battle pass. If I have fun with this season, I might as well claim it, because this is the Paladin season, so there's probably going to be a bunch of cosmetics that I like, since I'm a fucking whore for Paladins, right? For all of that Priest, Paladin, Light type of thing. And then it wasn't there. Neither the battle pass, neither the old battle pass, neither the currency that the battle pass is supposed to turn into. But you know what? At that point, who cares? Who cares? Right? Who cares?
The same footholds repeatedly, which undermined this ever-changing alive world that
your friend run with it.
Again,
somehow, yeah, I guess.
Bad, just not as game-changing as players had hoped that they would be. Probably its best feature was its class system. As players adventured throughout the world and they unlocked more and more souls, as promised, it gave them a lot of agency and power to create their own unique builds.
Oh, that's cool.
It did end up suffering that age-old problem that every MMO faces. Choice can oftentimes be an illusion, as there's always a best. There's always some sort of meta that gets
but that's for everything.
So, while it may have had the capability to have all of these different combinations, oftentimes, especially with social media being what it was at this point, most people just fell into a few different builds.
Bro just dies from getting close to me. That's crazy. It feels like D4, really.
It was a very unique system.
Feels like my Paladin in D4.
Served nearly every single playstyle that the genre had to offer, and it was rare for people to not vibe with at least something. Unfortunately for them, though, it simply ended up not being enough, and despite its rare, smooth launch, it was just too familiar and derivative for
I already
players.
said that the smooth launch is a problem for MMO. If your MMO had a smooth launch, you didn't launch it right. You didn't have enough players.
Which further fractured what remained of communities, as subscribers waned from reportedly 1 million active in 2011 to under 100,000 by 2014. Like many others, today it does still linger on. It was sold to another company
we're missing
called
a healer.
Gamago, where
Come on, man, we don't even need a healer. I can solo everything.
Now free-to-play relic, remembered mainly for briefly making the
What
online
are these
world
masks?
standard to the MMO feel alive again. That is, before the rifts were closed and Azeroth called players back home, contrary to its advertising tagline.
Now is the time. Claim your destiny.
Oh, Guild Wars?
Forge your legend.
Oh, but that's Guild Wars 1,
Next
though.
entry on our list is
No, Guild Wars 2.
unique
Oh, now we're
because
talking.
It isn't dead or reduced. to
Good
this
launch
very
means
niche
bad for the
audience.
long run.
It's in fact
Yeah.
found a pretty respectable
Means there
player
was no
base,
FOMO. There was
carved out
a
its own foothold
yeah,
within
the
the
amount of
genre.
players logging in was
Guild
inside your
Wars 2
estimates, which is
released in
bad.
August of 2012,
Right.
developed by the veterans ArenaNet. Guild Wars 2 promised
MMO,
a living, breathing
a
world
social
that
game like that,
would put
right,
their first
has to
installment
have
to shame.
crashes
It
on
aims
servers
to
day
stray
one,
away
because that
from
just
the
means the
vertical
dev, even the devs
progression
wasn't expecting that amount of players,
advertised,
and that's when
where
it's
resets were
good.
infrequent, and investment mattered many years after it was made. The combat would be its first innovation, blending a combination of tab targeting and action-style elements that rewarded those who stayed mobile and dodged enemy attacks, while at the same time fluidly weaving in their attack rotation. The class system was unique. Boldly, they had aimed to break the holy trinity tank healer DPS combo that was
9 on the
standard
30.
for the genre, offering classes with high
And,
customizability and loadouts.
52
as
out of
players could
200.
mix and match abilities and create their own hybrid builds. And reminiscent in some ways of Warhammer Online, their world versus world system was also a big draw, pairing your server against two others in a giant, large-scale battle for territory control. Groups and guilds would band together to capture keeps and castles in these massive sieges, or find small skirmishes in the fields between them. Both this game mode and its normal PvP would also
Oh,
scale
this
players'
is that
levels
one that is
up to
inside a
even with one
cave.
another,
There it is.
which made it very accessible and easy to get into, and make you feel like you're always contributing,
No,
as well
not
as
this
keeping
cave.
the battles relatively even. Another main feature, and players from Rift and Warhammer Online would recognize this, was the event
Yeah, so kind of
system,
good too, but never
where,
got into
similar
it
to those
heavily.
games,
I never
what are
gave
called
it a
events
fair
would pop up
honest
in the world
shot.
for
I
players
played
to
it a couple
complete.
times. I've tried it
Although
a couple
wasn't the
times,
most innovative
but never
feature
played it
at
too
the
much.
time, it did add some dynamic replayability.
But as I told you,
and also
what most of my friends tell me about ESO, the ones that actually did play, they say like, it's just the worst Skyrim. You might as well just play Skyrim. That's what every friend of mine that played a lot of ESO told me. Well, at a point I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna play Skyrim.
So spiced up the often grindy nature of the leveling in MMOs, as well as adding a bit of social play at the same time. So this combined with the massive cooperative PvP mode,
Guild Wars 2 though,
make the game feel very
in my opinion, there are things that these devs nailed that are awesome and unique till this day. The way the leveling works, the gearing works,
create items,
the completionism, the dynamic world is awesome. The world actually feels alive. It's so cool, dude.
It was quite attractive for those who
so
preferred
cool.
the less combat-oriented elements of the genre.
Oh, found it.
All of this without a subscription fee.
Yeah, there's that too. No
against
fucking subscription is
free-to-play games
crazy.
in the genre, it wasn't completely free.
Till this day, it doesn't have
launched with
subscription, by the way.
a model of purchasing the base game.
It does have
and also
microtransactions, though.
expansions, but foregoing the monthly payment in order to appeal to a broader audience that didn't want to commit so much to it. And so the game launched.
Why am I taking damage?
And this is normally
from
where I
what? Oh,
describe
from
where
those
things
moss
went
spiders.
horribly wrong, but it really didn't. It wasn't perfect by any means. It suffered some launch issues.
I don't know, I didn't like the gameplay experience and such. Yeah, so at least have an MMO kind of gameplay. A lot of buttons and such, and just swing a sword. Oh yeah, for sure.
Like some other games
For
in
sure.
this video. It had a solid
I agree with
game,
you.
both PvE and PvP. The classes didn't feel
In that
restricted.
sense,
It gave
for
players
sure.
a lot of freedom
If
for
that's what you're looking for,
experimentation.
just a bunch of
Combat
buttons to
was smooth
mash,
and fun.
then yeah, so
It
for
has
sure is
arguably
better.
the best flight system in the entire genre, with World of Warcraft essentially lifting it in their Dragonflight expansion. And to top it all off, its focus on horizontal progression.
Yeah, completely
ensures
focused on
that
horizontal
the time that
progression,
players invest into
which is
the game
awesome.
retains a good amount of its value compared to many other games within
Exactly.
the genre.
You never
everything
feel like
else in this
your
list,
time is
it
being
failed to
wasted
kill
and you're a
World of
second-class
Warcraft,
citizen.
but
That is
never
awesome
really
from
tried
Guild Wars.
to. The sheer excitement.
I should give that game another play because I never bought any of the expansions from that game. I only played the base game. I played a lot of the base game, but I only played the base game.
Themselves even said that they
I want them to
didn't
make
want
Guild Wars 3 though.
with World of
That's what I
Warcraft,
want.
as they were trying to make something different, which they succeeded at. As today, the game for many is a good representative of what a quality horizontal progression MMO should be, and it continues to get expansions and updates, and continues to be a worthy and reliable source of fun for its players.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm supposed to come here.
There exist many IPs of varying genres that players feel would make
no,
great
yeah,
choices
yeah.
for a reimagining in the MMO setting. At a certain point, one of the most popular was
here
the
comes
world of
ESO.
Elder Scrolls by Bethesda, instead of being caught in the shackles of a single-player campaign-driven experience. What if the world of Tamriel was shared by players, with the classic quests featured in the leveling campaign, and the endgame to be this classic, large-scale, group-oriented content? ZeniMax Online Studios would promise just that with the unveiling of The Elder Scrolls Online. At this point, Skyrim had released just 3 years earlier, and it sold over
Crazy
30
that it was
million
so long ago,
copies,
Chad.
quickly reinforcing that it was a staple of the open-world fantasy RPG genre. But now, Bethesda had handed the keys to its most sacred franchise to a studio led by Matt Fuhrer, who is the architect of the Dark Age of Camelot. The vision, as was
To be fair,
standard
Dark
with
Age of
the genre,
Camelot is a
was
W.
ambitious, to say the least.
Really
Players
is.
would explore every province from High Rock to Black Marsh and wage war in 3-faction PvP, steal from merchants, murder innocents, join the Dark Brotherhood or the Mages Guild. Pretty much everything that made the Elder Scrolls this legendary sandbox. But now,
Yeah, it was amazing on
amplified
fun
by the
service,
presence
100%.
of other players. Cinematic trailers amassed millions of views. Pre-orders began to fly off of the shelves. And as usual, fans anointed ESO as the new heir before it even launched. By launch date itself, which was April 4th, 2014.
You just forget
they
whenever
had 1.3
Bethesda is
million
involved in
pre-orders
something,
secured. At that point,
it never
quite a
goes
serious
as you think it
challenge
will.
to Blizzard's upcoming
Never
Morrowind
does.
expansion, because importantly, it would come at a time of great stagnation as the end of the Mists of Pandaria.
Exactly, it was the end of the golden era of MMOs.
People were bored.
In normalized
The
service
identity
games
theme
are
of
starting to
Mists
pop off.
was a big miss
Right,
for many of
Destiny
its players,
1,
and the Elder
League
Scrolls
of
Online
Legends,
looked more like
Dota,
World of Warcraft than
Counter-Strike.
World of Warcraft did itself at this point.
MMOs
while
weren't the
subscriptions were tumbling,
epicenter
and
of
the stage
gaming
couldn't be
anymore.
set more perfectly for a new king of the MMO.
I mean, come on, I
But
guess
since
so.
it's in this video, something obviously went wrong, and while it wouldn't be fair to say that it's a bad game, it just wasn't all as great as people imagined it would be. the most
Exactly.
overpowering feedback that people will tell
It
you
was
is
way too
that
hype.
while they wanted Elder Scrolls
And again,
they
they
wanted
had to
an
be-
MMO, instead of these two forces complementing each other in this smooth
They
and
clashed.
enjoyable experience, they actually ended up getting in each other's way,
Yeah.
and it just turned out to be a poor Elder Scrolls experience and a rather mediocre MMO, where quests felt important and had weight in the single-player games, as is standard with most MMOs due to the sheer amount required to reach the max level. In ESO, they felt diluted, mundane, and unimportant, and lacking the level of polish and depth and narrative that the series had become iconic for.
Exactly.
And importantly, due to its sandbox nature.
That's what I debated with you guys another day about the difference in storytelling on a live service game and a single player game, right? And when you understand that MMOs do not have the same plot devices to tell a story that a normal game has, because there's the constraint of choices, right? Players can actually make meaningful choices. The story gotta progress in a linear way. The story is gonna get spoiled. Like, there's so many things that make so transforming a single player narrative, story, depth into multiplayer games just fails, right? Even at Final Fantasy XIV, which was probably the best MMO story that I've played so far, which probably means it's probably the best MMO story, period, that was created so far. It still suffers from the same issue, right? That it is a live service game, a massive multiplayer game, that everyone at the end of the day has to have the same story, the same progression, the same experience, and that just locks narrative away and takes away player agency, which eventually takes away depth, meaning, everything, right? It is what it is. Again, the first MMO that finds a way to fix or deal with this, right, and create a single player narrative, a truly single player narrative, would be awesome. Would be awesome. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna answer that message here. Sorry, chat. Reading some things. Okay. Let's go back to it.
And its associated freedom.
Bro, where's
you
the
really
queue?
often created your own
25 minutes in
story
the queue,
and
what
chose
the
your own
fuck?
direction. However, since ESO is an MMO, a rather linear one at that,
Christ.
everyone is given this predetermined direction, and therefore it lacks one of the series' greatest strengths. The series defines itself on the lone hero overcoming
this
these
in,
impossible
Argus?
situations swaying kings,
Oh,
slaying
fuck, we couldn't even
others,
get
slaying
there.
dragons, and making the player feel like they're this major,
Can I don't think I
impactful
can.
figure within the world. And that just isn't possible in a multiplayer setting. Another large issue for many was its core, the combat. The combat in Skyrim, while not perfect, was smooth, punchy, responsive, and fun. Swinging a sword or warhammer felt like it had weight, and flinging spells felt satisfying and immersive. That is, if you don't count pausing the game in order to ingest 40 cheese wheels.
Yeah, that was so funny, man. Pausing the game to eat.
ESO, while not as
The game had
polished,
so
it
much
does have some of
good
the same
janky,
flashes as
like good
we saw in
jank.
real time.
It's crazy,
Wisely,
dude.
They did avoid the tab targeting system, and they stuck with the more appropriate real-time kind of hybrid. But when people criticize the combat in ESO, oftentimes they just say that it felt flat and boring. And the reason for that isn't really due to the actual combat, but more by the fact that in 95% of the game's content, and for the entirety of the questing campaign, it just lacked any agency because everything was too easy. It had the Lost Ark syndrome. Another game, speaking strictly the leveling campaign here, was laughably boring because 95% of the encounters ended within 5 seconds of starting them. It was so easy that it didn't keep players engaged. If we're speaking strictly
To be fair,
MMOs
Lost
here,
Ark
it's rather
game
common for
made
most of the
up for
challenge
it.
to be held at the end game, whereas
Yeah.
questing serves as an introduction to prepare you for that end game. If every single enemy were challenging, it would be quite laborious to kill thousands upon
How did he
thousands
kill
of them
Queen
during your
Greta?
leveling campaign. But again, the whole
there
idea
we
of
go.
ESO was to draw in fans of Elder Scrolls, a community of people who were used to and expected a smooth, engaging, polished, and at least somewhat challenging combat experience. And while it certainly had potential, it just didn't really live up to it, and it made other systems feel worse, such as their class system, which banked on high customization and experimenting, which is great by itself. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much because you could essentially roll your face on the keyboard and achieve the same outcome. Again, discounting the end game where there is some challenge to be found, experimenting was meaningless because any combination resulted in success, no matter how ridiculous it may have been. Level scaling was an issue. When the game first came out, it followed the World of Warcraft style of enemies in a zone having a certain level. So if you're level 10 and you try to go to a level 20 zone, you would get destroyed pretty quickly, which again was against the identity of what made Elder Scrolls great. One of its main draws is that it's this huge open world with many different things to do and different directions to go, and you're given a lot of power in the order in which to do them. And so the developers took on this feedback and they changed it such that the enemies now scaled with the player's level, which gave more freedom. However, on the other hand, it made it feel less like an RPG. This was something that World of Warcraft struggled with in the Legion expansion when they did essentially the same thing. One of the core pillars of the RPG genre is feeling like you're progressing, encountering an enemy or a boss, struggling, gaining a few levels, and then coming back and making it your bitch. This is the satisfying
Making
core
it your
pillar
bitch?
of nearly
Why wasn't it
every
like that
RPG ever
anymore?
made. But if everything now scales with you, it's completely lost, and numbers become just that.
That is exactly what
Numbers.
happens in retail now.
You do more
Not
numbers,
nowadays,
but the
in
enemy has higher
eons.
numbers, therefore you've not progressed, which put into question the point of levels to begin with, as they've now become this arbitrary carrot to chase. Another disappointing thing was that thief characters shipped without any meaningful thievery system. Sneaking around and pickpocketing is core to the
really?
franchise and extremely
Ooh.
impactful in the single-player games, with players able to get 5-finger discounts on immediately useful or valuable endgame items, weapons, and armor. However, in an MMO setting, it had to be restricted because it would be way too powerful to loot items that actually had major value or impact, as it would break the core gameplay and economy. No one would run dungeons or raids or grind crafting if you could simply steal something equivalent from a weapon shop in the city. So they were
That's a
limited
good
to
point,
food,
actually.
low-level items, or other
And that's why,
inconsequential,
again,
mostly
trying to
useless junk,
convert a
along with
game
the
from a
daily
single
limit
player
of
to
the
a
amount of
multiplayer is
stolen
so
items that you
hard.
could sell. Again, all because of the restrictions of its
Right.
multiplayer setting. In trying to serve both fans of the Elder Scrolls series and fans of the MMORPG genre, they ended up failing both, at least in its initial period. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. Similar to Rift, it was just okay, and okay wasn't enough to keep players hooked in any major way in what was then a very oversaturated genre. All of this, combined with controversies such as locking access to the most popular race, the Imperials, to a more
What the hell did the guy leave the instance instead of staying here and getting the farm?
severely hindered that critical launch period,
That's
which
good.
is a shame because the game today
Maybe he
most
got angry
degree
because he was
has
dying?
improved drastically since its launch. It still
I know.
releases expansions and it has a respectable audience, and who knows what the future may hold, but these limitations were certainly enough to keep it from impacting World of Warcraft in a major way, even during what many consider to be one of its most vulnerable periods. At this point, it had started to set in with people that World of Warcraft was here to stay. But wait
yeah.
a second. What about an MMO that was developed by none other than Blizzard? WildStar is the next entry on our list.
Oh yeah,
Again,
the
whose
ex,
development team consisted of
devs.
former World of Warcraft developers under the name Carbide Studios. A big pitch for the game was that although several developers were from Blizzard, they wanted to form its own identity based around the fact that it wasn't World of Warcraft, and it didn't want to fall into the same fatiguing clone market that had been oversaturating the genre for years at this point. They would try to achieve this in many ways, even going as far as to creating its own engine to cater to their needs. Set on the planet Nexus, it pitched a very colorful aesthetic with a brutal endgame, which was based around their telegraphed combat system. Like some of the others in this list, they decided to forgo the tab targeting system and went for more of this real-time reactionary-based combat, where projectiles and swings.
Bro, WildStar was so fun. I still don't get how the hell that game died so fast. I don't know if it was the sci-fi nature of it people didn't like.
Generally requiring far more coordination.
Whatever, but that game was so fun.
Such a system, the movement had to be quite fluid, and players would be given a variety of tools to make both the combat and exploration feel fun and fair, such as dodge rolls and double jumps. There was a particularly large focus on difficulty and grinding, with raids that required pixel-perfect coordination and attunement trials that were locked behind lengthy grinding.
Is that where I am? Castle of Eternal Night? Yeah, it is. Oh, there she is.
As grindy as it was, they aimed to mix things up by using a unique leveling system called Paths, where upon character creation, players could choose any of the 4 choices of Explorer, Soldier, Settler, and Scientist. And
I really liked it, dude. I really did. It really is a shame this game died.
Whatever they picked. PvP
Probably the
was
most
a big
unique
focus,
MMO I've ever played.
particularly their war plot system, which were very large-scale 40 versus 40 sieges that took place on battlefields crafted by the players themselves, aiming to ensure that each was a unique experience. And player housing was an exciting feature.
Oh yeah,
for
player
many
housing was
players to
crazy.
buy these different plots of land,
Literally crazy,
customize
chat.
their own home to the finest detail, whether that be the house itself, its decor, or
Find a
the
normal
yard
dungeon?
outside,
It didn't count?
as well as including actual gameplay features
Really,
such as
man?
crafting, gathering, and even dungeons to run. And particularly because the development team consisted of former vanilla World of Warcraft developers, many had aspirations that they would be able to bottle lightning twice and finally be the one to dethrone their own creation. But its identity was far different, to say the least. World of Warcraft at this point had firmly entrenched in what was initially marketed as the MMO for the casual
I'm so
player,
sad that this game didn't pop off.
introducing many layers of
Should've,
accessibility
really
at
should've.
every corner. And while this served
Let
its
me do this
casual
real
audience, a portion of their hardcore players argued that it was done at the expense of the game's overall quality. And so WildStar targeted these jaded veterans, promising salvation. There'd be no LFR mode, no welfare epics, no handouts, just
No welfare
skill,
epics is a crazy way
and
to say
accomplishment.
shit.
But anyone who knows the fate of WildStar knows that this, of course, wouldn't last. MMO launches are filled with all types of players, casuals included, and having defined themselves
the game was
as
just too
antithesis of
hardcore-y.
casual, this audience would quickly fade in the face of this insurmountable challenge and grind.
Yeah.
So much so that many today even pin the blame on them, focusing primarily on this hardcore audience. The questing, as described, was incredibly grindy and arduous. And
Yeah, it was.
even then, when the max
It
level was
was
reached
hard,
and
man.
players started getting into raiding, they were hit with this brick wall. The attunement process requiring high performance in dungeons, world bosses, reputation grinds, locked 95% of the players out of the raids. And by September 14th, only 2% had stepped into the first raid. And where it promised difficulty, boy did it deliver. The very few who actually made it to the raids were met with some of the most challenging content the genre had ever seen. Everything functioned as it was intended. The fights were quite creative, and the custom engine really shined by implementing this fluid movement in order to handle the mechanics.
It did feel smooth too.
They were also brutally punishing, and exhaustion would set in quick, with bosses even being buffed as time went on. This was speculated by some to add longevity to the game, in that the endgame content wasn't fully finished, as the content drought hit pretty hard. The launch also suffered from some general hiccups that was standard in the MMO. There were plots lagging,
crashes,
as well as their auction house crashing daily. Speaking of war plots,
are the spirits
they
that dropped
suffered
antiquities?
from some queue
Or
issues,
these guys?
as
Probably these
it was
guys.
difficult to get 80 players to join at the same time, and the PvP in these battles was pretty troublesome and degraded into chaotic clusterfucks. The problem with this telegraph system is that when PvP skirmishes got to a certain size, your screen would just become garbled with a mess of flashing red and players scrambling like chickens with their heads cut off, resulting in little strategy and a lot of rolling your face
that's
on the
how every
keyboard,
Korean
spamming as
MMO
many
plays as
AoEs
well.
as humanly possible.
On the
I want you to
PvP,
tell
just
me,
a Zerg fest.
what in the holy mother of God is going on here? Oh yeah, just dodge the red, bro. Come on, just dodge it. And so server populations hemorrhaged from 20 plus realms at launch to 2 by 2015. They attempted a relaunch in September of the same year.
Oh, they tried to relaunch?
It
They didn't even do
see
that.
much success, unfortunately. Carbine would lay off 70% of its staff in 2016, and
How many?
NCSoft officially shuttered the studio in 2019. And Wildstar is chronicled as yet another MMO that failed to stay alive, let alone topple World of Warcraft. And many today cite Wildstar specifically in arguments between serving hardcore and casual audiences, with many concluding that at the very least, an MMO can survive on the hardcore audience alone.
Exactly.
And while challenging endgame content is certainly important to the genre,
Gotta develop the
it
game for the
can't be
majority of
sole
players.
focus,
It is what
and
it is,
every
whether you like it
area
or
of the
not.
game must
You
have
complain as much
some
as you
level of
want.
polish to retain every
Gotta
type of
develop the
player.
game for the majority, not the minority. Oh, FF? Now we talking. Was that ever considered a WoW killer though? Maybe only by Square Enix.
Last on our list, we have what is arguably the king of the RPG genre, Final Fantasy, coming off its successful launch
Literally the
of
king
Final
of the
Fantasy
RPG genre.
11 in 2002. In 2009, players would learn that the 14th installment would also be developed on the massively multiplayer scale. It promised another reinvention. Perhaps the biggest innovation was the class system, where players could switch between jobs on a single character.
Yeah, that was
with
awesome.
The jobs themselves
You went to bed,
reminiscent of
Liquid?
fan
Okay, homie.
favorites of the series,
Sleep well.
such
See you
as the
tomorrow.
Black
Kisses.
Mage, the Summoner, Paladin, which was quite unique compared to World of Warcraft's traditional system of locking players to one class on character creation. Developers promised a very heavy focus on lore and story,
I'm probably gonna
maintaining the
continue
charm
till the
of the
morning.
single-player experiences. They said that they wanted this living story that was updated
Bro,
every
stop
3
with
months
it. Come
with
on, man. I already told you you're gonna make me look like Tyler
shaping the
1.
fate of the world, as well as their fellow players. The combat blended 11's deliberate pacing with real-time ability queuing, and the world was a love letter to the series with primals like Ifrit and Titan.
Yeah, it really was an
manifested as
homage
giant colossi.
to all the other Final
It would have
Fantasies.
player housing via housing wards, player orchestras, as well as the Golden Saucer to serve as side activities.
Oh, the Golden Saucer was so
promising
fun.
a bright and active future, and fans were quite optimistic from the
So fun,
success
man.
of 11, declaring that 2010 to be the year that the East would finally topple Blizzard. Everything was looking pretty good, and then the game launched.
Oh man.
And the dream was shattered as it ended up sucking what was perhaps the biggest dick in
happened to his
MMORPG
voice?
history. The original Final Fantasy XIV, now retroactively dubbed version 1.0, was a catastrophe of historic proportion. The first thing that players would notice was its incredibly poorly designed interface, which was an indecipherable labyrinth of menus nested within menus, almost representing a series of puzzles to solve to even obtain the most basic information on how to play. Every menu had a submenu, every submenu had a submenu, and getting critical information such as item durability, stats, or even things like buying and selling items was unnecessarily irritating. Even one of their most touted
I mean, to be fair, the UI UX is still bad to this day. With all due respect to FF, because FF is an amazing game. But they till this day gotta fix their UI UX.
Equipped different pieces of gear.
As people say, when it's hard even to buy the game, you just know something's wrong.
Using the player market feature, where players could set up vendors, but it had no interface to search items, so instead you'd have to investigate each vendor one by one, all the while trudging through menus and submenus, and then another submenu, only to find out that the only thing being sold are copper ore and pickles for a ridiculous price. Getting into the bread and butter of the game, the questing was quite monotonous. The world was copy-pasted terrain stretched for miles with little to no points of interest, and quests that required players to travel 20 minutes.
I wonder how much he researched on FF 1.0 to talk about
this. There
this.
were no mounts nor fast travel systems initially present aside from...
It is still probably the most popular of all of those, though. Of all the other old the WoW filler MMOs.
This would cost a currency called anima, which was quite scarce, and most people would burn through it rather quickly. And while this does have some benefits, such as making the world seem large and imposing, since the zones were largely empty and dull, it wasn't really as rewarding as they had intended. They did follow through with some promises. There was story to be had with quite impressive in-game cutscenes, but they were delivered in milestones with long stretches of generic, tedious MMO questing injected in between them. And what's worse was that you couldn't even go at your own pace, as the game limited the amount of quests that you could complete.
Yeah, that was disgusting. Is whatever you want to call it.
The idea was that in the meantime, to force you to either grind mobs or more efficiently help other players with their quests that you've already completed, therefore encouraging social interaction. Although some would say that the word encouraging is rather generous, and it really was just
more like forcing,
restricting the player. And speaking of restrictions,
to be fair, you can argue the same for vanilla.
Job would eventually become capped, again to encourage people to switch between them and diversify their character. So between this and the severely limited methods of travel and the questing limitation, it really kind of betrayed one of its biggest marketed features, which was this freedom to do what you want to do. The graphics were fairly good. They were also quite demanding. Similar to some other games on this list, they had the problem of having this high barrier of entry in order for it to be playable smoothly, and even then it was poorly optimized, with even those having the most powerful machines suffering crashes and frame stuttering, which made things like combat.
Yeah, that's crazy really when you think about it. Nowadays you're running a fucking toaster. I mean, same thing for a while though, but a WoW was always a well-optimized game somehow.
It was difficult to target mobs.
Somehow.
Spells and abilities would randomly lag or fail to function, and enemies' health would randomly regenerate to full for no reason. It was clear that this core part of every MMORPG had received little to no polish. In other words, it was a mess. It was so bad that Square Enix actually issued a formal apology for how terrible it was, which was unprecedented within the genre's history, and they vowed to essentially remake the game from the ground up.
Yeah, that was the craziest part in my opinion. The fact that they remade the game while the game was alive and they let it free while they were remaking the game.
Combat was ditched entirely. Travel options were
improved. A huge pair of balls.
Story quests were refined.
It really does.
The class system, and it actually became a great MMORPG with many.
It is really fucking fun. I had a blast
within gaming history.
Can't wait to go back to it too.
Linear theme park style of MMO, but with a ton of side content to explore, and the game really shines in its story for most players. It hit something of a peak around the year 2020 with its Shadowbringers expansion and then into Endwalker, at which point the World of Warcraft had released what is regarded today as their worst expansion ever, the Shadowlands, both within that expansion itself and the culture surrounding Blizzard as a whole contributed to something that the genre was very unfamiliar with. World of Warcraft was no longer the clear winner. Although
and
it is
then
impossible
do
to
a normal
tell,
dungeon.
as neither MMO releases
Right.
official subscription numbers, but some third-party analytics and data
Where is the
suggested
Sultan
that
Violet
it was at
Hold?
least close, as players had begun to quit Shadowlands en masse and sort of migrated to Final Fantasy XIV. And to this day, that's the closest that any MMO has ever been to being labeled as a WoW killer.
What? Where is it? Is it in Argus?
And so concludes our coverage. Like I said, due to the amount of games in this video,
Hold on. Salt on Violet Hold location. Oh, it's in Dalaran. It is. Okay. I gotta do it on heroic. First of all, let me see what else we're gonna watch while I'm doing this. Was it Preach? Tell me why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a no. Tell me why. Is he actually stopping playing Gacha? Let me see. Okay. I can watch it later. No biggie. It's any video world now. I mean, it always was, always has been. Boss direction is the same at midnight? Really? Let me see what else we can queue here. Oh, sure. Let me listen to this interview. Could be interesting. Who knows? Haven't Preach done an interview with the Wikaris guys too? Or was that or was that was it Max? Because Max I've seen. Oh, he did. Oh, but that was 2 years ago. Who cares? It was before all the changes and shit. I haven't never heard of Neurosoma before. I don't know. You're a VTuber. You tell me. I know about him, and I'm not a VTuber. To be fair, I'm a tech nerd, so I guess that's more me than VTubing, right? It's more about tech than it is about VTubing per se. Good to you, maybe. What the fuck? Making this work better by breaking some rules? Probably an add-on, like a plug-in to it. This is such a good thumbnail. What the fuck? Hmm. Come on, man. Give me cool World of Warcraft videos. Oh, I don't care about you, Payo. Yeah. Classic PvP. Like, I would care about that. How is this video here somehow? Oh, we already have an hour or something of videos. Is that right? Kinda. Race world first. Best rate ever. Measure the doom of humanity. Dragonfly. No view. So cool, dude. Yeah, this Lost Ark raid. The Belshazzar raid is so cool, dude. So cool. Oh, that's probably awesome. The beginner guide to Mythic Plus. Probably a cool video to watch. Just to understand how it works and shit. Because I never actually... I mean, I do understand how it works. But I never actually got a proper introduction to it. Wow, Brazil. Holy shit, look at that. That frozen fucking what is the name of it? Lion's Den? No. What is the name of that tavern, chat? I always forget the name of it. Why it's rude to suck at Warcraft? That's crazy. World of Warcraft should be dead. Why is it still alive? Let me see this video. Okay, there we go. Should be good enough things for us to watch while I do the next few things.
I had to criminally underreport on some of them. I do want to say that failing to take down one of the most popular cultural phenomenons isn't really a statement.
Okay,
Many of the games listed here were and are successful in their own right, and a lot of their issues aren't even their own fault, especially in the cases of just bad timing on their release, or perhaps their publishers influencing them in negative ways. I think in the future I would like to cover these individually to give them the more proper respect that they deserve. It could be a fun little mini-series for the channel, so let me know if you'd like to see that. Aside from that, I hope you enjoyed the video. Like it if you liked it.
Let me finish the world quest there real quick though.
Peace.
Real quick real chat.
Farewell for now, mortals.
Farewell for now.
Enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
Recently, what is considered to be the best Race to World First event took place. After 5 years of the Race to World First being a live stream event, it came down after 13 days of grueling gameplay to just less than 1% between the two top teams, with Echo Esports managing to clutch out a victory. I was lucky enough to be at the event, and today we're going to look at the epic journey that Echo went on, the ups,
so
the
that's
downs,
why Preach liked it, because Echo won.
To be the best ever, why it's going to be talked about for years to come, and how a game that is celebrating
Preach, a
its
dirty little
19th
bastard.
birthday dominated people's minds and screens, resulting in over 450,000 people watching it all unfold live.
So, that is devastating. $200,000. Echo is racing to the finish line. This is it.
To be fair, the split between so many people, there's probably fucking nothing.
This race began differently from all the rest. One of the most talked about situations around the World First is when you can actually start playing. North America, where the reigning champions Team Liquid play, get their new raid a day earlier than the European-based Echo. This staggered reset timing is something neither guild enjoys, but with Blizzard unwilling to change it so far,
yeah, I don't get it why they didn't change that.
Into both guild strategies. For the first time, Echo announced that they were going to raid on the North American servers, which led to massive speculation from the community as to whether they had prepared all their resources for this move. Of course, the reality was that they were going to defeat the far easier normal mode on characters they had made in North America and claim the not so coveted normal mode world first. While this was obviously a publicity stunt, revealing the ending cinematic of the raid live for all to see and get early attention on them, it wasn't only that.
That's smart as fuck, actually,
was to have a full day head start testing the final boss in its simpler version. The Race to World First guilds use quite an extensive tech team to build add-ons and timers to aid them against the more complex bosses. Farak, the final boss of the raid, is completely untested. Everything the guilds know about it comes from the in-game dungeon journal. This doesn't compare to actually seeing it and testing whether all the tech work is operational. The keen-eyed among you will have noticed that as Echo reached Farak, one of its players swapped out of the group before they engaged the boss. The idea was that Echo would defeat the boss for its viewers, but after that, they could come back as many times as they wanted off-stream to mess around with the boss for testing. Perhaps a sign of things to come, but this went wrong. As the stream went into chill mode until the European reset at 5 AM the following day, Echo went back in to test the boss using the character that left the group and had Farak still alive.
Makes sense.
Or so it should have been. For whatever reason, it didn't work. Upon re-entering the raid, Farak was dead, which isn't what should happen. For the normal and heroic modes, Blizzard allows players to leave whenever they like and come back to finish the bosses they didn't do. It's a great system for guilds or solo players to not have to commit to doing an entire raid in a single session. Echo's sneaky plan was shambled. Their only solution then was to go to bed and come back early the next day and repeat the process as they still wanted that testing. Preparing for the Race to World First has become so complex that it takes all the guilds across the world months of preparation. Each guild spends thousands of hours preparing literally hundreds of characters amongst its 25 to 28 player roster for the big day. Farming the previous raids on as many alt characters as possible, acquiring every scrap of gear they can to not only make the start of the raid smoother, but also give them as many chances as possible of having one extremely strong character. One thing you can't prepare for, though, is any content that is not available until the new season is released. Typically, the raid releases a week or two after the new season goes live. This patch contains a lot of non-raid content that's for every player of the game to enjoy. Raiders will look deep into this to see if there is any advantage to be gained, and this time, there was. A new reputation system and rewards became available, including a permanent rune giving minor power, although guilds do have access to an endless temporary rune system, providing the same benefit, so it's minor, but also a high-value item upgrade crest that may have given a player an upgrade they wouldn't have otherwise had. So the grinding commenced. However, it was discovered that some of the seeds you needed to interact with to gain the reputation were bugged. Through a process, you can essentially farm them endlessly and far more quickly than intended. Now, Blizzard's policy on these kinds of exploits has been inconsistent over the years, so a decision has to be made by the players to save them many hours of doing it legitimately, or risk the ire of Blizzard by doing it far quicker. On the morning of the launch, Blizzard did in fact take action. They decided to roll back characters that had used the exploit. Rolling back is resetting a character's reputation standing to before they started using the bug and removing the rewards they had earned. When I arrived into Echo's studio in Sweden, the players were essentially sat, waiting to see who would get hit. Now, as Echo had mostly done it legitimately, only 2 of their players were hit, while many others across the world, including Liquid, had been hit. It was a soft hand by Blizzard, but a clear marker. They were watching, and that was a sign of things to
his
come.
narration is so good.
The tedious
dude.
process of split runs began,
I got
dividing the
chills of
players
him
into
saying
small
they
groups and
were
asking
watching.
helpers to fill over 60 raids of the easier pre-mythic version to obtain as much gear as possible. And the results of this are staggering. When the team finally is ready to begin the mythic version of the raid, they're usually equipped in gear that would take the average player 6 or more weeks to collect. While this process was ongoing on both sides of the pond, something interesting was happening. The mythic bosses were dying, and dying quickly. Instant Dollars, a top 10 guild in their own right, were crushing the raid. While it's absolutely not uncommon to see the early mythic bosses die before the top guilds even start, it can give you a sign of what's to come. It's always unknown as to how difficult the raid is actually going to be, and it can be very inconsistent. Sepulchre of the first ones took 3 weeks to clear, and is WoW's most difficult raid in history. However, Aberrus the Shadowed Crucible, the previous raid to this one, was cleared in just 4 days.
Are you going to be the one dealing
This
with him?
raid, Amirdrasil, contains 9 bosses. Instant Dollars claimed 6 of the 9 bosses before either Liquid or
That's a
Echo
lot.
had even stepped inside. Now you might think this would panic Liquid and Echo, but
Yeah.
they've been here before. They have to stick to their strategy and
Exactly.
hope the last bosses are hard. And oh boy,
Usually they are, to be
were
fair.
they.
Oh boy, were
The
they.
call is made. It's time for Mythic. With North America having the day head start as is normal, Liquid head in first, and oh man, were they in great shape. In total, Liquid took a total of 17 pulls to match Instant Dollars' days of effort and reach 6 out of 9, and begin staring down the fire giant himself, Smolderon. Coming into this race, Smolderon was one of the bosses predicted to be the first big wall to climb. Not only are his attacks absolutely brutal, but his high HP meant he was a huge DPS check. Blizzard also decided to buff his HP by 13%.
What?
Now, this is not uncommon to see on the later unkilled bosses once Blizzard has a grasp of just how much damage the guilds are capable of. And without the buff, Smolderon would have been smashed to pieces. However, impressively, Liquid only needed 56 tries to claim Smolderon's life.
Well, that's actually pretty good.
In their first real day of progress, had reached the penultimate boss, Tindral Sageswift. The feeling was, this race is going to be a short one.
Left patch and doing the
Unfortunately,
race is
Liquid ran into a
crazy,
very
dude.
strange bug, sadly not uncommon for the
I mean,
enemy
you get both
champions,
sides, but
who
it's
end up
crazy,
pulling
so.
a lot of the harder bosses before anyone else and finding these kinds of problems. Tindral's abilities were causing immense lag, making the encounter unplayable. Thankfully, Blizzard does now maintain close contact with the guilds and got to work fixing it, while Liquid used their time effectively, heading into the 5-man mythic dungeons to collect even more item upgrades.
Makes sense.
Echo's first day ended roughly the same way, with both guilds being 7 out of 9, and the 1 and 2 spots on the leaderboard being locked in until the death of this race. This is where the reset strategy comes into play. NA does get the patch a day early, but that also means their raid week reset happens earlier. Monday is NA's final day before everything resets and the bosses respawn. Now, of course, this means more loot is available, but it also allows Echo to make some choices as they have all of Tuesday to milk what they can from this first reset. Of course, this can also flip, and the new gear Liquid obtains on their Tuesday reset may allow them to kill the final boss before Echo gets the same gear, but thankfully, that hasn't happened yet in Race to World First history, as it would be disappointing on both sides.
Yeah.
Echo always has to start from behind due to this reset. Historically, they tend to win when they can catch up fast and then overtake the competition, and this was their chance. Tindral Sageswift is one of the most amazing fights Blizzard has ever made. Every action the players could have taken to bypass the mechanics or make the fight easier had been taken into account. It was smooth, had unbelievably punishing mechanics, and pushed each guild to the limits of its teamwork. It was also extremely hard. Blizzard made a minor nerf to the boss, but only nerfed a phase neither guild had seen yet, making it irrelevant to the race. Echo's strategy here was simple. On Monday, they didn't need to smash their face into Tindral. Liquid did. If Liquid had any hope of reaching Farak before the reset, Tindral had to die. Echo could allow Liquid to push into Tindral while they went off to the 5-man dungeons to get more gear. They could learn as much as they can about the boss, then use all their Tuesday to kill Tindral and pull the final boss way ahead of Liquid. The stage was set. Liquid did not manage to defeat Tindral before their reset, so Echo was primed to pull ahead for the first time in this race. And then
crazy, dude.
Disaster.
Oh, this
Echo's healer Zalia, who was with us in Sweden, got very sick. As in, couldn't get out of bed. Sick. You might think that someone else could have stepped in, but it's just not that easy to replace someone of Zalia's level on a whim.
Yeah.
Zalia not only is considered the best priest in the world, with a multitude of world titles under his belt, but also one of the best players in the world. But it is especially hard when
one of the best healers is already one of the best players in the world.
On an extremely hard boss to learn how to play it. Due to some roster changes and
healing
two people being unable to
hard.
make the timing of the race to world first and help the healing team, Echo's
Especially
healing leader
damage too, which is the case on Mythic.
Meaning he had no characters available to join the raid. In fact, Echo had no main healer to step in at that time.
What did they do?
Echo literally had 4 healers for this tier, and one of them was gone. Enter Sol, a true champion who had been outside the raid to fill those shoes. Being less comfortable with playing the same spec as Zalia, he came in with his holy priest and got to work. In a remarkable turn of events, Sol
which one did the other guy play? Holy or Discipline?
But Echo did manage to make solid progress into the fight. A true gladiator. However, it did take some 6 hours of re-progress to get there. And for Echo, Tindral remained unkilled, and any advantage Echo thought was coming was lost.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Liquid no doubt got a huge motivation seeing the setback of Echo and their chance to firmly stay in the lead. In typical Liquid fashion, they stormed through the reset and murdered every boss on their way back to Tindral. It was a spectacular demonstration of just how good Liquid are, managing to not only re-kill everything, but get Tindral to 24% and primed for a kill the following day. Echo's reset was not quite as smooth. Perhaps rocked by not taking the lead, they had some messy wipes on Nimue. While it may have only cost them an hour, it's the mental toll it takes to not be performing as well as the competition.
Well said, Breach.
They did get back to Tindral, with Zalia now back in action and pulling a 16-hour raid day after being completely ill the previous day. The following day was the real setback for Echo. Liquid claimed the world first Tindral after over 400 attempts, but still
do that
well within their normal raiding schedule, and then turning their stream off to begin work on the final boss, Farak, for the last couple of hours of their day, not showing the competition anything. Echo had to catch up. While many think that Echo has the advantage by being able to copy Liquid strategies due to the reset, the fact is, no one can win by copying what someone else has done.
Exactly.
At the lunch break, Roger Brown talks to me and informs me that Tindral should be dead before the dinner break, to which I agreed. And it should have. It really should. Sadly, that was not to be the case. Echo just couldn't get everything working. Tindral is a very punishing encounter, and perhaps overconfidence led to the players being tilted, as well as the exhaustion of pushing on. Echo has a very precise sleep schedule to take full advantage of the reset time. 5 a.m. is when EU can begin progressing, and the players demand a minimum 8 hours sleep during the race to avoid fatigue.
That's right.
As the hours passed, Tindral was still standing, and Echo know Liquid is working on the final boss. And that final boss may be...
Are they gonna do group find your normal dungeon?
The team had to pull together physically, and mentally to get the job done. At midnight, after 19 hours of gaming, well past their usual sleep timers, on the
70
final
seconds?
pull
Oh,
of
hell
the
yeah.
night, after some players even logged out after the previous try, thinking the night was over,
They're
Echo
100% going to change me to
managed
vengeance.
this.
Seeds done.
Oh man, I can't wait till the midnight. Race of the World First of Midnight is probably going to be the first one that I'm going to watch, where there's not going to be a weak aura saying, dodge the attack, run, 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 cast ice block, protect, jump. Can't wait to see that.
Let's go! Fuck this! Fucking hell!
Farak was not to be an easy boss, and both guilds got to work. Here is where the story takes an interesting turn. Liquid have the advantage. They got there first and began getting that all-important practice and experience. Farak is very well designed. Each step of the fight demands a huge amount of optimization from a micro and macro standpoint. It throws curveballs constantly with massive single-target damage and develops into huge AoE damage and driving your healers into a frenzy of burst and constant damage on the raid. Liquid had a great streak of attempts that allowed them to reach the second phase of the fight early in their raid day, at which point they decided to once again turn off their streams so they wouldn't give any unnecessary information to the chasing team. Now the race to World First going dark is always controversial, and I have my own viewpoints, but for a team looking to win, it makes perfect sense.
It is what it is. Yeah, of
They're
course.
ahead and see no reason to help the enemy.
I mean,
however,
it is kind of lame on a consumer perspective.
Echo immensely.
But it is
You
what
see,
it is.
neither
There are no
Echo nor
rules.
Liquid wants to copy strats. It's not what they
I wish
do,
Blizzard would
or what
actually
allows
just
them
force
to really
people to
flex their
stream the
muscles
race.
and become champions.
At least one
It's
member
also
of the
not
team.
wise to look at the solution
just
to the
like
puzzle
Destiny does.
if the solution is known. With Liquid
In my
Dark,
opinion.
however, Echo, for the first time since this race began, after 9 long days, were able to play their own game. They knuckled down and began working, developing their own ways of tackling the
Can I fight
puzzle,
you?
and they began to fly. In the back of their minds, though, as the hours ticked by, it was always a concern as to where Liquid had gotten to during their blackout. In the previous Aberrus raid, when Liquid went dark, they came back online and were significantly further ahead on the final boss. It demoralized Echo, and they took the world first. As the clock ticked by, Liquid
That's crazy mental
came
game.
back, and they weren't ahead. They were at the same point. It was all tied up. I can't express to you the electricity that flowed through that warehouse in Sweden. It was as if Echo came to life. They finished their dinner and got right back to it. As more and more boss HP was removed and solutions were found, Echo started to pull ahead. Internally, lots of math was going on as to whether or not the boss was killable based on the health of the boss and the group setup. Echo had a 19% wipe on Farak as their raid day was coming to a close,
That's
and the
tough.
boss was decidedly killable. But then, Blizzard nerfed the boss health by 4%.
We do have Mini down on the enhancement Shaman with, it looks like no battlers available, nor an Ankh, as we also have players now all frozen, it looks like, and wiping.
Oh, no.
Oh, the hand on the forehead, as this may be
Oh, I know this voice. Jack knows?
weak aura issue with something they just changed about their UIs.
Something like that, right?
Oh. Now we can take a look at what went wrong with the code there. Oh no. Bigwigs is missing some timers on something? I don't know. That is an unfortunate way to lose 8 minutes and 30 seconds of very well executed combat up until that point.
Yeah, that has to be really, really frustrating.
Now, in hindsight, this nerf made a lot of sense, and no one but Blizzard knew just how hard the final 10% of the boss would be.
Yeah, sure.
We found out after the kill that Blizzard weren't even sure what they were asking of the players was even humanly possible.
Lol.
At the time, it felt like a sledgehammer had been taken to Echo. Echo were about to head to sleep. They had raided long and hard the last 2
These
days.
videos are so good, dude. What the fuck? Gotta watch all the other ones.
They had now proven the boss was killable and were getting to that final phase of the fight consistently. Vice versa, Liquid were just starting their raid day and the boss had just been made easier. What do you do with this information? Well,
yes, I got
in
one.
Echo's mind, it was time to dig deep and kill. Immediately, a call was made to the players. What do you need? Energy drinks, favorite candy, techno music, whatever it is, we will get it.
Techno music.
Production immediately put the casters into action to keep the show going all night long, and Scribe rallied his troops to stand together. We also ordered pizza. I finished my second shift of the day at 3 a.m. when the team was on a 5-minute break. Fatigue had set in. The kill was not close, and I suggested to Scribe to go and get some sleep. He was, of course, of the mind that Liquid could god pull and take away their victory, and it's true.
I already have to the Trail of Elder, do I know?
But it was looking unlikely. At 4 a.m., they decided to call it and head to bed. Trying to sleep, knowing your competition can take the title isn't easy. Perhaps exhaustion will allow you to just pass out, but it is hard. With the minimum 8 hours needed, it wouldn't be until 1
on raid fighter difficulty or higher
would raid again.
Ooh, that's good.
Until then,
that's 2 in 1 raid.
As the sun rose over Sweden and I reached for my phone, I saw what I needed. The boss still lived. 6% remaining. And Liquid had also succumbed to fatigue and headed to bed.
6% is
there was still a chance.
Okay, so right now
At
we need
12
to
p.m.,
do...
the leaders of Echo arrived before the players, gathering to plan the day ahead. And at 1, the pulls began, and no one except Blizzard knew just how hard that 6% was to overcome. Farak's difficulty is very backloaded. While his other phases are tough, nothing compares to his final 10. The problem is the seeds and blazes. Blaze is an ability used from the start. Players shoot out fire waves to either side of them that hits other players. In phase 3, we add seeds. The twist is that if any of these seeds get hit by any boss mechanics, the raid instantly dies. At the start, there are 4 good seeds that are used to survive the dragon's roar periodically. However, when 1 good seed is used, 2 bad seeds join the fight. By the end, not only is the room considerably smaller due to the other mechanics, but you have 8 seeds to protect and a lot of blazes covering the room. Only by absolutely insane gameplay can they be protected. As the hours ticked by, Echo reached 1.82%. And then, just a few hours later, Liquid did this.
Lip goes down. They have a battle res left available for him as 6% left on the boss.
This is comes the worst play set of the whole fight.
4.5% on the boss right now. Fired Up is down. No more battle res is left remaining. 3% onto the boss. Oh, no!
Oh, they wiped.
8%.
After the race was done and the Echo team sat down to celebrate in a restaurant, Roger Brown asked me, was there any point in the race I thought Echo would lose?
At that moment.
This was the only moment.
Yeah, of course.
Liquid is known for their consistency. It's one of their key strengths. After their low percentage wipe, I had a feeling that they were going to clean up soon. It was do or die for Echo to get the job done. Or not at all. After 13 days, dozens upon dozens of hours of grinding, insane plays, fatigue, setbacks, ups, downs, it came down to just 0.7% between the 2 best in the world, live for everyone to see.
It really is tough.
With nearly 500,000 people watching live, it happened.
Here comes the blaze. Please, boys, focus up here. We need to do everything that we possibly can if we continue to push on through. The boss is going to die before the second set of boxes.
Echo is racing to the finish line. This is it. They're unstoppable right now. The blaze has gone out and they're going to do it. They've done it. They are your new Dragonflight champions. They have walked through hellfire and have come out on top.
Look at them so happy.
What happened is unimaginable. To take 13 days to get down to less than a percentage between the two best in the world, a coin flip separating who would win it, viewers flicking backwards and forwards, both of them pulling at the same time. Every single pull could be the end. Cheering for your favorites, the bias, the switching, the casual viewers' minds blowing, and people coming in from all the games looking, why is World of Warcraft doing this? It's almost unimaginable to think that this will happen again. The sheer amount of circumstances required in order to get both of these teams, who are so excellent, and other teams climbing that ladder to try and get there, it's just unthinkable. The stars aligned. Will it happen again? I have no idea. But with Blizzard designing bosses like this, knowing that now the players can overcome these challenges, they will find a way. I hope we do see it again. But for now, Murdrasil will go down in history as the best race to world first there has ever been. And while Echo did take the crown home, it could have easily gone the other way. These guilds are above everybody else in such a massive way, and now we're seeing the challenges that that level of effort and contribution and skill is able to deliver. I, for one, am overjoyed with what we got to see, and I cannot wait for the next one in the War Within. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Diablo video breach. I'm gonna watch the other ones later. Where's the next video?
Recently, what is
just off of what we know, do we like the direction of bosses in a non-Weakora world? I think it's the same direction. Like, look at a boss like Dimensius, the most recent end boss, one of the hardest end bosses ever. That entire fight, Weakoras didn't do fucking anything except for P1, where the Weakora told you to go, you don't even think this is how it works anymore, but it told you to go left, like back left, back right, and middle for the Venn diagram on the reverse gravities. Like, you needed a Weakora to do that. But like, let's just say you're making Dimensius in a non-Weakora world. You would have just had there only be 2 of those, or you would have had more time, or you would have sucked them down faster. You wouldn't have needed a Venn diagram, whatever. Because then if you don't need a Venn diagram, all of that doesn't matter. Like, the fights are just the same. Basically, you could look at every fight that's required a Weakora, except for like Fractalus, basically, and you could be like, well, are they going in a different direction? They're just going to go in the same direction. They're just going to give you more time. Like, for example, if Brood Twister existed with no Weakoras, maybe you don't have to Venn diagram them, or maybe instead of 6 seconds, there's 8 seconds, or maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you don't even need to overlap them at all. Like, there's so many. It's the same direction. It's just you just give yourself more. I think they call it affordance. Maybe I'm getting that wrong. I think affordance means something different. Was Fractalus on PTR the same difficulty level as how it was on live? No, I don't think the raid damage things did raid damage on Mythic PTR. Like, it just literally didn't do damage. Fractalus 100% was made so they can say, hey, look guys, this boss is why Weakoras suck. I have never been more certain of anything in my life than what you just said is not true. There's just no way. There's literally no way. It is a funny bit, but like the reality of that actually being just literally no way. I mean, you can do Fractalus. The really complicated thing about Fractalus is done entirely out of game.
How's that guy?
It's just figuring out what the best order is. But I mean, you could call it every time. Like I said, you used an example from testing. We did Fractalus on testing the same way. We just natty called everything. You can natty call everything on live. It just sucks and is annoying. And your raid leader just says, I think I've already seen this video.
More adjustment. How are you doing, man? Has it been a long 24 hours for you or what?
Oh, they already killed her.
It's about as much as I expected it to be. You know, I expected it to be a bulldozer, not a scalpel.
Oh, the fucking accent. I love it.
That's what I got from some of the World First guys, is they expected everything was going away, and it does kind of lean that way. So let's talk about macros for a second then. The send message thing. That doesn't stop like whispers and stuff, right?
I think they'll break whispers too, because otherwise you can just because you can parse whispers too, in a sense. I mean, they are breaking parsing too, so. But I still think.
Oh, they're breaking parsing too.
Protection, they're just going to break all chat messages altogether. That's what it sounds like, anyway.
So yeah, and they're doing this specifically in combat encounters, right? So it's a case of when you go into combat, you will have.
Well, that's the thing that we're complaining about right now. Currently, they said that the restriction is going to be instance-wide combat or not, which is why it's breaking a lot of add-ons it doesn't need to break. They're going excessive with this.
Oh, interesting.
The second you enter that portal, no add-on communication whatsoever, which means your loot add-ons, RC loot talent is dead for no reason. And you also no chat message either, so you can't even do your gamble add-on during breaks and raid anymore. That's gone.
Wait, as it currently stands, you cannot talk in chat at all in an instance.
No, you can.
You can talk in chat. Add-ons can't send anything to chat, and they can't read the chat either.
Okay, and macros don't either?
I'd assume macros have the same restriction because that's the target goal. I mean, they know if macros would be used to work around otherwise.
Yeah. Interesting. So we wouldn't be able to, like we were talking about, or with the way it's going, you won't be able to macro putting down world markers, or macro putting a marker on your head. You could keybind it though, I suppose. That would work.
Well, I don't know about raid target actually. They didn't mention it specifically. You might still be able to macro setting icons and stuff. I do want to clarify one thing. The chat though, WIM and chat add-ons aren't going away. They have this feature called secrets, to where you can't read what's in the chat and you can't post the chat, but you can reskin the chat. So add-ons that customize how chat looks will still work. They just won't be able to read or post the chat for you.
Oh, okay.
The 3 people that are not here.
In my video, but it's this new API where basically the text that's sent and received, it's like contained in some kind of encryption bubble, to where you can't see what that text is.
People will eventually break that encryption, by the way.
Customized frame.
Exactly. So they want the aesthetics to say the same. Yeah, can we link the video in your chat, or in my chat as well, so people understand and can get more information on this? Because it's important to see where this is going, because I don't think... I'm shocked at how much is changing, because it's when you start really breaking it down. That's the problem. Oh, as he's...
Wait, where's the artifact power skill?
Let me ask this question to you. What's broken? You said we were expecting the bulldozer, but what do you think is the thing that people aren't expecting to, or didn't expect? Oh, wait, that, you know, like combat res timer isn't something we really thought about, but that's likely going away. There are these little conveniences that are not going to happen.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think a lot of little conveniences are what people aren't expecting. Like like people thinking about like computational weak auras and boss mods and stuff.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things getting caught on the crossfire.
Like scalpel approach here, not really. They're kind of going nuclear. So like all these little things that people didn't think about are gone too, and they're going to realize it on day one. They're going to be like, wait a minute, this is not what I was. I want weak auras to go away. I didn't want my combat res timer to go away. Like things like that, like you said.
Yeah, and just as it stands right now in terms of buff tracking of other players, is that definitely gone now? So, you know, like you were able to track, I don't know if you're aware of this, of like, oh, I could see the power infusion on the other players, I could see the healer cooldowns. They did say for Mythic Plus they wanted that to go away. Do you know if they've just killed that functionality entirely?
From what I've heard,
fucking hell,
being able
man.
to track other people's
Hate when motherfuckers do shit like that, dude.
It's broken in combat only, but out of combat it's still going to work. Because I think they realize that you still want to see if people have flasks and buffs and stuff before the pull and stuff.
Let me try heroic
they're leaning
actually.
towards conservative on that, but it will be broken in combat.
Even in raids. So in raids, your tank will not be able to track the life cocoon, iron bark, or power, you know, pain.
Well, they did mention and that the cooldown manager is going to be able to track external cooldowns for tanks to help supplement that. Like They recognized the feedback from tanks was, I can't see my healer cooldowns. I can't see what's going on in my other tank. And they're like, you know what? We'll add that to the cooldown manager, but your add-on still can't see it.
Right. I wonder how that's going to play into a lot of instances where people are trying to manage these things. That's wacky. Yeah, I actually thought they would relent on that because it is a very useful function to have for shot callers and things like that.
Which one? Whisper?
But no.
Here's what I think though is I think at the alpha they're actually going overkill on purpose to start, and then from there
they're gonna be
back, as opposed to going too light and then letting down more as the alpha goes on, which will look bad for PR. I think, like I said the same thing in my video, but I think it's not going to go live the way it is now. I think there will be some concessions. Like I don't think the add-on comms out of combat There's no way that goes live. They're not gonna. There's no way they'll break your loot add-ons and stuff. That's just too far. I think they'll peel it back, and it's better to peel back from something that's too much than to tack on more restrictions as the alpha goes on. I think it just the approach they're doing it makes sense.
Well, that was the impression I got from when Ian spoke about this. He did it in the Q&A yesterday, which is like he doesn't know yet. Like, and it does feel like that's actually the way it's going to be. Is they're going to nuke everything. It's all gone. Now play for a bit, and they're giving us raid testing and dungeon testing all the way through. And it's like, okay, which of these is actually a major point of friction? And can we add that to the cooldown manager? Because I could easily see, like you just said there, oh, tanks need to be able to track healer cooldowns. We're going to put combat res part of the cooldown manager or in a different utility window, so you can track that information. You guys are bringing up that this is really important. All right, cool. We're going to add that into here. But I do think you're right, is like they're not going to... I mean, they can't, right? They have to be kind of hard on this. If they're going to make this change, this isn't something you can do now and do more next expansion. It's better to, like, put the knife in. This is how it's going to be. Then we can see where the points of friction are. We could add that to our own rather than just letting add-on developers create something outside that, right? That seems to be the approach.
One thing I've stayed they've been clear on is they want as much communication as possible, but they want the communication to be what's missing and what can we do about it. They don't want you to be like, you broke my thing, put it back. They want to know, why are you upset it's broken? What is missing? And why is it a problem? Like, they want details like that for feedback.
Which makes sense, right?
Chad, I think I want to call the stream here.
Has been for years with WoW.
Okay.
Blizzard makes something.
See you guys later.
I guess the stupidest example I can think of this was the Azerite armor animation.
Actually, no, I'm not going to let it run.
And it would take like 10 seconds to do a spinny wheel.
I'm just from the AC again. Oh my god, it's so hot today.
That gets rid of it. And that's how Blizzard has worked for so long. Is like they create something, and our instinct is to create an add-on to change that in some way and get rid of it. And the meme of there's an add-on for that isn't just limited to Bethesda, it's been to Blizzard. But I think you're getting this vibe as well. I just read through the brief, actually, that was kind of sent out to the add-on developers, is like, not doing that anymore. If there's something missing and there's a problem, we're not leaning on you guys to fix it. We're actually going to understand whether we need to add that ourselves, and sometimes not. Which is a new philosophy, I guess, going forward as to how they're going to make these things. How has it been affected your team, like what you've seen so far? Because you said DBM and stuff is going to still be around, but different.
Yeah, I've been working on a lot of features lately. Like, DBM has the ability to check a lot of raid tools built in now, like latency checks, durability checks. It also has the keystone stuff that Details and Bigwigs have. Granted, all three of those are broken right now because they're not allowing add-on comms out of combat either, but I think that'll change. But we're working on just that kind of stuff, and also other stuff like, obviously, it's still going to track boss stats. How many times have you pulled this boss? How many wipes do you have? How many pulls does it take to kill the boss? That kind of stuff people will still use. So I don't foresee people like uninstalling an add-on if they're still not, if it's not broken. Like, they're going to keep it installed for those other like flourishes. Which is what I've always said to Blizzard, is like, if the base game is good enough without the add-on, and the add-on's not mandatory, then it's okay, because then the add-on's only adding like some sprinkles on top. It's not, you're not serving a cake that's missing frosting and going, you need to download the frosting before you can eat the cake. You know, add-ons should be the extra on top, but not to make the game playable to begin with.
Yeah, 100%. It's gonna. I don't. Go on.
So I think the way Blizzard's is approaching it is like, I don't think they really want to kill the add-ons. They just want to reel them in. But I think they're still going to work with us to try to make the add-on have some usefulness and some function. Like, I even foresee that us still being able to create bars in the future, but it's going to be very limited to the information we have. Like, they got that secrets feature now. Like I said, we'd be able to start our own bar, and then the text we put in there by Blizzard, not us. So we won't know what spell it is or anything about the spell. We'll just be able to say, hey,
you're more heroic. Yeah,
it's our bar instead of this timeline thing that no one likes to look at.
Yeah, that's what I find really strange with this, because I understand what Blizzard's going for, and they haven't clarified this. Like, if we look at the boss mod in particular, it's just the visual aspects of it. and whether they are being so hard on this and saying like, no, this is how it will be for everybody in the game all the time. And there is some benefits.
I've some damage, not enough,
right?
but
If we
there's
try and
damage.
take ourselves away from it,
Then probably clears as a normal loan, I
somebody
think.
who's new to the game, and you
Could be
say,
wrong,
"Oh, you need to run away from Deadly Bomb," and he's like, "Well, what the fuck is Deadly Bomb?" And you say, "Oh, do you see the icon on your bar that looks like the blue lightning shield?" And you guarantee that everybody can see the same thing. Then there's a benefit to what they're saying there.
True.
But it's not how I would have it, right? It's not what I want to see. And whether they'll have the other approach, which I think is what you're saying, is like, you're giving this information already. Let us change it around to how we want it to be, and make it work. Because right now there's nothing here. I can't add sound effects to this, you know, for people who play that way. You know, simple stuff. You
I mean,
guys
they added that now,
you
right?
want a custom sound for this because it's really important. You can't do that. In fact,
I'm
this
hoping
is
do
it.
that too. That registers sounds to like alerts, because the timeline feature. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's not just timelines. They have boss mod alerts in this too.
Yeah, I can't do anything with it though. That's the thing.
But I'm wondering if they're gonna let us register custom sounds to it, like because they were very interested in the idea of still allowing us to register sounds for accessibility reasons, because they recognize that some people do play this game with disabilities and have trouble. Like the text alerts aren't enough for some people.
Mm-hmm.
I've got people who are visually impaired that use DBM exclusively because the voice packs have clear sound, like TTS sounds that say, you know, frontal or
Oh, that's actually interesting.
crap on the ground or taunt the boss or whatever. And like, I know some people don't like that hand holding, but for some players, they can't play the game without it.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I mean, we have that in the cooldown manager. It's not working yet, seemingly. But if you go into there, that's exactly what you were saying. Is if you go to adding a new alert, it's all sound based. Oh, it's disappeared for me again. This fucking thing.
They kind of still have the thing that I complain about.
Although this functionality doesn't seem to be in yet.
Hopefully it's just going to be used in a different way, though.
Adding sound seems to be a vital component. Or even text-to-speech is listed as a function. You just can't do anything with it yet.
I know. One thing I'm looking forward to, the timeline is we're going to have precise timers at all times. One of the biggest things that big rigs and DBM can never fix is bosses that have inconsistent timings or spell queuing.
Spell queuing. Tell me you're with me. I put this in my UI video. Is this fixed spell queuing? Because it looks like it does to me.
Yes.
Oh!
Well, yes and no. Bosses will stop spell queuing, but the thing is, because the timeline has access to the real data, it will always know about it.
Yeah,
like,
and it puts them in the right order is what it looks like to me.
You've been around a long time. Spell queuing goes back as far back as the Lich King. You know, every once in a while you get Defile before Valks or Valks before Defile, and you'll be like, what in the hell? Last pull it was in a different order. And spell queuing has been involved for ages, and the timers can't tell you when it's going to happen. You just know sometimes it happens. Sometimes the abilities just come different pull to pull.
You end up having to mentally learn the priority list that the boss is going to use, and you're like, okay, it's got 5 spells. It's this
probably going to be this. But
I did notice on their timeline previews, like I think that's spell queuing, and that's what it looked like to me.
Well, I suspect spell queuing will still happen. Abilities might still flip, but you'll know about it ahead of time because when the timers start in a timeline, Ian said they're not ambiguous. They are exact. They are always exact. It's not going to be 1 second slow, 1 second fast. When that timer hits 0, that spell is casting no matter what.
Yep. That's what it looked like. I mean, that is cool. That is like definitely an advantage. Not that it's going to fix bosses where spell queuing fucking fucks you and you have to AFK for 20 minutes, but at least you're aware of it happening and can actually make some accurate predictions. That is definitely a benefit. I think that's something that affects like 1% of the player base who's aware of this system. And for the super nerds, this is actually a kind of a really cool thing to have happen there. What are the benefits you've seen so far? Like, obviously, it does affect you as the DBM developer, but is there anything you've seen that is like, this is kind of good?
Well, besides the exact timers, I do like the fact that a lot of this stuff being built in actually does mean a little bit less work for me. Like, I don't want to add in a die, But I will tell you that over the years, it's gotten harder and harder to maintain by myself with how much I have to do. It's like,
Oh, he's the
you got
only guy
4
that
versions
takes
of
care of a
classic to work on,
DBM?
you
That's
got retail to
crazy.
work on. Oh, and there's a PTR at the
What?
same time. And all this Mythic Plus, there's now 80 spells you got to add just for the trash alone. It's like, holy crap, the amount of work is... You know, when I started this, bosses had 3 mechanics.
Back in the day. Yeah. Back in the day. They did not come... they just certainly didn't come with a bibliography and encyclopedia for every single boss thing. It's a
Bibliography and encyclopedia.
And I do think that is...
It is kind of like that in the
It's
day.
hard for me to get across to a general audience without having a list of what is going to go away that you're probably used to. And like you said at the beginning, this was not what I asked for. You know, it's a monkey's paw situation. A lot of people are asking, like, I want add-ons to go away. I want to return to a simpler time of gameplay. I don't want my game to look like the Matrix. I agree. You know, certainly if they tune into the Race to World First or whatever, and they see just a ludicrous amount of very complex add-ons that are doing crazy stuff for them. But it's actually the stuff that is really just little things that you add in. You know, notifications of procs, because I can't even see trinket proc tracking in the game right now. I don't know if you have any knowledge of that. If they're able to track item cooldowns, but is this too early in the cooldown manager? Probably.
I think it's still too early to cooldown manager. Like, they've expressed a lot of interest in like adding anything possible they can to the cooldown manager. Procs, trinkets, you know, you name it. I think that's going to be in there eventually.
Yeah.
That's
the
good.
only thing I'm biggest concern is about all this is I wonder if they're taking on more than they can handle. Like, if they can keep up with all this.
True.
Because
That's what I'm most worried
too.
too.
Killing add-ons, they have to commit to doing it themselves. And Blizzard,
Forever.
in the last 20 years, as you said, there's an add-on for it. They've often relied on us to do something for them, so they didn't have to. So this is a
100%.
very big change for them and their UI team. You know, they just took on a crap ton more work, and they're
hopefully they're hiring like crazy.
Forward.
I mean, I would assume, and I'm not sure if you could even mention it if it happened. They haven't reached out to you guys to like, hey, we kind of want you guys on the team, or like some opportunity to work together, or something like that. So that they need bodies to do that work.
I agree.
Unless they're going for, I mean, this might be an argument on their side. Not to say it's a good one.
I was going AI
is
this
why
shit.
everything seems so nuclear. Get rid of it all and make it simple. It's just boss icons, and the boss design team has designed these spell cooldowns. They just feed that information into, I'm sure they've packaged it up in some way. It's like they can send a piece of information that then just gets routed into here, and that's it. It's done.
True.
We don't need nobody else.
Whenever it's built in houses, makes things a lot easier.
That might be a perspective as why they're trying to kill everything. It's like we don't have to worry about it. And now when the boss is made, you feed out the boss timers, and that just plugs straight in. And then they don't need to touch it ever again.
Yeah, I do think they'll be able to reel the boss mechanics in a bit. Like some of these journals for some of these bosses, like I counted the spells up. Like one boss had 48 spells. 48 spells, one boss, because he had like 4 phases and like 2 intermissions, and every phase had new spells, and it's obnoxious. And one of the main reasons people use add-ons was because they can't memorize that much, and they wanted the simplicity. One thing that DBM bigwigs often did was rename spells, because Blizzard also is obsessed with flavor. The boss would have like this super long spell name that doesn't even tell you what the spell does. And then you install DBM or bigwigs and rename it to frontal. Be like, oh yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, true.
True.
Oh, that is.
That is Blizzard fashion.
Become part of the nameplates add-ons because it happened while I was away for a bit. I came back and every spell in a Mythic Plus I saw, I think I was talking to Gingy, it was just frontal or tank buster, and I was like, what happened here? It's like, oh, the names got stupid. And that's going away as well, obviously, with the nameplates change.
True.
That was actually something they asked Blizzard about. It's like, well, are you gonna still let us, rename spells? Like maybe you could get an API where we can just be like, I'm gonna rename this spell because it makes more sense for me. I can't remember all these obnoxious names. And Blizzard
they are fucked up names for sure.
It's one of those things like we're always giving feedback, because we know what players are going to miss.
But that's just because players are so focused on min-maxing that they went that way, right?
And what they're going to miss when their add-ons are gone. So we're trying to give that information to Blizzard.
That being said, Blizzard also doesn't make it easy, for sure.
And I mean this genuinely. There is an accessibility point of view, because this game is played globally. And not every language is translated within client to anything. So if you have incredibly obnoxious names for spells, and then the
What?
tooltip that
Why
goes
did they
with that
pull me?
spell is a paragraph of sometimes reasonably complex English language or whatever. Expecting all your players to be able to understand that is not realistic. And so it's not only just a convenience thing of being like, hey, if I could just call this, can you at least call it frontal or something like that so I can actually recognize that word and understand what's going on? Then that's a good thing. Because they do it visually these days, right? If you see an icon, you generally know whether this is a stack or a spread or whatever it's going to be, which is following like the FF14 mantra. But I agree with you. Like, I can't tolerate Blizzard's
There's a big pop
on trinkets these days. They're too long. They're like an essay of flavor text, and I don't know what it does. And it can be the same with mechanics. When you actually break it down, you're like, oh, okay, this is a spinning AoE, or it's a marker, or it's a run out, or something like that. But there is a legitimate argument to be made for accessibility to not have that.
Oh wait, that WordPress is so easy, might as well do it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things to discuss there with terms of customization and simplification and accessibility, which is why I think this is going to be an interesting alpha. And not just IDON authors, but I think users like all of you should also be giving as much feedback as possible. And I mean feedback like, this is what I need, this is what I'm missing, not
What the hell are these people
bring
with
me
me?
back my add-ons. If that's the feedback they get, they're just going to laugh at you and ignore you.
Yeah, it's always the difficulty of the alphas. Lord knows I know after the Shadowlands alpha is you beg and plead, and sometimes it doesn't happen. But you're right. The rage threads don't get us anywhere.
Oh, I see.
And you have to actually play it. I think we're going to go through a really awkward time until this is more public.
I have to get them?
Is to people watching it and taking away from it without
Oh my
playing.
God.
That's going to be a difficult transition. It could really do with a lot of people playing the beta to actually test it out. As like, because I don't know myself. I look at this boss mod and I'm like, I don't like that, but it's not what I'm used to. But is it a case of after a few hours, it's fine?
I think that might be why they say the Epic Edition comes with free beta access. I think there's a reason for that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they
Yeah, 100% there's a reason for that.
It's hard to convey how dramatic a change.
I know I'm mounted, but
it's the biggest change I've seen in so many years.
I guess the game didn't like what I was doing. What?
Since its inception, right, all the way back.
Did it? Is it maintenance?
And it's not.
No, not yet.
Because they're building it into the game, but a lot of
It's
what
soon,
we've
though.
been used to for 20 years, some of us, is going away.
Oh, was it
and
reset?
changing.
Was it the daily
And what
reset
this is
chat?
going to be what this image looks like.
Maybe it was.
When are they going? So we're talking, what, 3-4 months maybe until this game comes out. It's going to be a big deal, especially for you guys in the add-on creator space. Because, I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of posts going out of add-on developers either sunsetting, certainly custom WeCora makers who are just stopping. They're just not doing it anymore. And WeCora has got a statement to make, and I don't know what they're going to say. Because a lot of their stuff is based on really technical functionality, which, as you've explained, is just now gone. It's not there.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I
that's how
think
you're
that a
supposed
lot
to
of
do
add-ons
them.
will not survive the add-on get-in.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
I think the ones that are
see.
going to hit the most are nameplate add-ons because
I would
Blizzard is
never known
very
that.
clear. Sure, you're going to be using their nameplates and nothing else. And damage meters. Like, they said that the damage meter, it's all going to be private info. Damage meters will not have access to what's in Blizzard's damage meter. Like,
Mhm.
and there's no combat log to speak of.
Here.
So player and details
Easy.
especially are just gone. I think DBM and Bigwigs will survive in a weakened capacity just because we have the ability to do some out-of-combat stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The people still haven't used those statistics for years. Even though the ability to auto-reply during combat saying you're busy fighting a boss is gone, because, see, like I said, little
Yeah, that's
features
true.
you didn't think about collateral damage to them breaking chat messages.
Yep. People are asking about logging. As far as I know, logging will exist, but you'll get it after combat.
That makes
Just
sense.
out-of-game combat log, like Warcraft logs, yeah, that's not changing. It's still going to be on a delay so that you don't just use overlays and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to stick around. Have you got any predictions what the outcome of this would be? Because that's been a big hot topic, at least
type of
around the
prediction?
Echo Race to World First. Is this going to be a case where we have to use some sort of external timers and things like that? You know, because obviously at that level where you're tracking, it's really important.
On my
that this
back.
ramp starts here, and this cooldown gets used here, and then this Hellstone gets used here. And that used to be just built into weak auras. But that's not going to happen now. Because even the combat time start is gone now, right? Like, even a time tracker from pull.
As long as you still have access to a certain counter,
Very
you
track,
should
though.
be able to track when the pull starts and when it ends and how long we've been in pull. So I think it would be possible. But because they have add-on comms broken in instances, we can't actually share notes with like method raid tools. So it's still not effective right now. Now, if they restore add-on comms out of combat and you can share a note before you pull the boss, then notes should survive. Which I think they should survive. I think notes are fine.
Oh, that would be great.
As long as you're sharing information out of combat, I think it makes sense that it's still allowed. But we'll see, because right now Blizzard's not allowing it.
Did the reset just happen, Chad?
Yeah, it could be. We don't know. And again, seemingly they don't know either. Would that mean then, if you create some sort of... I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I think everybody else is the same. Like notes on that actually show on your screen. You know, we've used notes for ages. That should survive. But in terms of like, at 1 minute and 20, I want a sound effect to play. Would that kind of function, or a message to appear for me only, not in the chat, but just for me? Would that functionality still exist as it stands?
I don't see why it would, because that's just something that's scheduled, and it's not using information related to like the encounter. You're not getting information like who an ability is targeting or anything like that. You can't see what the boss is casting. It's just a personal reminder. Hey, healer cooldown at 1 minute 30 seconds. That I think would still be possible.
What you won't be able to do, which is something that people have been very used to, is a debuff goes out on somebody that needs freedom, right? So if you think about Dimensius, puts out the slow on people in P3. Certain people need help with that. Is it goes freedom on mystical, because he got the debuff, it tracked that, and then it told you as the paladin to put freedom on him. That stuff will be gone. That's somebody that's reading the combat log to find out who got the debuff and then telling you who you're assigned to. You know, smart assignments, all that kind of stuff is going.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, that's definitely all going away.
Yep, that's going away. So we need a please macro similar to splitting and speedrunning. Well, we don't know, because as Miskell pointed out, the macro stuff is changing as well.
Is
the
it?
Send message. What entails the send message content? What would that? You know, you said the send message stuff in macros is no longer functional. What kind of things does that hit?
I mean, for the most part, it just breaks add-ons being able to send messages for you while you're in an instance, which also applies to macros. So you can't just, because I don't know if you realize how those macros work. Is basically all they did was sent a hidden message to other people on the raid so that you knew, hey, you had a or whatever. And they either used send chat message or send add-on message. Blizzard's breaking both just to be certain that you can't use either one to work around it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you still macro every debuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Like Revio's saying here. So any you know, if you get a debuff and it starts saying bomb on me above your head.
Yeah, that's also not going to be doable. Not that you know you have debuff anyway, but yeah, you won't be able to do like automatic chat yells or anything like that either, because that's part of send add-on or send chat message.
Let me check something.
Exactly. So that'll be going away, and certainly countdown.
Reset it now.
You know, the 3, 2, 1, that kind of stuff. Gone. That's why. Go on.
They've been pretty good about the spell visuals anyway. Like they usually put a good circle around you or a floating bubble above your head. For the most part, you can see that now. So countdowns and yells haven't been as important lately, except for in Mythic Plus when you got 8,000 mobs on your screen and nameplates and AOE effects everywhere. Then you might need the yells.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, that's what people are going to notice. That's what I've been trying to get around and finding a good way to sort of orate that. It's like it's not the.
Oh, it didn't do daily reset yet.
Dot lures. It's not your crazy.
Oh yeah, I gotta
we always go
trade in a bunch of things. Hold on.
Add-on that I'm sure you've seen as well. I'll
play. I did it on most of my characters actually.
Assigned the entire raid, exact positions and how to react. So,
go to that.
Move, spin in circle, stand still, go stand here. That kind of stuff. It's actually the little things that you're very much used to. Run, getting a message above your head that says "run away," because you're not sure what you're supposed to do. But the boss mods that you guys have created tell you, run away. That kind of content that you're used to is going to be gone.
Yeah.
And how that's going to affect people. But do you, before we wrap up here, how do you feel? Because I'm still on the fence of whether, like, a month into this, it's fine. The visuals are better. I get used to the boss mod. It's just how the game works now. Or do you really think? Are you expecting some sort of major fallout from this?
I suspect raids will be the most be fine because there's just so much more visual clarity, and with that lack of add-ons and auto solving won't be as much of an issue. I think Mythic Plus is where the pain point is going to be.
For sure.
You're going to have Blizzard nameplates. You're going to have visual clutter all over the place. You're not going to have add-ons doing chat bubbles where you can see things. And unless Blizzard has solved magic where walls don't get in your way or tapestries don't get in your way, you're going to miss things constantly. The add-ons used to call out for you, and there's going to be a lot more deaths in Mythic Plus. And then you consider the fact that you have the pug scene, which even is less skilled in the top end. Like, you might turn into a Twitch stream and see someone doing 16s, and they'll be fine without add-ons after a couple of weeks. Your average pug is a different story. I think there's going to be huge growing pains in Mythic Plus, and
that's a great point.
Where the biggest issue is.
I haven't thought about it like that.
Okay, it's going to be an interesting time and see where they, if as I suspect they're going nuclear now and then backtracking it later on. But yeah, this is going to be a really interesting time, and I don't know if people really get how big a deal this is going to be for their gameplay on that day they log in on pre-patch. It's going to be wild. People are like, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore, I can't do that anymore. Why not? Why is this spell all changed?
Oh man, what?
But right, and I think,
go on.
I'm trying to
I think the most important fact too is people don't realize how many people just play the game. They don't follow all the news. They don't follow Alpha. They don't.
They will only know when the release
There's going to be a lot of
happens.
players that don't know about any of this until pre-patch. So
Yes.
it's going to be a big awakening for a lot of players. Like,
Suddenly.
any noise you see now on Twitter, people panicking about add-ons, that's a massive minority to compare the noise that you're going to get on day one of pre-patch.
100%. I'm just going to link your video. I appreciate you coming in, though. Let's catch up again when we do the next update and see what's changed. Because I'm sure you guys will be keeping a log. Oh, you'll be keeping a log of what's going on and what they're adjusting. And any feedback you guys are getting. Because I'm still wrapping my head around it myself. I'm trying to think what I'm missing. But as it's alpha, everything's fresh and new anyway, so you're not settled into the game yet as to what's going on. But I'm linking your video here, Mr. Cole. Go check that out for more information. But it's going to be a wild time. It's going to be a wild time. The nameplate one needs some adjustment, don't you think? I can't find any. I don't know if you have the alpha, Mystical, but I can't find any modifications I can make to the nameplates at all, anywhere.
Wait, there should be if you hit escape and go to options, nameplate should be in there.
There's some stuff that's like, what do you want it to show, and icon stuff.
On the left side, there's a whole category.
Oh, yeah, this is the stuff. But I can't do
Done,
like...
Mage, Paladin, and Warrior.
Ah, this is.
Just Mage and Paladin.
I'm a moron. You found it. There you go. It was. I had to scroll down. I'm too old for that.
Too old for that. Indeed.
Super. I'll leave you there, my friend. But let's.
Chat, I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna do a little bit of offline grinding. I'll relax my brain. Stop getting myself so what's the word I'm looking for here? So much fuck, what is the word? Much brain neuron activation, whatever the fuck. And I'll talk to you guys later, okay? Peace. Bye.